New Year to everyone. Let me see. Do we have? Good morning, Mr. Schoen. Do we have quorum? Very, ver- okay. Very good. And we have Dr. Millie McCarthy come there virtual, and Dr. Green sent me a text just a minute ago, said she's on her way. She'll be here probably around 10:30 or so. She's able to come in person. That'll be great. Okay. If you would now join me in a pledge of allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so we're again want to just welcome everyone and Happy New Year. As you know, the state board meetings are recorded. The public can access our meetings on the state board website or through our stream vendor, town halls, or YouTube. And as you know, people can register to speak and to provide public comment. Our platform is Zoom. If you're on Zoom and for any reason are unable to, or there's some problem with the connection, we ask you to come back in audio. The meeting videos, agenda, and materials are posted online. Concerning public comment, we will call upon you in the order in which you registered. We will first call upon our virtual guests, and then we will turn then to our guests who are in person. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. The time will be monitored by Mr. Hands. When your time has expired, we ask you to stop, complete your sentence, but not to make any additional comments. Please direct your comments to the entire board, Superintendent, Kent County Public Schools.
Right. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Good. Welcome.
Thank you. President Crawford, Superintendent Chaudhary, and members of the Maryland State Board of Education. I'm Karen Couch. I'm the Superintendent Kent County, but today I represent the Maryland Public School Superintendents Association, PASAM. On behalf of my PASAM colleagues, I would like to wish you a Happy New Year. As we look forward to 2023, PASAM wishes to thank Superintendent Chaudhary, MSDE, and the Maryland State Board of Education for the many opportunities that have been afforded to school systems through the Maryland Leads Initiative. The Maryland Leads Initiative provided each school system with funding to not only create new programs, but reimagine and revamp existing programs to improve student outcomes and address district priorities. We know it is important for the State Board to hear success stories in our counties. Thank you for allowing us time to share these stories at the State Board of Education meetings and present details of some of the initiatives that we've implemented to support our students and our staff. As superintendents, we know that Maryland Leads Initiative will be transformational for the state of Maryland. And during our presentations to the State Board, we are highlighting the importance of these programs. As educational leaders, however, we are very concerned about sustainability. Therefore, it is imperative that we elevate these programs to influential stakeholders. PZAM stands ready to work collaboratively with Superintendent Chaudhary, MSDE, and the Maryland State Board of Education to advocate for viable funding sources that will replace the funding afforded to us through the Maryland Leads Initiative. The importance of doing this work now cannot be understated. PZAM would also like to thank Superintendent Chaudhary for allowing a pathway for LEAs to repurpose certain days as virtual school days. Virtual learning plans allowed us to designate 8 virtual days for inclement weather, professional learning, high school graduation, and other similar circumstances. Because we were in the process of developing our FY24 school calendars, PZAM requested early notification whether these plans would be allowed for next school year. In the January 13th weekly transmittal, superintendents were informed that the virtual learning pathway will be allowed in FY24. PZAM thanks Superintendent Chaudhary and MSDE for being responsive to our requests and providing us with timely information as we develop our school calendars. In closing, PZAM thanks you for the great work you are doing on behalf of the students of Maryland. Please remember that only through joint collaboration will we positively impact the educational landscape in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. We'd now like to hear from Ms. Eley McCone.
Good morning, esteemed board. I am here today to testify regarding parental rights.
Pardon me just a minute. Can we turn up the volume just a bit? Okay.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. I'll speak louder.
Okay.
Sorry.
Good morning.
I'm here today. Good morning. Here today to testify regarding parental rights, low self-esteem, and decreased attention spans. The incessant use of technology is irrefutably physically and mentally harmful, and parents are denied the right to protect their children. Their hands are completely tied. There are no mandated screen dates, no studies or reporting on the length of use in the classroom, and there are inadequate control of the devices in our school systems. As if video games and pornography in the classroom were not bad enough, our children are actually being marred. Further, if parents do not agree to hundreds of dollars of liability for devices, as well as agree to pay for electricity and internet for school use, their children will automatically be counted absent on virtual days, as well as regularly receive failing grades. I should remind the board that the Maryland Code requires all children be admitted free of charge to public schools. While the extra expenses may seem inconsequential, it's not free. This is unlawful and unacceptable. MSDE has not even considered the optometry, mental health, and medical bills that will result from this excessive use of screens. To reiterate, MSDE caused this hardship by offering school districts the opportunity for virtual instruction days. MSDE then enforced it by allowing school districts to count their children absent if they do not comply, something which even parents can't control if they can't be home to enforce the virtual instruction. I urge MSDE once more to require all districts to allow for and provide curriculum for families who cannot afford to or choose not to take on the risk of physical impairment and financial liability. If this is too much, I request that MSDE require and enforce screen time limits in accordance with the American Academy of Pediatrics guidelines, include posture training and reminders in daily lessons, as well as prohibit schools from assigning online homework. Our children should not be put through physical abuse in order to attain an education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. At this time, we'd like to hear from Ms. Melissa Eidelman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
All right, good morning. I apologize that for some reason on my computer I can't get the video to work, and I'd rather do my computer than my phone.
Okay.
All right. Good morning, members of the board. I came here to speak on the huge opportunity I have seen for this state board and our local boards to help the parent and the school system relationship, which will ultimately benefit our students the most as their parents get more involved in assisting in their education. The facts have come out with the release of the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program data. In math, 17.6% of sixth grade students were proficient. 6.5% of students in eighth grade were proficient. 45% were proficient in grades 3 and 4, and in grades 5, 40% proficient. For high school English 10th grade assessments, 53% of students were proficient. Many can interpret this data differently with different solutions. I am here to provide some parent perspective. We see this as, for lack of a better term, a huge area of needing improvement. One solution many see is switching so much focus on requiring local BOEs to implement this comprehensive health framework. This framework is pushing gender ideology, which is not agreed upon in any realm, on kindergartners, as well as talking about anal sex with 12-year-olds. They are getting therapists. Kids nowadays are focusing so much on their differences, which is increasing division and bullying because adults feel they need to push inclusion more and more. To give just one example of this push of inclusion is flags other than the American flags in our classroom. It is in many opinions that the American flag is all that is needed in schools, as this flag is all-inclusive and represents all of us. We may not be the perfect society. There's always a rotten apples in an apple tree. Those apples do not make up the whole tree. But I personally feel we are by far the most diverse, humane land of freedom and opportunity, and we should embrace that instead of tear it apart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. We would now like to hear from Ms. Sharon Saroff. Good morning. Ms. Saroff?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes. Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good.
I am here to discuss this morning a group of students I have been working with since before the pandemic, but the pandemic has pretty much brought them out in the open. These are students that require their education services delivered in a non-traditional environment and in a non-traditional manner. I'm referring to students with medical needs, whose medical needs reduce their stamina, make them immunocompromised, give them headaches, vertigo on various levels. Students who cannot learn in a traditional 6-hour to 8-hour day in a classroom. So we think about teaching them in a home and hospital environment, but home and hospital is created to be a temporary program as opposed to a more permanent way of teaching these students. We need to change this. Over the last couple of years, in particular, since the pandemic, I have watched several school systems treat these students as less than the students in the traditional classroom. They're given curriculum that is has less rigor and doesn't even have the same elements that the regular curriculum in the classroom has. Recently, I had an IEP meeting for a client where it was told to us that the teacher had the ability to decide whether or not the student would receive elements of the curriculum, what elements, and how much, and was reducing it to the point that the student was barely getting any instruction. There was no written work. This needs to change. We need to recognize that we can teach these kids normally over the computer or over some other kind of technology. We need to recognize that these students need sometimes to work only in the morning or only in the evening or only in the afternoon, and give them the opportunity to learn with their peers, but in a non-traditional environment. This can be done. We have shown that it can be done during the pandemic. We just have to tweak it. And we have to have the willingness to do that. Thank you.
Funding, additional pre-K to 12 funding, additional pre-K to 12 funding, and to fund the bonuses that were passed last year in the legislature for our educational support professionals who go above and beyond, and to make sure that they are made whole with the bonus that was approved last year. We also are excited of the hold harmless funding for student attendance that was also included in the budget. So we know this budget process will take us through the entire legislative session, and lots of bills will be introduced. We are looking forward to working with the legislature. We have legislative priorities that I will make sure that we email to all of you, which include addressing our educator shortage and all job classifications, including recruitment of our aspiring educators, which we hope will include a paid student internship, and changing some of the criteria to the fellow scholarship. We're also looking at guardrails for the virtual programs to make sure that they're up to standard and utilizing school system employees. We also believe in a honest and accurate curriculum for all students so they can be critical thinkers and see themselves in the curriculum. So lots of excitement. I also want to commend Superintendent Chaudhry and this board for the increased communication with educators and MSEA. It's truly appreciated, and I think we can better problem solve and be visionary together. And I want to recognize the folks that you're going to recognize after this public comment. Our Teacher of the Year, Berol, and Administrators of the Year. I also want to point out that we have an Education Support Professional of the Year chosen from across the state, Sherry Main, an Education Support Professional in Carroll County Public Schools. So lots of great dedicated folks, and it's good to recognize them. I wish you a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. We'll now turn to our guests who are present in the room. Mr. Frank Patanella, I'm sorry. Yes, please. Welcome, sir.
Hi. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board, and Superintendent Chaudhry. My name is Frank Patanella. I work with the ACLU of Maryland. I'm a lifelong Baltimore resident, born and raised. My parents are immigrants, and I've been an advocate for 15 years. Before that, I was a social worker in a city middle school. Today, I'm here to talk about cultural competency, culturally responsive schools, and the overall race equitable approaches to teaching and learning. I saw these directives in the AIB Comprehensive Implementation Plan, and our ask for today is that we would like MSDE to convene a broad group of stakeholders to work through a definition of cultural competency and develop framework for racial equity for our schools. The AIB has, in the plan, has language on these issues, but it fails to get into the details of defining what that framework looks like. This ask aligns with recent comments made by Mr. Crawford and Mr. Chaudhry, who spoke at last Friday's House Appropriations and Ways and Means Committee meeting. Comments were made about the importance of engaging community. Parents and students and teachers showed up, and Mr. Chaudhry and his staff were there listening directly to the people who were impacted by the policies they were working on. So we really appreciate that work. I can report that the community was just had an amazing experience. They didn't know that that was available to them, speaking directly with the superintendent and MSDE staff, and they thought it was very meaningful. So we're asking for a similar process here with cultural competency and race equity as the blueprint moves forward. And I just want to say, just personally, just growing up as a little brown kid, you know, I was born in English in this country, so I was an English language learner, but I went through a lot of problems growing up and not understanding and working through my own identity issues. I did terribly in school, K through 12, and it wasn't until after I graduated that I found my footing, and it really came through just you know, going back to my own roots and understanding how to work through my own identity issues. But that really changed everything for me. And
Thank you very much. We appreciate
yes,
the
this is
comment.
very much needed for the Black and
Thank
brown
you.
communities in Baltimore. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Faith Nah. Welcome.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Faith Nah, and I am a junior in Montgomery County Public Schools at Poolesville High School and proud member of the Gaithersburg community and former DCC or Silver Spring student. I attended Argyle Middle School in Silver Spring. Here, a student was caught smoking weed in the bathroom. The other day, Councilmember Fani Gonzalez of Montgomery County, when I attended their public hearing, spoke about how a 15-year-old just overdosed. And the issue here that I've come to speak about today is not just limited to substance abuse or social emotional learning, but the fact that many students in certain disadvantaged communities and school clusters are encountering topics like substance abuse, mental illness, family life, and sexual disease prevention from a much earlier age in their own homes and on the street more frequently than that of wealthier suburban clusters and what Maryland would like to think. Because studies have shown that these students within socioeconomically disadvantaged communities and school clusters are more often exposed to riskier health choices early on, and that is why I feel comprehensive health education now is more than ever so important for all Maryland students. To know how to be safe, to know what abuse is, substance abuse, sexual abuse, drugs and alcohol can do, and the devastating consequences they can have on students, students need to be given comprehensive health education that relates to their direct experiences so they can make informed decisions about their own well-being. I cannot describe to you how frequently students are given the decision to make a choice they are uninformed about, which could potentially forever alter the course of their life, whether it be drugs, sex abuse, etc. As a student firsthand, I can speak to this experience, which is why I'm speaking today in support of the Maryland State Health Education requirements as it relates to the topic of COMAR 13A 0302, graduation requirements for public high schools in Maryland. Which brings me to my next point. Health education is needed more than ever right now with the ongoing attention that has been brought to social and emotional learning in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic and learning loss, but often that important wellness centers and counseling supports and interventions in all of our high schools, our schools are still lacking that element of proactivity, which is preventing students from slipping through the cracks, which is why I believe that we should be focusing and investing more time on this requirement and reforming the health curriculum to be more effective rather than just throwing more resources at students. Proactivity starts with engaging students in a different way. Health class, for example, yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you very
Yes.
much. We appreciate it.
Yes.
You want to join my debate club? Email me, okay? Email me your thoughts. All right.
Thank you. At this time, we'd like to recognize Dr. LaShawn Stitt. Good morning
Good morning.
and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, President, Vice President, board members, and Superintendent. My name is Dr. LaShawn Stitt. I'm a parent, educator, educational justice advocate, co-founder of Anti-Racism in Maryland Schools, and resident of Baltimore County. Thank you for providing this opportunity to address issues that are of extreme importance to countless stakeholders of the state. Let me begin by acknowledging the land on which we stand, territory that has been originally inhabited by the Susquehannock people. I stand in acknowledgement with other indigenous, Black, brown, and ethnically diverse individuals of this state in our expression of gratitude and appreciation to those whose territory we occupy. I ask that you join me in honoring them as well. Now, as a parent and educator, I bring years of experience and expertise to the issue of cultural competency, diversity, and inclusion, and I would like to stress the importance of creating a curriculum that is robust with culturally responsive teaching and learning as the state moves forward with the implementation of the blueprint for Maryland schools. It is urgent that our classrooms are designed to embrace and cultivate a culture of learning, acceptance, student achievement, and to encourage our scholars to challenge the social inequities that exist. Let us not forget that we are nurturing the minds of our next generation of leaders and decision makers. Let me paint a brief picture for you. Imagine yourself as a middle school scholar with dreams of going to college, because you would be the first in your family to do it. Imagine your excitement after learning an esteemed organization dedicated to developing advanced level courses and exams to reflect college level expectations has created a pilot course designed to offer high school students an evidence-based instruction, an exploration of African American history and culture. Imagine your disappointment when you learned that said course was blocked from being taught in the high school you looked so forward to attending. Imagine hearing a government leader found the course to lack educational value and historical accuracy. Imagine feeling as if your entire culture and identity did not matter. Now imagine sitting in a Maryland classroom with other scholars that looked like you, being taught by teachers who didn't look like you or represent anything about your history and culture. Imagine the disconnect you would feel. Would you still be excited about going to college after that? Now picture the faces of countless Maryland students who have the same feeling about where they attend school, what they are learning, and how blurred their future must look, all because a group of individuals decided that their culture and history had no educational value. With the blueprint at the helm of a revolutionary shift in the system of education, we implore this board to utilize all resources and
Sure that the board members receive them. And again, thank you so much for taking time out of your schedule. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda portion of our meeting. We have 3 items in the consent agenda. Approval of the meeting minutes, personnel actions, budget adjustments for December 2022. In accordance with Robert's rules, I will say objection 3 times. Hearing no objection, then the consent agenda items are considered approved. Objection. 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 Hearing no objection, the consent agenda items are considered approved. Thank you very much. We'll now move to the next item on our agenda, and this is a legislative update. Before we turn to the superintendent, we have a new administration that was just sworn in, and we welcome them, and we look forward to continuing to work with them on important issues affecting education and the children in our state. So we're welcome them and wish them the greatest success, and again, we look forward to working with them on the education agenda for our children. This time I'd like to turn to our superintendent. Happy New Year, Superintendent, and welcome. And this will be our legislative update.
Happy New Year. So you have a document that just provides you an overview of the most relevant current bills that can actually be pulled from the system. I checked again before I hit the road today, and this is still what's up there in the Maryland General Assembly. Does not mean there are not other bills. There's plenty of other bills, but many people wait till the 12th hour and they're in drafting phase, so they're not in the system yet. So I grab what I can publicly, and so that's what you have in front of you. What is left out are some of these local bills, like for example, Delegate Ebersol is doing something related to the Baltimore County Board, so he has 2 bills related to that and the makeup of it, so I left that out. But you have it here in front of you, so do you want me to go one by one to give you just kind of an overview of each one, or do you want to pick one to talk about? Last year we kind of switched it up and we did that approach as well, so you have it in front of you. Let me know. It's not a long list, but I can assure you there is a longer list in the making.
Would you highlight the ones you think that we should be aware of, and then we'll open it up for board members if there are other pieces of proposed legislation that they'd like to highlight?
Sure. So looking through just the first page coming out of the House, there's been a lot of conversations around just students being able to report out sexual abuse, and I've seen that has gone just not in schools but also in other religious settings and everything else. So just something to pay attention to there. House Bill 56, dual language education. It's a bill that's looking to make sure that we can offer both dual language and bilingual certification, and also promote and ensure that there's high quality dual language schools in the state. This bill is very much aligned to the English language work group that met 16 times that I personally chaired. I do think it's duplicative in terms of what it is charging the department to do, because we are already doing the certification requirements that it hopes to see through our promulgation, pending your approval today. We have already published what best-in-class dual language programs can and should look like through the work group. So just something to track there. The other things to also call out is House Bill 69. That's basically what it's trying to do essentially is, in a way, it mandates parent counseling for students who have been involved with, a discipline issue that deals with violent and disruptive behavior. So it's basically saying that the parent has to also attend programming as well. So it's trying to legislate that mandate. It doesn't really go into what the consequences would be. So something just to watch just around that. Collective bargaining, this one is coming back. It is looking to bring class size into the collective bargaining arena. It is not currently, so it is a bill that I know MSEA is passionate about. So, people have different opinions on that, but that is something that is coming back from previous year back into this session. Let's go on to the next page. Financial literacy. Everyone's hot on financial literacy. But in different ways. And so this is back again this year. I spent almost 3 hours with the Senate Education Committee discussing the different approaches to do financial literacy. Maryland currently has an extensive financial literacy requirement, but we are flexible in terms of how you deliver it. You integrate it, or you do it as a standalone course. There are some who believe it needs to be a standalone course, and so this is taking that philosophy and trying to require us, both at the state board and ultimately the department, to develop a half-credit course and such and require it. Going down, the health framework bill, Delegate Atterbury has a bill that essentially wants to ensure that health education is taught in a research-aligned, best-in-class way, and so this bill is ensuring that that happens in the state of Maryland, and one aspect of the bill charges the department to work with the Maryland Department of Health to update the framework as new research comes about. It doesn't say update now. It says if our framework currently aligns, then it's fine. But if research shows that there's other things, make sure you refresh it accordingly. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to skip over the CTE committee. Montessori programs, this one is also one I think that is coming back. We give out pre-K grants and we have certification requirements and quality requirements. And so this one is saying that can the Montessori certification count, this is House Bill 206, count towards as the substitute for what you would require a traditionally prepped teacher. And so, let's go ahead to the Senate side. There's another curriculum bill requiring that 9/11 is taught explicitly as a standalone item in the curriculum. So we'll see how that goes. Currently in our social studies framework, there's multiple opportunities to learn about that. Again, some just have a philosophy of like, we got to make it a standalone thing and mandate it versus integrated in different ways and give more flexibility to school systems. I'm going to skip over Senate Bill 149, food allergies. Senate Bill 121 is, we feel like it's duplicative, Senator Rosapep, because the blueprint requires career counseling. The blueprint requires students to be covered financially when it comes to if you pay for AP classes, you got to also pay for apprenticeship fees. That's all true now. So this bill is saying that that should be true, but it is true now starting this year, and then making sure that kids have options, and the counselors, when you talk about college, you also talk about career, and the blueprint already says to do that. And so that's that bill. Moving on, that's a repeat right there. It looks like a typo. We wrote the anaphylactic shock allergy bill twice. And then finally, student FAFSA and data reporting. That's just making sure that MLDS Center has all the data it needs from MHEC and where it can to report out on FAFSA completion and what that looks like. So I kind of gave you more than I wanted to, but there it is. So do you want to talk about? There's still many in the hopper and drafting. The governor will have an Educator Shortage Act, and that will look to tackle, the teacher shortage. And I think that's going to be a smart bill. I have not seen the details yet, but outside of that, I think I'll stop there because this is what's publicly available right now.
Okay. Let me go first, check with our board members that are virtual. I believe we have Dr. Millie McCarthy. Any questions from our virtual board members? So Dr. Millie McCarthy, is Ms. Halley online as well? Okay, hearing nothing from virtual. Now I'll turn to the board members in the room. Any board members? Yes, Ms. Morrow.
Just for clarification, are there any bills on this list that the department requested or
No.
had input on? No? Okay.
I mean, input on in
Well-
terms of like I am literally the mastermind behind it? No. No.
Thank you.
All righty. Yes, Dr. Getty?
On the health framework bill, does it retain the opt-out option?
Yes, in fact, it strengthens that, it's already as strong as it needs to be. This is one of those, again, a communication problem, but it just further says making sure you can opt out. It also says make sure you have a parent committee to review your materials, et cetera, all of that. All of that is in front and center. It's modeled after a few other states that have done it, and it has passed in other states as well, yeah.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much. We are running, I guess it's sort of characteristically, last couple of times we've met, we've actually been ahead of schedule. So
Wait till
we take just a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back, and hopefully the principal will have arrived, and then we can recognize our Teacher of the Year. Okay, so we'll take about a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back. Okay, welcome back, everyone.
I didn't lead off with it, but that was the baby.
She's doing good.
I'd like to turn to Superintendent Chaudhary to introduce our next guest, the Maryland Teacher of the Year. This is such a great honor, opportunity to recognize an outstanding educator. But we have a whole bunch of outstanding educators in the state, but this is the opportunity to recognize the Teacher of the Year. So I'll turn it now over to Superintendent Chaudhary.
All right. I'm excited to introduce our State Teacher of the Year. And, you know, if you have not followed her on social media, she gives you a peek inside into the greatness that she exudes with her students every day in the classroom, from videos to lessons, etc. I know it's one of my favorite things throughout the week that pops up just to remind me and give me hope on why I do what I do. So it's my honor to introduce the 2023 Maryland Teacher of the Year, Berol Dewdney. She was up here when we first introduced her, and she taught me how to say her name. She said it's Dewdney, right? And so I remember she did that, and it stuck in my head. That's a great early ed teacher, right? And so, right, you did that, correct? I remember that she did that. See, there you go. Ms. Dewdney was selected as one of 7 Teacher of the Year finalists this past August and was announced as the 2023 Maryland Teacher of the Year in October. She teaches pre-kindergarten at Commodore John Rogers Elementary Middle School, a community school in Baltimore City that leads a network of turnaround schools known as the 100% Project. Ms. Dewdney is passionate about implementing high-quality early childhood education, an advocate of rigorous play-based learning. Ms. Dewdney's work centers executive functioning and effectively scaling the science of early learning in classrooms. She serves as a program director and instructional coach in brain-based practices, leading a cohort of 25 classrooms with an innovative and collaborative professional development model. She serves on Maryland Senate President's Teacher Advisory Council. The thing about, you know, there's this debate in early ed, like, it just has to be play-based learning, and you can't make it more academic. Both sides are wrong. Like, you got to do both, and she...
So it is my pleasure as CEO of Baltimore City Public Schools to just be here today to celebrate yet again Berol Dewdney, who I will say, even as the daughter of a noted children's author, frankly, is a powerhouse in her own right. I have had the privilege of actually being in her classroom as Superintendent Chaudhary noted that I think is very important, that her classroom really models that play-based and solid academic foundation are not at war with one another. It is a joyful classroom. It is also a classroom where young people, when you immediately walk in, they take charge, they know where they're going, and oh, by the way, large numbers of her students are reading by the end of pre-K. So if you need evidence of what quality early learning practice is, it's just wonderful to know that our Maryland State Teacher of the Year exemplifies that. She's a team leader, and I also need to note that outside of city schools, Berol has also been recognized for her exemplary practice. So she has been representing Baltimore City and the state of Maryland across the country. She is a Sue Lehman Excellence in Teaching Award regional finalist and a Kennedy Leadership Award winner, in addition to representing Tools of the Mind both nationally and here in Baltimore City. More than anything else, like I said, she is an exceptional teacher, and she truly centers her young people in all of her work. You will notice as she speaks, and I am going to turn it over to her, I was trying to give a little time for her principal, Marc Martin. You will notice that she always talks about her young people. It is rarely about herself, but as we all know, a strong, exemplary educator really does not have to say much. Her students' work and her students' joy shows for itself. So we are immensely proud that our Baltimore City Schools Teacher of the Year is Maryland's Teacher of the Year. And truly, it is my honor to introduce her. In the absence, we're hoping that her principal, Marc Martin, will join us in his absence. I will say that she is part of a school community that produces teacher leaders. And he is also very proud as the school leader. But without further ado, the star of the day, Teacher of the Year for the state of Maryland, Berol Dewdney.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Is the microphone okay?
Yep.
Can hear? Okay. Well, thank you for the incredible honor that it is to be here with you today and to serve as Maryland's Teacher of the Year. Whenever I think about myself as a teacher, like Dr. Santelises said, I think about my students. I think about Kiara and Ishana and Aaliyah and Takai. I think about the leadership and the love and the joy that they bring learning in life. It is my life's truest privilege to honor their greatness. And so this microphone, this space, this recognition, this platform is theirs. In that spirit, my aim for Dakari was, and my aim for all young students in Maryland, is that high quality early childhood education that honors how our young students develop and learn best. So we did two things to build that foundation of the many parts, the many aspects of high quality early childhood education. One, we built a felt sense of safety and love in order to learn. When stress and trauma impact brain development, we have to actually rewire the brain's architecture, and we do that best through human connection. Two, we primed our brains for learning with executive functions. You can think about these mental tools as the air traffic controllers of the very busy airport that is our brains. They ensure a smooth takeoff and landing of all other learning. Here is the sticky science. Executive functions, best developed in the early childhood years, are one of the most accurate predictors of life outcomes. More accurate than your socioeconomic status, more accurate than your IQ, and they predict the outcomes of the following generation. Dakari and all students need these skills to do everything inside and outside of the classroom, to wait for their turn in line, to compare text in middle school, to begin and complete a project and research in high school, to apply to college, to apply for their first job. All of that starts in early learning. Big change starts small. Like carpenters need tools to build a house, we need those mental tools for learning. For Dakari to be able to blend the sounds k, at, together into one word, he needs to be able to hold those sounds in his working memory. He needs inhibitory control to persevere through distractions. For our youngest learners, intentional play-based learning is the most rigorous place to hone these skills. Play is the language of students, and they are the experts. Too often, though, too often, our students are expected to do all of that learning and all of that living without that toolbox. And when we make that mistake, we put Dakari on a path in which he's still struggling emotionally in second grade and not reading in fourth. Dakari left pre-K writing full sentences independently. He left a leader who could help his friends calm down and solve problems, and he left ready for kindergarten and ready for all that is coming his way. That is what every young Marylander deserves, and that is within reach. And while making that a reality at scale may seem like an impossible task, I am wholeheartedly hopeful because we have the tools to do this work. What enabled me to serve Dakari, to understand how he learns, and to improve how I teach wasn't luck. It was something made possible by an ecosystem of leaders and teachers in Maryland. Right here on the ground in Baltimore, I was given what we strive to give our students: the space, the tools, and the support that is needed to learn and lead. And while I could sit here and walk you through the particulars of that ecosystem, the best way to understand it is to see it on the ground. So this is your formal invitation to come join us. Across Maryland, when you do, you will find kids learning and leading where teachers are learning and leading. In my context, you will see how my principal, Marc Martin,
I should tell the fancy grown-ups at MSDE. And without, I should tell the fancy grown-ups at MSDE. And without hesitation, he exclaimed, "Miss Dewdney, tell them to do our cheer. We are ready to lead. We are smart. We are brave. We can do anything." And he's right. He can. We can. You can. Dakari's story, a story about the power of high-quality early childhood education, offers this board a challenge: to deeply consider the systems required to best ensure that high-quality early learning for every young student. I welcome this opportunity to walk this journey with you, and today I offer you 3 areas of focus around systems level change that we must collectively prioritize. Number 1, update Excels and integrate executive functions into early learning standards. When you know better, you must do better. Excel's Maryland's Early Learning Standards Framework was developed over a decade ago, and at that time, it was a huge step. But in the past 10 years, we have learned so much in early learning science, and we have not yet revised our models to reflect that learning. School systems which develop executive functions are the most likely to improve a child's trajectory. Let's ensure that Maryland schools do just that by explicitly integrating the direct teaching of executive functioning in those early learning standards. 2, update curriculum recommendations and develop instructional tools now. The curricula in our classrooms must center how our brains grow, not simply what they must know. To my knowledge, no information has been published or made publicly available on high-quality curriculum options for districts and private child care centers for at least the past 5 years. The MSD website indicates that a tool is being developed to guide schools and child care center directors in adopting curriculum, and that's critical. So is the publication of these resources. It's an essential part of implementing high-quality pre-K next year and for all the years to come. Further, those curricula should include the explicit development of executive function skills, of social and emotional learning, and should center play-based learning. And those curriculums must be accessible and affordable for all. Remember that you have practitioners on the ground who dream about supporting this work across Maryland and whose leadership is vital to it. Last, but certainly not least, number 3, increase systems for collaborative learning and practitioner development. If we want to grow the brains of our students better, we have to think about how we grow the brains of our adults better. We know a box of stuff and a manual doesn't give teachers the tools that they need to transform child outcomes. We have to support curriculum implementation better because you can't separate how kids learn from how teachers teach. It's time to build a professional learning ecosystem for educators of our youngest learners, ages 0 to 5. Including a formal certification and a robust professional learning community for schools, centers, and districts. Let's create a Maryland State Early Childhood Professional Learning Platform that is available to all public and private caregivers, that includes free curriculum supports, virtual professional learning communities, micro-credentialing classes, and accessible resources for children's families. This will enable all adults to have access to resources and development that goes beyond written guidance. Because we learn best by doing, and we learn best when we do it together. Transforming public education in Maryland and America starts with getting early childhood education right. We know the long-term impacts of investment in high-quality early childhood. And as a state, we need to understand that ensuring that Maryland's children who deserve the world in a world that desperately needs their brilliance, children who have been waiting far too long for us to honor their greatness, children who teach us daily the power of love, children like Dakari, who remind us all that we are smart, that we are brave, and that we can do anything. And because children know best, I'm going to fulfill Dakari's wishes. If you're willing and able to repeat after me to honor his greatness loud and proud. You ready? Okay. I am smart.
I am smart.
I am brave.
Brave.
I can do anything.
I can do anything.
So let's go get it done. Thank you very much.
I told you.
presentation for you. Yes.
I told you.
Yeah, you were right. Excellent. But before we make our presentation, I wanted to give our board members an opportunity to comment if they choose to provide any comments or anything. Mr. Bartley and Dr. Getty.
Thank you for your excellent presentation. The children are very lucky to have you. Can't wait to see the development of the children and the leaders they become throughout their lifetime because of the early education experience that you've provided those students. And I hope that your class and the instruction and the belief that you have become the benchmark for the rest of Maryland educators. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's my honor.
Dr. Getty.
Just wanted to congratulate you on choosing the best job in the world.
Say it louder. It's true. It is the best job.
Well, I always felt that you not only teach the children, but you teach the parents how to be the parents of school-going children. And that is so very, very important for the whole rest of their career. So
And I learn from them. They teach me too.
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Chang?
I want to congratulate you. You got the best job. However, you also set a best practice for all the early child educators. Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay. Want to just check online, any of our board members online? Oh, Ms. McCusker?
Berol, thank you for being an absolutely magnificent ambassador for our youngest learners and for the teachers who will teach them in the future. And the three things that you have tasked us to do are imperatives that we can't ignore and the state of Maryland can't ignore. And thank you for being our voice on the public platform across the state and now across the nation.
Just have a question for Principal Martin. Like to get your thoughts about how to unleash the power of the collaboration of the teachers to encourage teachers like Ms. Dewdney. What are you doing, and
I think, but it matters more when it's coming from someone who's in practice. And I think that's how this woman here, Berol Dewdney, is a force of nature. She's such a great teacher, but she doesn't stop because she wants to get better. And she said to me when she won this award, she said, "Marc, I do not want to leave the classroom." And I'm going to hold her to it, of course. But you know, she really can do anything. She really can do anything. Her heart, her energy is all moving towards our students doing better. And so that drives her. You know, we talk a lot in this profession about mental wellness. Her mental wellness has always been driven by how do I get better and how do I see better results. And sometimes we underestimate the power of improvement and what that does for all the work we're pouring into this job. This isn't a job for her. This is about how we improve. And so in terms of how we create or replicate this, it's how do we get our best teachers and put a spotlight on them, not necessarily with awards, but with a platform to develop other teachers, with example, with having people visit other schools in their classrooms so they could see, and then give them time and space where they could interact and actually learn from one another. It's not just a visit. It's not just reading a plan. It is building relationship and connection. And I think that's something that Berol has stressed. You know, she's always said, "Marc, I could do this professional development, I could train folks, but I really need the time with them in order to figure out what they really need." And I think that is what humanizes this work. This isn't just about, hey, here, go do this. It's let's work on this together, and then let's debrief this. And I think we can do that. You know, Berol talks a lot about what we can do. We can do that fairly easily. And I think that's, you know, my quick response is we have to set up those systems and platforms so that teachers can come together and have that time and space to develop. And maybe hear less from me.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to come and present this recognition, and then what I think we'll do is have you come here, stand behind us. We'll bring our board together, seated, and have you stand behind us, and we'll get a picture. Okay. This is, ooh.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this one is, this is very heavy. Would you have Principal Martin and Dr. Santelises come up as well? This is your exercise there. This is great. You'll have your exercise for the week here holding that thing. Maybe move over here so we can have this as the backdrop. Board, you guys come up. Well, we do the best we can, you know. Thank you, thank you. Congratulations, thank you. Thank you.
I know, I am the blessed one.
Thank you so much. Superintendent, we're running just a little bit ahead.
So if I have the St. Mary's and Montgomery County team with me, then yes, we can go, but I need them to be able to present with Dr. Collins and Justin. So they're here. Okay, they're good. All right, we can move forward.
As we are transitioning into the spotlight on Maryland Leads and the comments from Principal Martin and Ms. Dewdney, they underscore what we have been hearing as we've gone out. You know, we've participated in the gallery walks, I think 4 or 5 of them so far. We were in Western Maryland, had an opportunity to talk to people there. We've had conversations with different boards of education, our roundtables, listening sessions, and one of my personal goals with all of this outreach is to listen and to learn from people on the ground about what works. So I think we have been very fortunate, very blessed to have had the opportunity to hear firsthand from practitioners, from parents, from business leaders, from administrators and others and students about what works. So I think to me, it just makes our role in terms of a policy setting board gives us a firmer foundation and things to think about. So again, I think it's just been we've been just very fortunate and very blessed to be able to hear from members of the citizens here in the state about what works. And the other thing that's been really gratifying to hear as we've traveled all over the place is an unwavering commitment, truly significant way. So that was great. Very, very good. Okay, guess Dr. Collins?
All right, we are ready. Good morning, President Crawford and members of the State Board. Mr. Dayhoff and I are excited to once again showcase, spotlight two Maryland local education agencies who are doing a phenomenal job implementing the Maryland Leads program. Today, Mr. Dayhoff will just provide an overview of the funding that the two LEAs have received and how they have designed their work to focus on improving student outcomes, and particularly in two areas. One, Grow Your Own, and the science of reading. And so after Mr. Dayhoff provides the overview, then we will have Montgomery County Public Schools joining us. We have Ms. Nikki Hazel, Ms. Malika Brown, and Mr. Travis Weavy, who will present their work around the science of reading and Grow Your Own. And then after that, in person, we have Mr. Jeffrey Mayer and Lisa Bachner from St. Mary's County, and they will share their work as well. And then there'll be time for questions and answers. Okay?
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, well, everybody, as we like to start and initiate these conversations, just some level setting once again. As we've discussed, Maryland Leads is a one-time grant program that makes use of federal COVID resources in order to support and help local education agencies recover from the effects of the pandemic and move beyond just recovery and into the opportunity to seed and sustain transformative change for new innovative policies and practices using best-in-class strategies. Those 7 strategies will grow your own staff support and retention, the science of reading, high-quality school day tutoring, reimagining the use of time, innovative school models, as well as transforming neighborhoods through excellent community schools. As Dr. Collins said, today we'll be focusing primarily on the two largest investments within those strategies, the Grow Your Own Staff and the science of reading. For that reason, I'm going to give just a quick overview of what those look like in totality across the 24 jurisdictions, and then I will do just a brief cover slide on each of the LEAs who's here today, because it certainly would be remiss if we didn't highlight the other work that they are doing with Maryland Leads, but then of course we'll dive right in. So in total we have about $48 million, or 47.5, in Grow Your Own Staff resources going out to our local education agencies as a part of Maryland Leads. Science of Reading, we have 22 jurisdictions participating at a total of $53 million. Those, as we'll see in a minute, look different in each of our school systems. But to start here with Montgomery County Public Schools, in addition to Grow Your Own Staff and the science of reading, they are also undertaking initiatives in staff support and retention, reimagining the use of time, innovative school models, and transforming neighborhoods through excellent community schools. Some examples of the programming the jurisdictions are doing related to those other strategies in Montgomery County Public Schools specifically is redesign of PD models for job-embedded coaching and implementation, as well as the development of a co-teaching program, particularly for students who are hit hardest with learning loss of the pandemic. Reimagining the use of time in Montgomery County focuses on out-of-school time offerings for elementary school students and providing that at no cost during 5 instructional days this school year, as well as providing additional programming, though there are some additional costs associated with that for students in grades 6 through 12. And then, of course, providing those employees with the technologies they need to access the resources for that staff support and growth. With that, I'm sure we don't want to hear from me, we want to hear from the school systems, and so I'm going to bring Montgomery County Public Schools onto the screen here. I will try and adjust the video as we go so it's not blocking content for everybody, but just so you can see the participants from MCPS.
We're going to now go to Montgomery County?
Yes, sir.
Great. I think I met some of you guys last week, right? At least one or two of you? Okay, all righty, great. Good to see you again.
1 second, we can't hear you in here, so give us 1 second if you don't mind. Okay, we're getting you. We're getting some technical assistance in here to make sure we can hear you. We do see you as unmuted. We just really want to build up the suspense for the presentation. So. She's unmuted and she can hear us, but we can't hear her.
Okay, this is Nikki Hazel.
Yes.
Can we tell someone else's microphone?
Sure.
Ms. Brown, maybe?
Yeah, would somebody else from the MCPS team also be okay unmuting for a second just so we can test the audio on our end, please? But can you say something when you do? Ms. Brown? Would you mind unmuting and saying something just so we can? Okay, thank you. 1 second on our end. If it would be helpful while the team works on the audio issue, would you like us to begin with St. Mary's, who are here?
Sure, absolutely.
They're in person?
Absolutely.
Team MCPS will stay with us, and I may send you a message in chat if we need additional tech support while we work this out.
Welcome, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Good.
Great.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for coming. It's just very helpful for us to hear how things are going, and any insights, any suggestions about what we can do differently to improve along the way would be very helpful as well. Again, thank you so much for taking time to come up and to spend time with us this morning.
Well, thank you. Who contributed to this work and works closely with the science of reading is Courtney Dvorak, our supervisor of English language arts for elementary schools, and we're grateful for her contributions and work in leading this as well. As Justin alluded to, when we look at our grant, we have three pieces of our grant: the Grow Your Own, the Staff Support and Retention, and the Science of Reading. These three elements are all kind of blended together. You're going to see overlapping pieces that go across all three of these grant strategy areas. And what you see throughout all of them is a focus on professional development and support. It was really wonderful to focus on professional development and support. It was really wonderful to hear the comments from our Teacher of the Year, who really highlighted that importance of professional development. So you see that we really value and recognize the support needed for teachers as they enter the profession, as they grow in the profession, and as they thrive in the profession. So we'll start with our Grow Your Own grant initiative. One of the key elements to growing our own is building a supportive and differentiated induction program. Within the program, we know our teachers are coming with different experiences and needs. Our induction program is structured with some consistent areas of support, with resources, mentoring, and seminars, But just as you differentiate within classroom instruction, we need to tailor the learning experiences and supports based on our teachers' needs. As other systems have found, with fewer teachers graduating from education programs, we too have had more teachers who are entering the profession working toward certification requirements. Maryland Leads has offered us an opportunity to build new opportunities, which includes connecting our new teacher seminars with our college partners' coursework. And so what you'll see on this graphic is the differentiated pathways that our new teachers take. If they're a conditionally certified teacher, there's some common areas of support, but then they spread out in terms of the different opportunities for specific coursework, programs, or professional development. Two of our partners are Notre Dame of Maryland University and University of Maryland Global Campus. Working as supportive Maryland Leads partners, they are working directly with our new conditional teachers in coursework, but also breaking down barriers of cost and access. Within our system, we have multiple benefits, including tuition reimbursement and supports, but we also have fewer college programs that are offered within driving distance for our teachers. These partners are scheduling courses on-site and tied to our induction seminar schedule, where we hold our new teacher seminar, they go right into class afterwards or online. Additionally, the support doesn't end there. UMGC is working with our mentors to build a virtual coaching program that offers for extended feedback of a teacher's video recorded lessons. So how are these programs going? Well, about half of our conditionally certified teachers are attending those tailored small group seminars, and the other half attend courses with other teachers, and they may be in other programs as well, outside of these two specific partners. Our teachers are working actively to fulfill their certification requirements, and most are on track to complete their program by their third year. Notre Dame's program is serving the majority of our conditionally certified teachers with their on-site program, and UMGC is offering mentoring and support and training with a focus of supporting our mentors of conditionally certified teachers. Another facet of our Grow Your Own program is in building pathways for our support staff to become teachers. We've held information sessions and we share information on a regular basis about the programs through our partners. In addition, additional tuition reimbursement funds are available for staff working towards certification. But a new pathway we're implementing is part of our Maryland Leads program, and that's the Teacher Apprentice program. So what is a teacher apprentice? This is a full-time support and learning role. It connects degree-seeking candidates with school-based learning and experiential learning. It provides whole and learn from the veteran teachers there. So for these apprentices, they're gaining valuable classroom and school-based experiences that will help them grow as future teachers. So how is that program going? We currently have 13 of our 17 apprentices positions hired, and one of our apprentice teachers, who we hired early in the year, actually completed the requirements and has been hired as a full-time teacher. So that's already one success right there, and the others are working towards it. Our ultimate goal is to help all of our apprentices achieve that goal. And included on this slide are a few quotes of those impacted by the program. Not only is this program helping the apprentice meet their goals, but they're making a demonstrable difference in our schools. And finally, I want to highlight the supports of our current students. As we know, we need to look further down the road. This next generation of our teachers are in our schools as students. We're building on the successes of our Teacher Academy of Maryland program and also connecting with our middle and elementary students, planting those seeds of interest in this important profession. Maryland Leads is also providing supports and scholarships for our future teachers. And actually, we have our scholarship application open right now for our high school students who want to become future teachers. So with that, I'm going to turn it over now to Ms. Bachner for our Science of Reading.
Thank you, Dr. Marr. Science of Reading. So SMCPS has been working to provide our teachers with training in the science of reading since 2020. We have 4 certified letters of facilitators in our district and have trained over 40% of our K through 5 staff members. Up until this point, all of our training has been voluntary. The Maryland Leads grant enables us to continue this endeavor and provides us with the opportunity to bring various experiences to our staff so that we can reach the goal of 100% of our K through 3 employees trained. And the science of reading opportunities we've been able to provide our teachers are letters to the 95% group and professional learning community support, which I'll get into in the next slides. So what is Letters? We put that up there for the community to see, but I am sure I've worked with some of you even in our smaller settings around the state. Letters is something you're probably very familiar with, and I've seen other groups present to you. We will continue to offer Letters as a voluntary experience for our staff members, and will include opportunities for employees to take the training during their duty day, as well as continuing to offer evening sessions during the 23 and 24 school year. Since Letters is a very intensive training, a 6-credit training, we don't want to force staff members to take it, but we will rather work to provide opportunities so that they can have opportunities to take advantage of this rigorous program. Currently, we do Letters Volume 1 and Volume 2. Volume 1 focuses on that top layer of Scarborough's reading rope, which is that word recognition, and the bottom is Letters Units 5 through 8, which is the language comprehension strand. We also take advantage of the 95% group and helping them provide professional development. It focuses on science of reading. Typically, they do a very nice one-day training, but then they also do many other opportunities for trainings. This week, on Friday, we have a professional development day, and we are offering our paraeducators the opportunity to experience this training during that day. We have 100 seats that are available, and all 100 seats are full for Friday, so we're very excited about that. And then we also have the learning communities, which is part of the grant. Next slide. Oh, there it is. Part of the grant, and we have very strong professional learning communities in our school system, and these have been received very, very well in our communities. We had last summer, we had over 30 elementary administrators and supervisors participate in Letters Volume 1 training. And many of these participants are continuing to grow their knowledge by participating in administrator's book study for those. And it's real important that we provide this training to our administrators so they're also watching in classrooms that these strategies are being implemented and can provide support in that schoolhouse for those teachers for that professional development, their continued learning. And if they need assist, they can continue to outreach to other resources that we have for even more intense support if we need to go in and co-teach or go model some lessons for those teachers. And why the science of reading? Actually, MSDE brought this to us in 2020. And so we really took advantage, and we're so glad we did. Wait till we show you some data that we're very proud of since our doing that. We ensure, it helps us ensure that the teachers have the knowledge and the pedagogy, the know-how to do what we're asking them to do. It is much different than some of the education our teachers had when they were going through teacher training. So this layer in this education about the science of reading is critical, and we are, as we said, seeing results. And the results that we're seeing and what teachers are saying. I love the third quote on this slide, so I will read it. I don't like to read slides, but I will absolutely read this one. Applying Letters in elementary level instruction consistently will grow a society of better educated, more literate humans. It will have a big impact on how teachers can lift an entire generation. So thankful to and be able to use this knowledge for my next 18 years of teaching. And I think I like that quote best because of that 18 years. Like he has 18 more years to use the knowledge, impact students in those classrooms. So I think that's pretty powerful. We've also shared with you the number of teachers and supervisors and paraprofessionals that we are impacting by this at this time. Also, using this money, we are able to provide reading apprenticeship training and coaching to our high school teachers and support staff. We realized last year we implemented through other grant funds, ESSER funds, a freshman academy. And what we saw at the end of last year when we were looking at that data, although that program was extremely successful, we found that reading, and what teachers were telling us is reading was a struggle for these 9th graders, and it was impacting most all areas of anything that they were sitting in. It impacted their ability to do social studies and science and art. and everything they were impacting. So actually the teachers asked for this. We researched, went out and found something that was research-based, and we brought reading apprenticeship. So last summer, we offered phase 1 of reading apprenticeship to 40 of our high school educators and support staff, and phase 2 will happen on March 3rd of this year, so for that same cohort of 40. What we also like about this program is they offer coaching. So in April, they will also, the people that shared with us phase 1 and phase 2 training, will come on site in those classrooms of those teachers and watch those classrooms in action and see what strategies are working and what strategies aren't working. And so to give tips about how we can kind of revamp things at this time of year and do that. So this is maybe a little bit new, so we wanted to take a few moments to talk about what is reading apprenticeship. So reading apprenticeship is we could take the strategies and put them, and that was a big game changer and a hook for our high school teachers, that they didn't have to get a new curriculum and find a new pacing map. They could actually just implement these strategies or embed them into what they had already taught and the resources we've already given them. So I talked a little bit about why, and that we had data that showed we need something like this, and that it incorporates into this. There is no new curriculum to purchase or learn. And the program is ideally designed for teacher teams to take the training together, so students will hear the same and see the same and experience the same strategies as they go from class to class. So that's why we encourage teacher teams to sign up for this phase 1 training last summer. So that's why we also encourage special ed teachers to kind of pair with those teachers, so that those students, when they had that instruction, would be hearing the same things from the same teachers and learning how to embed those strategies intrinsically so that they could go on and use them even if a teacher was not using those reading apprenticeship strategies in their classrooms. So what are the teachers saying? So I was a little nervous about this because high school teachers will tell you exactly what they're thinking. And they did, but it has been amazing, the positive. I have not heard, and I mean this truly, one negative thing about this program from high school teachers. Love the second bullet here. When we function as a community of learners, we set goals in place when teaching the curriculum using the metacognition strategies becomes second nature to everyone, and that's what we want. A lot of times, too, the teachers are sharing with us that they're still working through this because students have to understand how to work dialogue and disagree or agree to disagree. And what a skill that is to teach students how to do that. So we're working with that. The other amazing thing about this is that we were able to use LEADS funds to actually start another cohort this coming summer with phase 1. And I already have, believe it or not, about 10 high school teachers who've contacted me personally directly that they want to be part of that cohort. So I'm very excited about that. We also, with the LEADS grant, purchased materials. So it enabled us to purchase instructional materials assigned or aligned with the science of reading. Both Wilson Foundations and Geodes are used in instruction on a regular basis. We are excited to expand Foundations into instruction into 3rd grade this upcoming school year because, as we know, research, advanced phonics instruction, and word study is key to reading more complex and rigorous texts. In addition to funds from the grant, our school system is using our local funds for a K-5 curriculum adoption for English language arts at this time. We have scheduled selected three programs that focus on building students' background knowledge and vocabulary, are aligned to the MCCR standards, and have received all meets expectations rating on e-reports or ed reports. We have formed a committee of teachers, administrators, special education staff, community members to take an in-depth look at these 3 selected products and provide a recommendation to our Board of Education by the end of March so that we are able to live this new curriculum next August. We've also make sure that we're progress monitoring along the way, so we make sure that what we are doing is working and make sure that we're doing that along the way. So we screen all our students, K-5, 3 times a year using DIBELS. After each administration of that test, we meet at each school as a universal screening team where we analyze the student data, we group students based on that data, and make recommendations about small group work that those students should be in given so that they can meet during the school year and again talk about what's working, what's not, and provide that continual loop of professional development from beginning to end. And then those reading apprenticeship participants also are required 3 times a year to submit to us a reading apprenticeship reflection, where they share with us what strategies of reading apprenticeship they are using, how it's going, and what their next steps are going to be. So how's it going so far? So we have for you some very exciting data to share with you, and we're sharing you those. I know this is really tiny, but I'm hoping that you have access to the PowerPoint so you can kind of take a look at it a little bit deeper. But this graph, although it has lots of little bars on it, shows you the subtests of our foundational skills that DIBELS shares with us. And we have been administering in our school system DIBELS for 20 years, so we were very ahead of the game. We're very proud of that fact. But as you can see, prior to 2021, our data was overwhelmingly stagnant, and fewer than 50% of our kindergarten students were scoring core or core plus on these foundational skills subtests. The 1920 data, of course, was only given toward mid-year because that was the year that we only went mid-year in person. However, we'd like you to focus on, since we implemented the science of reading in 2021, that we've had significant increases in the number of kindergarten students who have scored core or core plus on these subtests. Some other data we want to show you is not only how the students have done in general, but we want to show how cohorts of students are doing. So this graph just shows you, and we have blanks for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, so we are going to continue to populate with the group. But this graph shows kindergartners 2 years ago and how they did in the same kindergartners, how they did in 1st grade last year. So we wanted to make sure that we're collecting cohort data like this to gauge students' progress year after year and to make sure that we're still seeing student growth, student by student, class by class. These kindergarten students started with us in 2020 when we did start implementing the science of reading strategies. And their subtests from kindergarten to 1st grade are very significant in the data that we're seeing. The next slide we want to show you is a screen that doesn't look like it has much significance in data, but I want to share with you that this shows the number of students who are core and core plus between the beginning of the year and the middle of the year. And we have never, until last year, in the 20 years we've been giving this assessment, had either our beginning of the year, mid-year data equal or our mid-year data surpass our beginning of the year data. And to remind you, when you give DIBELS, the test gets more rigorous as the school year because the students should know more, and the test, of course, assesses more, and they have to score better. This is a huge a milestone for us that we broke that barrier this year, and we were able to say at mid-year, which we just gave in December before students went to winter break, our students actually surpassed their beginning year performance, which is also looking up. So next steps, we're going to skip to science of reading, then I'll pass it back to Dr. Marr. But what are we going to continue to do? We're definitely going to continue this work, training and supporting for all our K through 5 staff. We are going to purchase new core curriculum and continue refreshing the materials. Especially when you're talking about something like a foundations program with our littlest learners, there's lots of manipulatives. We need to make sure that they have the tools they need. So we're constantly asking, what do you need, and replenishing things that may get damaged or broken or need replacement. Continue to explore
together to ask them what it is they would need to help them if they were to take that next step to become a teacher as well. We're expanding our conditional teacher support, so working with those partners, but also working with our other partners outside of Maryland Leads to find out if there are any gaps that in the programs that are offered, that we make sure that we have a pathway for every one of our teachers supported so they can not only earn their certification, but also thrive as teachers with us. And again, scholarships for our future teachers, finding ways to break down those financial barriers for anyone who is interested in becoming and working with us as a teacher. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share.
Great. I'd like to open it up. Excellent presentation. The outcomes, moving the needle in the right direction, impressive. Let me now just open it up for comments or questions from board members. We have Ms. Morrow, Ms. McCusker.
Good morning, and thank you for making your way up to Baltimore today. This is all great information, and we love hearing about what's actually being done with this grant money. I just want to say I appreciate. I'm a parent of a high schooler right now. I especially appreciate the focus on the ninth graders. So, thank you for sharing that.
I wanted to echo what Ms. Morris said. I was also going to say I really love that you're bringing the science of reading into some of the upper grades, like ninth grade, and then hoping to bring it into middle school, because you're never too old to learn how to decode. And once you can learn to decode, we can move from learning to read to reading to learn. And they've already kind of, if it didn't happen in elementary, we can still give it to them when they're in seventh and eighth, and that's going to change trajectories for a lot of children. So I love that you're bringing it and scaling it up into some of the higher grades. And your data is fantastic. Really, when you look at the universal screening, the Dibbles screen, I mean, that is really impressive growth. And showing that mid-year growth this year, right around holiday. I don't know how you got kids even thinking right before winter break, right? And not only did you get them thinking, we're showing a bump in data at a really difficult time of year. So this is just excellent, excellent information. And I love that your Grow Your Own is going to start with some middle school and some elementary too, and then get some of our younger kids thinking about it and dreaming. And so maybe by the time they can actually act on that plan, they can move into your apprenticeship programs and become teachers. So this is fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing.
This is excellent. I think as we look at Grow Your Own, a thought and with the recruitment of teachers, a thought came to mind as we begin to collect these impressive results from around the state. Perhaps there's a way to integrate these results into our recruitment campaign. And part of our messaging is, yes, we're increasing salaries and the like, but the notably impressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. May I please ask our team from Montgomery County to go ahead and unmute themselves? We're going to give this another go. Okay, can you say a little more, please?
Sure. Can you hear me? This is Travis from Montgomery County Public Schools.
You are now coming in loud and clear.
All right.
Great.
So, yes, Ms. Brown, Ms. Hazel, would either of you mind unmuting as well? I think we can hear you now, so I think we're good to start.
I am trying to call in, but the password isn't working. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, though. You're okay.
Oh, yay, perfect. Okay.
All right. Ms. Hazel?
Ask Ms. Hazel to unmute herself.
You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Are you able to hear me?
There we go. Yes. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Yes.
Oh, wait, can you hear me now? That's the question.
Loud and clear as well.
Can
Yes.
you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about as well, that commercial.
Yeah. All right. Ms. Hazel, I believe you're kicking off here, and I'll continue scrolling through the slides as you go.
All right, very good. Well, I'm glad we're able to connect. I want to say good morning to all of you. Good morning to President Crawford. We did meet last week. It's good to see you again. And to the Superintendent Chaudhry and members of the board. My name is Nikki Hazel. I am the Associate Superintendent of Curriculum and Instructional Programs in Montgomery County, and I bring you greetings from our Superintendent, Dr. Monifa McKnight, and our leadership team. Today I have with me Mrs. Malika Brown, who is the Supervisor of Elementary ELA in the county, and also Mr. Travis Wiebe, who is the Director of the Department of Human Capital Management in the county. And we are here to talk about science of reading and grow your own. We're very excited about that. Before we begin, I just want to make a few recognitions. Our grant specialist here in MCPS, Ms. Judy Aberbach, who provides us a lot of wonderful support, really does rave about the support we receive from many of you, especially Justin Dayhoff and Donna Gunning, and all of the folks on their team who really provide us a lot of guidance, support, and have been great partners to us. And we'd also like to acknowledge MSDE for offering an innovative approach to addressing some of the challenges we're experiencing in our schools through both Grow Your Own and Science of Reading. So at this time, I am going to turn it over to Ms. Malika Brown, who will get us started with the Science of Reading, and then I will turn it over to Mr. Wiebe. So if you can go to the next slide, please.
Good morning, Ms. Hazel, and thank you so much for having us here and the opportunity to just be able to provide an update on the work that we are doing in MCPS and how the grant funds support our efforts to really ensure that our instructional approach and our practice are both responsive to and reflective of the science of reading research. Our implementation plan includes 3 areas of focus. Grade 2, because that was one of the areas that we recognize that there needs to be additional support and some additional support for our students and additional programming for our teachers. We are currently, very similar to St. Mary's County, currently in the middle of a request for proposal for a new curriculum to begin implementation during the upcoming school year. And our ultimate goal is to be able to identify a program that includes the key literary elements that are grounded in the science of reading research, that includes culturally responsive practices and resources that reflect the diversity of our district and the resources that meets the needs of our diverse learners. We can go to the next, thank you. Our first priority was to be able to provide schools with the guidance on the instructional shifts and how to make adjustments to their literacy program to include that explicit, cumulative, and systematic instruction in all 5 components of reading, again, with a focus on phonemic awareness and phonics in K-2. Further guidance was also provided on to support schools with designing and delivering that effective small group instruction to be able to support the unique learning needs for students that's what beyond happens in that whole group tier 1 instruction. And finally, in that continued alignment with Scarborough's road, we wanted to be able to provide guidance to schools on how to allocate time during the English language arts block. And so in K-2, students will engage in explicit instruction in word recognition skills for part of the literacy block and explicit instruction in language comprehension during another part of the block. In 3 to 5, we also provide guidance on engaging students in explicit instruction in both word recognition and language comprehension. And that may be separate or it may be interwoven depending on the lesson. Go to the next, thank you. Here are the different assessments that we are using in MCPS. The Dynamic Indicator of Basic Literacy Skills, or DIBEL, that's used as our universal screener in grades K-2. We also added Lectura, and that's used in our 1-way and 2-way immersion programs, and that serves as our diagnostic tool to determine that Spanish early literacy development. In grades 3 to 5, we continue to use map reading, and that's also used to determine our literacy growth and progress the students are making. We also have curriculum formative assessments that are available, and those are used in K to 5 and to inform instruction as well as to determine the effectiveness of instruction. The range of assessments that are provided to teachers, it gives us information on how students are progressing in both comprehension as well as word recognition in order to be able to determine instructional next steps. Dibbles, lectura, and map reading, they are all administered 3 times during the year, during our fall, during our winter, and during our spring. Students in K-2, they are screened for reading difficulties at the beginning of the year, during that window, during the middle of the year window, and then during the end of the year window. Progress monitoring is something that we really want to continue to elevate. And so we provided recommendation and guidelines for students that are scoring below and well below the benchmark. And so those are either at a 2-week interval or a 4-week interval, depending on how students are scoring. And Dibbles is also available for further screening for students that are in grades 3 to 5, that based on their map reading scores that may be presenting as having additional reading difficulties, and so it serves as a way for our teachers to continue to dig and get additional information about how students are doing in reading. So on our screen here, here's some Dibbles data that was collected during our beginning of the year window, and it shows that MCPS is outperforming the nation. And so, but this was our first administration coming back to Dibbles after a few years of doing a different assessment. Teachers engage in initial professional learning to lay the foundation of the shift that we're making to structured literacy. That initial summer training session, they were held virtually, and teachers had the opportunity to select dates beginning at the end of the school year, so in June through the first week in August. And we had about 4,000 elementary educators participating in our summer training. But again, you know, based on what the research says, we know that summer training isn't enough and our educators need more. So one of the things that our team has done, we've designed, and we call it the Shift to Structured Literacy Professional Development Series. And it includes a set of 8 professional development sessions that they serve as a training of trainers. And so the school-based reading specialist, because each one of our schools, they have a reading specialist, with the support from our team, they will deliver the learning to their staff throughout the course of the school year. And it's really based on the professional learning needs of the staff. And so, because we really want to make it really part of that job embedded learning. And so as schools evaluate where their teachers are, evaluate the current state, then they can deliver the learning that's most targeted and meets the needs of their staff. We also have letters training for administrators and educators, and those are offered periodically throughout the school year to continue to build the capacity of our staff on that effective reading practices. So we're excited to share the number of teachers and administrators that have participated or are currently participating in letters training. And so again, letters training that serves as an additional, right? So another opportunity for our teachers to increase their knowledge and the skills to support the implementation of what we did this summer, and then that ongoing training that happens over the course of the year. So right now, we currently have about slightly over 1,000 teachers that are participating in Volume 1, which is about 22% of our elementary teaching staff. And through the grant, we were able to add an additional 320 spots to be able to get to our ultimate goal of having all of our K-5 teachers trained in both Volume 1 and Volume 2. To date, we have 183 teachers that have fully completed Volume 1, and we have another 135 teachers that are currently taking Volume 2. And what we want to be able to continue to do, again, is to offer letters as that additional learning opportunity for our teachers and our leaders. And finally, we have established additional organizational structures to be able to support our leaders and our schools with implementation. We have leadership meetings, and those serve as a space to provide guidance, to clarify expectations, and additional learning that support effective literacy programs. We also our team provides direct support to schools, and that allows us to work closely with school-based staff, particularly the school-based reading specialists, on refining practices and then those individual school structures. The 3 instructional literacy coaches, they were hired using the grant funds, which was incredible because we were able to increase our support to schools. And so those positioned allowed us to reduce the school support assignment ratio, moving from 1 specialist or coach assigned to 44 schools to now being able, for each one of our specialists and coach, they're now supporting 22 schools. And so this has drastically increased our consistency and the fidelity and the support that we're able to provide as well. And Joe, so just to close up, as we move to the second half of the school year, we will continue our planning for the adoption of that high quality instructional material and resources.
And so, again, just very thankful for the opportunity to be here, but also for the funding, because again, as we all know, this is such a critically important area. Having the right people and the right teachers and staff in front of our students is so important. So we really recognize and thank you for your support. We can go to the next slide, please. So within Grow Your Own, we're really focused on those two critical areas. We are looking to ensure that we're programming for our current high school students as a future pipeline, but also looking at our support professionals and thinking about how we can enable them to become teachers. And then the second part is really helping to bring in career changers who may be interested in entering the teacher profession, and ways that we may be able to support them and encourage them to hopefully join the MCPS teaching ranks. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. So we think about area one in three different foci. So the first is really thinking about how we can expand work-based learning programs. And that includes internships for high school students, apprenticeships, career-related learning experience for high school students to pursue those careers in education. And also to be thinking about, again, as I said, our paraprofessionals or support staff who might be interested in becoming teachers. Also, we want to increase career exposure and work-based experiences for areas within the instructional and operational fields of the school system, both for middle school students to continue, middle and high school students to continue building that pipeline of potential educators. And then again, similar to what St. Mary's shared, we too are excited to be able to leverage the LEADS grant funding to provide scholarships and support and mentorship to our current MCPS students who are interested in returning as teachers to the district. So next slide, please.
If you could give me 1 second, for some reason it's jumping to the next slide, so let me just check the deck here.
There's no slides.
Why don't you keep going, and then imagine if we can see the slides. Tell us what's on there. I think something happened because I also don't have the completed version, so something happened with the team, and it's our fault. So we'll fix that. But
no problem.
Create the visual for me while you talk.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
All right.
So this next slide is talking about partnerships that we have with colleges and universities existing, and those that we're looking to expand. So in particular, already a regular partner with Bowie State, but looking to create an innovative partnership with them where we are working collaboratively to fund MCPS seniors experience at Bowie State, where they will major in a major of their choice and add secondary education as a minor, so that we can bring them back to MCPS, either into a teaching position potentially or into another area. At Mary's, we continue to see a larger number of conditionally certified teachers coming into the system. And then lastly, a partner around Educators Rising with PDK International, and thinking about how we can partner with them and collaborate with our permanent substitute teachers, another pipeline that we have in existence that, again, we are working to ensure that they have the support necessary. And then lastly, our current MCPS mentors are folks that we've identified, teachers and support professionals who are supporting our MCPS graduates who are interested in becoming teachers as well. And there's the slide again. All right, next slide. Thank you. So again, very excited that last June we were able to recognize our first cohort of future educators, and you see them pictured there with 3 of our Board of Education members. There were 12 students in that first cohort, and as we think about expanding this program, we're hoping that this year we're going to recognize 25 students in June, and again, our application for scholarships is open as well, and these are our seniors who are committing to post-secondary education and returning to MCPS as future educators, and they are receiving scholarships through the LEADS grant. And if we go to the next slide, just a little bit of an update on that first cohort. Again, those $5,000 scholarships are being processed now and being submitted to the colleges and universities. And we're excited that those 12 individuals are attending 11 different colleges and universities across the country. You'll see that 8 identify as female, 4 as male, and then you see the student demographics here. And again, we think it's really important that we continue to focus on the diversity of our school, of our teachers and support staff so that it is reflective of our diverse student body. You can go to the next slide. Thank you. So in terms of our progress so far, as I said, we identified that first cohort. We held that signing day ceremony, which was really an exciting opportunity for the students and their families to come together. Principals attended as well, and as I shared, leadership from MCPS as well as our Board of Education was there. We look forward to doing that again in this school year. We have an identified lead mentor for the students, and we're looking forward and happy to share that each of them continue to progress toward program completion. And then we're going to continue to meet with our partners to plan next steps and expansion of the program. Just an update on our MCPS student connections. So we're fortunate here in MCPS that within the Department of Human Capital Management, we have a dedicated recruitment team, and one member of that team is our coordinator of future employee initiatives, whose goal it is really to develop these grow your own programs, as well as support the higher ed partnerships, instructional specialists. So the team of 2 is on the road within our large school system. They had visits this morning. I think they were at Clarksburg High School, but they've been to our 2 Teacher Academy of Maryland schools at John F. Kennedy and Albert Einstein high schools, and then they're also visiting career expos throughout the county. And then something that we participated in last year, which was really exciting, we were able to bring a few students to the Towson University Teacher Scholar Summer Institute. This year, we're really looking forward to expanding that to 25 students who are rising 11th and 12th graders with an on-campus resident experience where they really get to learn about what it's like to be at Towson and in the education program. So in terms of our Area 2 focus, again, as I highlighted earlier, we really perspective can be challenging, particularly as they are novice teachers. And so we were excited to enter into this partnership with Moreland University. Right now we have 12 teachers who are currently enrolled. We're going to expand that to 20 to 25 in 2023, again, with the support of LEADS funding. But again, this is a program that meets the needs of our educators. It's a 24 credit alternative and accelerated certification program, and it can be done within 9 months, fully online. So again, it's really thinking about meeting our educators where they are. Oftentimes we hear that the barriers can be getting from school to a program, having to drive or otherwise. The cost is sometimes a barrier, so this through tuition reimbursement, but also through LEADS funding would be fully covered. And so we're really, really excited about this and thinking about how we can expand it moving forward. Another exciting piece, and this is something that we are really looking to partner with MSDE on, and that is thinking about how we can become a program that alternatively certifies within MCPS. So again, as I said, we're really committed to that diversity component, and we have a goal of supporting and certifying potential teachers in critical shortage areas, particularly special education, early childhood, and of course, as we've known after coming out of the pandemic, those mental health professionals who currently possess bachelor's degree in another field. Again, something else that we look forward to being able to support. Next slide. Just some other connections in terms of how our efforts with Grow Your Own align to our MCPS system priorities. Again, it's connected directly to our strategic plan around our professional and operational excellence. We're really looking, again, to think about how we can improve the strategic recruitment strategy in order to increase that high quality workforce diversity and improve the strategy in order to support the social and emotional well-being of all of our students. So we, again, just want to emphasize that we'll be using the funding to supplement and not supplant our efforts. And just in terms of our measures of success, so we're looking for, in terms of our programs and cohorts that we create, again, that diversity from a race and gender and major perspective. And as we begin to hire, again, we're monitoring that race, gender, and the critical shortage areas. And then the other piece is retention is obviously critically important. So we want to think about what has the candidate experience been through all of our Grow Your Own efforts, and particularly as our students are coming back to us, how have we met their needs in terms of the mentoring and other supports that have been provided, as well as that perception of their experience. And I will stop there.
Thank you very much. This has been really great. I'm just and I'm sure the local systems are doing this, is taking advantage of the opportunity to market the success that they are experiencing on behalf of the children within their local communities and with their county execs and county councils, and also as their Superintendent Chaudhary, just to think about is there some way that, and you're probably already thinking about it, some way to really think about capturing the essence of Maryland Leads and sort of getting something out, interim reports or whatever, to legislators, to others, that just show that while we're talking about a 10-year transformation, we actually can show that you don't have to wait 10 years to see something. We can start to see something now. Mm-hmm. So, as we're doing that, I want to just now open the up to the board members, any board members that have any comments. But again, Montgomery County, nicely done. Thank you, thank you. Dr. Green.
Testing, yes, good morning. I really appreciated both counties' commitment to the science of reading. That's something we've been wanting for a long time, at least while I've been on the board. I had a question. You said approximately 22% of your elementary school staff have been trained thus far. What is your timeline for increasing that number to eventually reach 100%?
So the 22% of our teachers trained, that is in letters. We have about, I think we're at 92% of our teachers that have been trained in the science of reading. So we've already done, in our summer training, we did the foundational learning. So the 22%, it speaks to just letters training. And our ultimate goal, is in the next 2-3 years to be able to get all of our teacher trained, but as St. Mary's County, it's 8 days of training. And so that does present some challenges. And so right now it's something that's optional, but we're continuing. We want to be able to continue to push those numbers. But all of our teachers, well, again, between 92 and 94% of our teachers have been trained. They've received that initial training. And then because we do a lot of our, the additional follow-up, that ongoing work is done at the school level to continue to deepen their understanding.
Fantastic.
And that's happening at each school.
Okay. I also want to say, I noticed that St. Mary's, I came in on the tail end of their presentation, that they have a really laid out strategy to reach the older students. Is that being done in Montgomery County as well?
So we are partnering with my secondary counterpart. Our focus right now in secondary is sort of the literacy across content, where they have specific strategies that they're incorporating, not just during English or reading, but they're doing in all of the content areas to make those connections, to really enhance the vocabulary, to really support students with that reading. And so we are also continuing to work to ensure that, that the structure, the shift that we're making around structural literacy is not just something that's happening in elementary school, that it's also going to move into secondary as well. We're starting here, but that is also our ultimate goal, to be able to move it into secondary as well, to really ensure, because we know that we have students in middle and high school that have not developed those strong literacy skills and want to be able to support them.
Exactly. I remember visiting a classroom at a high school in Maryland.
Having teachers train across curriculum areas, because I always like to refer to this, and it was so profound when the superintendent said this, that our standardized tests in all subject areas are really reading comprehension tests. So if you're getting standardized testing in math, science, it's really, do you understand the material, and can you translate that understanding in selecting the correct answer? And so I like how you have this cross-content idea. And then also a compliment for Montgomery County. When I was growing up, I loved my teachers. I loved them all. But I never thought about becoming a teacher. I just thought that these individuals were lending their time so that I could focus on a goal other than teaching. But I think in growing your own, it is important that you focus on your clients or customers or your students, and that this children that you're inspiring may one day be a teacher like you. And I think that focus in growing your own and focusing on your students and giving them the idea that a teacher is a pathway for a career is really important in growing your own. I grew up in Southern California, and a lot of my friends in Montgomery County, where I live now, never left. And I go, I understand why you never left, because this is a great county and it's a great state. And growing your own in Montgomery County is going to be really effective. I think in Western Maryland, they do a great job doing that right now. When we were in Western Maryland for our meeting, I think it was in November, they talked about how they didn't have a lot of vacancies for teachers because they focused on growing their own within their own districts. And so I think that's a really important initiative. Thanks for sharing.
Any other comments? Okay. Very nicely done, Montgomery County, and also St. Mary's. Again, thank both systems for taking time to come and to share with us. This information that you provide to us is invaluable because it helps us see that, understand the impact of the various initiatives. And I want to compliment the superintendent and the MSDE staff in coming up with Maryland Leads, but also in supporting the local systems as they are implementing the various components of Maryland Leads. And I think it's really important at the front end of this major transformation, every opportunity we can to get the word out that things are actually happening. Things are improving. People can see it. You don't have to wait 10 years. Things that we're doing right now are beginning to work, and we can begin to see it, and it impacts children today. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity. Take care.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we are at a break at 12. It is 11:36, so you can go early if you want, or we can jump into some of Ed Prep regs right now and then do our break. It's up to you. The Ed Prep is, you need to be very laser focused on that because you are about to consider a very important vote today, right? That shapes the policy landscape for teacher preparation. Your colleagues at PISTAB has said that we think it is ready. Ball's in your court now. We have sent you a deck. We have broken down what is in it, right? We gave you a write-up, and so this is not one of those. So you decide, would you
go? So it is good to see the culmination of the relationship that we've been building with PISTAB coming to fruition in ways that I think will make a difference around licensure. So I'm going to suggest that we go ahead and take our break. We come back at by 12:30.
12:30? Okay.
And we'll start promptly at 12:30.
Got it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon. We're, pardon me, reconvening. We're going to continue in the priorities area. We're going to have move into the deep dive educator preparation and licensure regulations, and be turning back to the superintendent, and we are very honored to have the leadership from PISTAB here to join us. So we're very happy to have them here with us as well.
All right. So really important moment. Lots of work went into this, and Kelly will go over the history, but, these regs were published around the time when I started. Comments came back. AIB was coming about, and that led to a whole another round of changes and more stakeholder feedback, and working with PISTAB to really find a way forward and strike the right balance for both the raised expectations of teacher quality, but also the smart flexibility to do rigor through innovative pathways as well. And I believe we have found it. And you will ultimately consider that after today. Towards the end of the presentation, we'll bring the PISTAB leadership in here to share their thoughts and where they're at. Kelly will do most of the talking. She is our resident expert. She has done a phenomenal job. One of the few assistant state superintendents who has to navigate multiple boards for me. I know the feeling. She does it. And so, and she has done just a really great job, and I've just been impressed with just, where she's brought everyone along. So I'll have her take it away, and I'll chime in where I feel like I need to. Kelly?
Thank you. President Crawford, Vice President Getty, members of the board, superintendent, thank you for having me. I think Mr. Chaudhary did a nice job kind of doing the introduction, so I'm just going to jump right in. Today we are going to talk specifically about the educator preparation, Regulation 13A0706, and the educator licensure preparations, which is 13A12, and it is an entire subtitle, so there are 7 chapters there. It's a lot of language. In order to do that, I am going to provide a brief historical perspective. Mr. Chaudhary, just to give a nice snapshot, I'm going to get a little bit deeper, and then we'll finish with talking about the promulgation process, because as Mr. Chaudhary shared, these are unique regulations in that you have a sister board, and regulations pertaining to both licensure and preparation must be adopted by both boards jointly. All right, so we actually have to go back to 2016. Public Educator Preparation Program partners, our teachers unions, and there was actually a State Board of Education member on that work group as well. So that work was done, and a final report was published in 2017, and as part of several recommendations that were made, they did recommend that standards be developed for the accountability for educator preparation programs, as well as establishing flexible licensure pathways. So while that's happening, the Commission for Innovation and Excellence in Education was also established and began their work. So there was a convergence of that work. The state board at the time, along with the Professional Standards Board, recognized the importance of the role of educator preparation and licensure in this reform, and so they charged the department with repealing and replacing both sets of regulations. So that's how it all started. From, I would say, June 2018 through December 2019, the MSDE was at this table every month, talking about these regulations and just bringing them in a systematic fashion to both the State Board and the Professional Standards Board. Fast forward to the end of 2019, and the Educator Preparation Program Advisory Committee was established. That committee was actually established by a previous superintendent to provide the department with feedback when we had a full draft of those regulations. And that group was made up of our Educator Preparation Program partners, as well as our local education agencies and our non-public school special ed facilities. So they provided feedback. We made further amendments to align with that feedback. And then that brings us to the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, which, as you know, was adopted in February 2021. And that law does have some prescriptive requirements for our educator preparation programs, including a minimum practicum length, mentor qualifications, and certification assessment requirements. The law also goes on to ask MSDE to monitor those assessment requirements to determine whether there's any negative impact on the diversity of teacher candidates. Since February 2021, we have been busy, and the Professional Standards Board has been busy right along with us. We were able to make another round of amendments to the drafted regulations based on the blueprint, and that took a couple months. So in July 2021, those regulations in their entirety were presented to both boards, and both boards granted permission to publish. They went to the Maryland Register in January and February, so this time last year. We received a significant amount of public comment for both sets of regulation. When we got that comment back, we did reach out to the Accountability and Implementation Board, which had just been established at that time, and we asked them to provide feedback on those drafted regulations as well as the public comment that we received. That feedback was provided to MSDE by the AIB in May of 2022. The Professional Standards Board took between, I know the slide says June, but I'm going to say March through November to really dig into all of that public comment as well as the AIB feedback. And then hopefully we can get those regulations back to both boards by August. And if both boards decide to adopt, we'd be looking at an effective date around January 1st, 2024. So as I mentioned, we did receive a significant amount of public comment, but I will tell you that the public comment had clear themes. There were maybe 4 or 5 themes for each set of regulations, excuse me. And we'll start with educator preparation. And what I've provided to you is just those 4 top areas of concern that we heard repeatedly from multiple constituents, including the AIB when they weighed in on the comment. First and foremost, without a doubt, was concern of the language in the previous draft of regulations stating that a practicum had to be 180 days. Now, the thought was a school year has to be 180 days, so we went with the 180-day language. However, the blueprint does state the terminology equivalent to a full school year. And our EPP partners felt strongly that that is more flexible, and MSDE heard that. The Professional Standards Board agreed with that, and we did update the language, and it now reads to be equivalent to a full school year. One of the other themes of concern shared was the prescription of the number of credits specifically for elementary programs. Again, the previous iteration of the regulations for only elementary programs stated that 12 content credits in each of the 4 core areas, ELA, social studies, science, and math, had to be delivered in the program. And we heard over and over again that is just going to take the flexibility away from EPPs with providing that content, not only in professional coursework and embedding it into that professional coursework, but how do you deliver that in a master's degree program or an alternative program when you're requiring 48 content credits in a program that's not even 48 credits. So again, we heard that. The Professional Standards Board felt very strongly that we did have to leave in language stating that those programs are absolutely required to deliver content in all 4 of the core areas, and not only those programs, but also early childhood, which was not in the regulations previously. So we added that language. They will have the flexibility to demonstrate how they're going to provide that. They do not have to show us the semester hours of credit in this iteration of the regulations. Next, we have the term mentor teacher. Mentor teacher is referred to throughout the blueprint for Maryland's future. And the feedback we got specifically from the AIB was that it was confusing to use that terminology in these regulations because LEAs think mentor teacher, they think these are the teachers that are mentoring new teachers in the induction program. And we are referring to individuals that mentor candidates in a practicum, which is a different role. And so the AIB actually recommended that we change that terminology and make it clinical teacher mentor, and that's exactly what we did. So you're going to see that terminology throughout the regulations. And then finally, there was language that our EPPs felt intimated that if an individual did not complete the requirements. The first and maybe the most common, it's a tie for two of them, were the concerns about the licensure assessments. Specifically that the cost is great, and there is a known issue with candidates of color being able to pass those assessments from their bias. And we've talked about that before with this board. So we did hear that. The Blueprint for Maryland's Future does have some specific requirements for licensure assessments. However, the MSDE took a hard look at the regulations, and number one, we did eliminate any assessments that were not required. There were assessments that we had in the regulations that were not required by law. The Professional Standards Board very much supported that move. Second, we looked at, are there any assessments where we can provide an alternative measure to measure proficiency? And we did that. So as I take you through the regulations, you're going to see some areas where we've done that in the licensure subtitle. Second, the AIB actually in their written feedback recommended that MSDE not limit pathways to licensure. And we took that very seriously. So although we had some innovative pathways to licensure already in the drafted regulations, we did develop a brand new pathway. It's called the In-District Training Program, and we will talk at length about that pathway when we get to that section of the presentation. Next, there was a lot of concern about teachers teaching out of area and the requirements that we had established for those teachers. In the last iteration of the regulations, we required that a teacher who was assigned to teach more than 2 classes outside of their area had to obtain that area of licensure after the second consecutive year that they had to teach that course. And this was probably the area that we saw the most concern. Teachers, as you probably know, are often assigned outside of their wishes, and a lot of teachers came to the table and said, this is not reasonable. Our plates are full, and to suggest that we have to obtain this area of certification within max 2 years is just not reasonable. And the MSDE and Professional Standards Board heard that. We had a lot of discussion on how we could ensure that an individual has the expertise to teach that course without putting undue burden on. And what we ended up deciding, and what you'll see in these regulations, is that an individual who is assigned to teach more than 2 courses for more than one year consecutively can either demonstrate proficiency by having an evaluation that is effective in that area, or they can take 2 courses per year in that content. So that's where we landed, and that's the language that lives in the regulations now. And then finally, there were some concerns about the renewal requirements. The concerns centered around the thinking that there were too many topics involved or required for individuals that have to renew a professional license. And when we get into a Maryland Approved Educator Preparation Program, the blue are our traditional programs, the green are our alternative programs, and so in theory they are eligible for licensure, they are eligible for employment in Maryland. And then that red line up there is the number of vacancies we had the following school year. And unfortunately, the gap between those 2 numbers has widened since last year. So that's where we are right now, and I think that it's important to know. But also when talking about supply and demand, it's also important to understand that Maryland has historically imported 50% of our workforce. So as you can see, from 2015 through 2021, consistently we are seeing half of our certification applicants coming from out of state. And then finally, as a reminder, those that we are hiring in our local school systems, our new teachers are consistently white. They're white females, and at this point, Maryland's student population is a third Black and 20% Hispanic. Our teachers do not look like our students. So again, as Mr. Chaudhary shared, we really needed to take this opportunity to look at how do we increase flexible pathways while retaining rigor and diversify our teaching workforce. And that's exactly what these regulations are giving the opportunity to do. What we're going to discuss today, which we've developed in partnership with the Professional Standards Board, is an opportunity to establish a comprehensive and systematic set of flexible strategies to build a diverse, highly qualified teacher workforce. The proposed regulations were developed to recruit and support a diverse pool of teacher candidates, allow a variety of assessments that demonstrate a candidate's readiness to enter the classroom, ensure Maryland teachers are prepared to teach reading using evidence-based strategies aligned to the science of reading, and provide a high-quality internship to our teacher candidates that includes mentoring by an experienced teacher with a proven track record of increasing student outcomes. So with that, let's take a look. So we're starting again with COMAR 13A0706, which is actually called Programs for Professionally Licensed Personnel. When we think about Maryland educator preparation programs, we often think of them either as traditional or alternative programs, and both are held to the same set of standards. Snapshot for you for traditional programs, and again, these are our public, private colleges and universities. It's either a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, or some type of post-baccalaureate certificate. You can see any combination of these. These are programs that must be approved to operate by the Maryland Higher Education Commission prior to coming to the MSDE seeking approval. As of 2020-2021, we had 23 providers. We still have 23 providers, and a total of 274 programs. And when you think of programs, you should think of areas of licensure. And then on the flip side, we have our alternative programs. These are initiated by our local education agencies, and although they can certainly develop a program that completely runs in-house, the majority of our existing programs partner with either a community college, a four-year institution, 70 programs. Again, those are by area of certification, but as you can see, it's completely in the central corridor of our state, and historically that has been so. Now, we talk a lot about the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, but there is another law that is equally as important when it comes to educator preparation, and that is Education Article 11-208. 11-208, which was revised in 2017, allows educator preparation programs in Maryland to choose between state approval by the MSDE or national accreditation from a national accreditor that is recognized by MSDE in partnership with the Maryland Higher Education Commission. To be recognized, accreditors have to demonstrate that they use the national professional standards that are comparable to what Maryland State Department of Education uses. This is why we have been unable to recognize any accreditors, because until these regulations are adopted and we have identified the national standards that MSDE will use, there is no barometer for an accrediting agency to come to the table and ask for recognition. The law actually goes on to say that MSDE will pay the fees associated with accreditation should the educator preparation program decide to go that route. Okay, So now we are in the meat of the recommendations for the regulatory language, and we're going to start with the alignment to those standards. So what you're going to find in the regulations in Regulation 3 is there are many national standards incorporated by reference, which we are required to do by the Division of State Documents. Content standards you're going to see are incorporated by areas of licensure. So you'll see elementary education, early childhood, math, and so on. But there are also several sets of standards that every program must align to. And those include the Model Core Teacher Standards and Learning Progressions for Teachers, or the INTASC standards, the Model Code of Ethics for Educators, the International Society for Technology and Education Standards, or ISTE standards, and the social justice standards that were published by the Southern Poverty Law Center. So all of those standards, again, are incorporated by reference, and that is the first large topic of these regulations is the alignment to those standards. That drives almost everything else. Second, we have our application process. Again, if a traditional program, if we're talking about a traditional program, they do have to seek permission to operate by MHEC. Once that happens, they would come to the MSDE and they would need to submit the following. One, a needs assessment demonstrating demand for that specific program, a very detailed description of that program. They do have to include in that description their plan to recruit a racially and ethnically diverse candidate pool, and that's something that we will be looking at during our annual reporting, as whether they are following that plan and how that plan is working for them. And then, of course, alignment to the standards that we just discussed. Alternative programs do have an additional thing that they have to demonstrate, and that is they have to show how they're providing a minimum of 4 weeks of professional development prior to the competencies that they need to demonstrate, as well as pass the licensure assessments that are required to exit the program. Within the program, again, alignment to those standards, as well as what we call the Maryland competencies, which I will show you in just a minute. Content instruction in English language arts, science, social studies, and math for those early childhood education and elementary programs must be present. And all programs must align their coursework to practice and research-based literacy instruction aligned to the science of reading. Next, we move to program practicum requirements, and this is heavily lifted from the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. Again, it's very prescribed in the law. The law does require that classroom of observation start immediately upon enrollment into the program. Now, the practicum length is going to depend on the type of program and the year in which it's delivered. Right now, we have required a 100-day practicum for many, many years. It's what the law says, but it's something that we've always done. In 2025, undergraduate programs and alternative programs must move to a practicum length of equivalent to a full school year. Master's programs do not have to do that, although they certainly can choose to do so if they want to. There is one exception for alternative programs. The law states that if a program was operating prior to July 2021, and it is a program that provides resident teachers to schools that have higher rates of vacancies, turnover, or new teachers, that they can stay with that 100-day model. They do not have to move to the equivalent of a full school year. The regulations also state that mentors must be compensated, and they must be highly competent teachers who have demonstrated positive student outcomes. And then finally, we have our exit requirements. Individuals will have to complete the coursework that, again, is aligned to national standards. They will have to demonstrate the Maryland competencies that we'll review in just a moment. And they hopefully will do that during the completion of their practicum. And then beginning on July 1st, 2025, they will need to pass a nationally recognized portfolio-based assessment. And right now, the MSDE recognizes 2 assessments for that purpose. One is the EdTPA, which is a Pearson product, and one is the PPAT, which is an ETS product. And then finally, we have the competencies. So the Maryland teacher competencies that were developed in these regulations are broken into 4 types. First, we have our general competencies. And these are competencies that all teacher candidates, regardless of the area that they're preparing in, have to demonstrate to exit the program. Now, this is just a snapshot. This is not all the competencies. This is just a highlight of some of them. It's a lot. It is a lot. But important, so I just want to highlight just a couple of them. Creating safe, inclusive learning environments by using trauma-informed instruction, implementing restorative practices and conflict de-escalation, incorporating the knowledge of students' physical, cognitive, emotional, social, and cultural development in the base. All grades, teachers are required to demonstrate the competencies that you see before you on this slide. And these competencies were developed to require demonstration of evidence-based practices aligned to the science of reading, including the core components of phonemic awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. Candidates must demonstrate literacy instruction delivered using a multi-tiered system of supports, and select or design diagnostic assessments and use data from those assessments to provide targeted instruction and monitor the effectiveness of the intervention. And additionally, there is an emphasis on providing literacy instruction that reflects and is responsive to the diversity of the classroom. The second group of teachers are secondary teachers, secondary content teachers, or our specialty teachers, such as teaching music, art, physical education. There are literacy competencies for these teachers as well, but they look a little bit different. They include the ability to identify deficits in reading and develop a plan to address those deficits using strategies aligned to the science of reading, providing opportunities for reading, writing, and communicating within and across content areas, and planning engaging instruction that supports all learners. Next, we have math competencies, and these competencies are required of those candidates who are going to teach mathematics in any grade level. The math competencies require candidates to demonstrate coherent progression of mathematical concepts both within a grade range and across grade bands, depending on their area of licensure. Candidates will need to identify the appropriate sequence of math learning targets for both a unit of study and an individual lesson, as well as design tasks that help students develop conceptual understanding, procedural skills, and the ability to apply math associated with learning targets. And the last set of competencies are the cultural responsiveness competencies, and these again are required of all teacher candidates. These are grounded in demonstrating the required knowledge and skills to support all Maryland students through teaching that promotes social justice and equity. Candidates are required to assess how issues such as racism, sexism, socioeconomic status, immigration, and gender impact marginalized populations by acknowledging their own biases and weighing how one's own values and assumptions may impact their responses to students and families, resulting in inequitable practices. Candidates should exit a program being able to examine curriculum for bias and deliver instruction with materials that center the perspectives and experiences of historically marginalized people. Candidates need to provide opportunities for families to be involved in their children's education and integrate community-based knowledge into teaching and learning. In addition to the requirements that we've just reviewed for the approval of a program, the proposed regulations emphasize accountability. And I just wanted to provide you quickly with a national perspective. NCTQ, the National Council on Teacher Quality, in 2021 conducted a nationwide review to determine how many states hold programs accountable to established minimum requirements and then publish that information on some type of state report card. What NCTQ found was that only 8 states at that time were graded as meeting the goal, and only 3 states. And in whole, it really does portray a talent pipeline from enrollment to employment retention in the classroom, and it also allows the user to look at trends over time. In fact, all of the 3 states that we're going to show you allow the user to manipulate the data. All 3 allow the user to download an Excel file of the data, to choose years, to choose an entire state, to choose individual programs. All of these were chosen because they are very flexible platforms. Next, we have Illinois. Really, their design looks like it is for their local education agencies to make employment decisions, as well as prospective teacher candidates. And a really nice feature of this particular profile, that they call it their educator preparation profile, is they embed a lot of videos, user-friendly videos for the public, where they explain exactly how they measured and developed these profiles for the educator preparation programs. Illinois, like a lot of other states that we encountered, publish designations for their programs. Illinois specifically has an exemplary, a commendable, a developing, and a needs improvement status for their educator preparation programs. And then finally, our last spotlight is on Tennessee. Tennessee has published a dashboard for several years, and they have their dashboard is organized by domains, and each educator preparation program receives a designation or a rating, I should say, based on that domain, such as candidate profile, employment, provider impact, and assessments. And you can see this is just, I know it's hard to see on the screen. This is an example of what their retention data looks like. So turning to our proposed regulations, there are a few different regulations that are honed in on accountability. The first is annual reporting. What the regulations require is that on an annual basis, regardless of whether an individual program is nationally accredited or seeks state approval, this has to be submitted on an annual basis. And that is data disaggregated by race, ethnicity, and gender for the previous 5 years for enrollment, program completion, where are those practicum placements taking place, by subject area, by grade level, down to the school, down to the partner school. Performance, including passing rates on licensure assessments, employment and retention of those who complete the program and go on to work in our Maryland local education agencies, as well as a candidate satisfaction survey. And then the second part of that accountability is really about the program review process. As in national accreditation, the MSD is recommending a program review process that takes place every certain number of years. We are recommending 5 years. So every 5 years, an educator preparation program would need to go through a full program review. It is a formal process. It is a robust process that takes about a year to prepare for. And at the end of that,
The other half of it is what you need to do to hold the license, but this is all the ed prep stuff. So you got the history, you got what we're about to require of ed prep. So what are your questions related to this chapter specifically? Yeah.
Thank you, really thorough. But I did have a couple things that I just kind of circled and had quick questions about. On slide 20, it talks about the mentorship being compensated with a highly competent teacher. Compensation, I would assume, is going to be something that is done through the collective bargaining, county by county, or LEA by LEA.
Yes, we don't set.
So that's
we
not,
don't set
that's not our-
numbers.
right, okay.
The requirement is you got to pay them. You figure out what you want to pay them.
Got it. That was what I figured you'd say, but thought I'd double
Yep,
check.
yep.
On the next one, so as I look at the nationally recognized portfolio-based assessments, I see you've moved to EdTPA and PPAT, so this means we're dropping Praxis?
No.
This particular performance assessment is in addition to what you're probably thinking of as the praxis subject assessments.
Okay, so this is in addition to, this is something coming out of the,
This is while
college.
you're enrolled in the
Okay.
program, and then to get your license, you have your subject tests
so
that are
those
still
are
going to.
separate from this.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
adding another test while you are going through your internship program that you have to complete as part of that process. So while Maryland's running towards that approach, the rest of the country is running away from that approach. I've presented that to you, but that is a shall in the blueprint, and so here we are. It reaches to the point where they can't even get their BA if
Yes,
they
to
don't pass
graduate.
to graduate.
And that is required under blueprint.
Yes. Yeah.
So that's completely
Kelly can tell you
another thing out of our hands. Got
Kelly
it.
can tell you I explored breaking the law, but I could not do it.
Okay. Yeah. I
She is very good in making sure I don't end up in an orange jumpsuit. So.
yeah. Over an extra test layer, I would. Yeah.
Yeah, there will be a reckoning on this one. Just
Okay.
gonna have to learn the hard way.
Thanks. I'd be happy to support that reckoning. So there was one thing that I noted on when we talked about the program renewal, oversight, and revocation. Seriously fails. It's kind of vague. What do we mean by seriously fails? Are we going to are we going to have something concrete later that we may not, it's not in this presentation, but what does that mean?
So let me tell you, we've had these program renewal requirements for a while, but it's been soft. Unless it's like something heinous, there's not been much, I'm just going to say it, there's not been much accountability of ed prep. There just hasn't. And you saw the National Council of Teacher Quality, NCTQ, they did a whole review. It's not common. And so, you know, there are some states that have gotten to the point where, like, if you have candidates that are consistently failing licensure exams, like, that can ding you to your renewal requirement eventually. We have not added school monitoring as well. She's sitting right there. There she is. And so this is, I'm very serious about this. So seriously fails ultimately cannot just mean compliance level things. It might have to mean candidate success as well. The question is, where do we ultimately land? I'm not ready to tell you that yet. Where I am ready to tell you, though, there will be transparency on all those data sets that they have to publish and give to us. We will expect that. If we don't get that, then you will be dinged for not being compliant on data reporting, and we will publish that. Because at the end of the day, it's a consumer, they're shopping right where they want to go to school. And if I'm a teacher who wants to be successful and have a high rate of being even hired, right, I should be able to go to a school where I have an ROI and everything else. Some states have already moved that. I can tell you in Texas, licensure exam passage rates are part of renewal requirements. They fought it, but the assembly wasn't having it. So we're not going there, but we are going to make sure that if you are not preparing candidates up for success, I can assure you that I will be tough on that. And then the day someone does not get renewed and all the political pressure comes into the department, what are you doing? What are you doing? I hope people hold their ground and remember what the whole point is. I haven't done one yet, but that I hope we don't have to get there, and all of our prep programs are up to the task.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my last question, when we change the practicum to the full school year from what it currently is, and I'm not saying that I don't support that. I think the more teachers are in classrooms prior to actually having to be teacher of record, the better. But how is that impacting the ability to have a 4-year program? Because I look at the rigor in the standards, which is high, and I'm going, where are they going to, stuff all of this into the coursework, and remove and put another semester into practicum? or is that just not our monkey and the colleges have to figure
No,
that out?
I think the full year leaves it open, right? As long as you hit the 100, right, you got to add a few more days above the 100, right, and spread it throughout that school year. I get what you're saying. I think the colleges really liked the full year because one of their concerns was like time to complete a degree and all those things. But ultimately, they were on board with a full year because it's not prescribing 176 days or 63 days. It's saying a full year. Now, we'll monitor that it's not just 101, but the whole idea is it's spread out, right? And so throughout the year,
So conceivably, rather than taking an entire semester to just student teach,
yes,
you could be in coursework 2 days a week and in the classroom 3 days a week.
Yep.
Okay, so that's the flexibility that's being offered by
Yep.
saying a full year.
Yep.
It doesn't necessarily mean 180 days of practicum. It means, okay, thank you. And that was, I'm finished quizzing you.
It's my
Thanks very much.
prediction, but well, gotta happen.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying all of that.
Yep.
One of the concerns of the 180-day requirement is putting a teacher in a school that goes beyond their graduation date. So how is the end of the year going to be reconciled that the student gets to graduate on time at their college?
Go ahead.
That's a great point, and again, the way the language is written allows the flexibility. It does not say that an individual has to consecutively obtain that entire practicum. So in fact, the law goes as far as to say that the practicum can be incorporated throughout the entire program beginning in the beginning. So as Ms. McCusker stated, really building in those opportunities to have those clinical experiences and those observations right away and throughout your coursework. You may experience different parts of the school year at different times. You don't necessarily have to be there in the traditional sense of the school year, that 180-day school year. So there is flexibility there.
With this accountability in the institutions, will we get into the quality of the content? For example, we're having this conversation now about science of reading. As we look at certification, recertification, would that be a factor? Or if there are other evidence-based approaches, let's say for math or science or whatever, those could potentially be part of the criteria.
Absolutely. Everyone who's already approved right now has to raise and adjust their programming to anywhere they have gaps right now. Like that has to happen. And so, you know, like a given. And then when they go to renewal, we do a full-scale audit of like, okay, are you meeting all these things? But we can also do an off-cycle review too if we wanted to. That's in the regs as well too. So yes, the answer is yes to that. So we could do off-cycle reviews. We, at renewal, will look at them. And then anyone and everyone right now operating in Maryland Ed Prep has to conform to these. So as soon as they get adopted, they're already making that shift because know that this is coming, right? And so everyone has to conform to these, right? Even if they're not up for renewal.
On slide 11, it has the African American teacher population doubling in 11 years. That's a great trajectory. To what do you attribute that to, and how can you continue it until you meet your 40 to 50%?
Say that question again. I want to understand, because you said teacher something doubling right now, even predates me and people on the board. I mean, it's been happening. So clearly there's been concerted efforts by our ed prep programs to get there. Annually, MLDS Center, as required by the blueprint, has to publish a report on all the things ed prep is doing to get there. So, you know, I know at MHEC there's a teacher quality and diversity grant that they give out at the MHEC level. We don't administer that. So I think they've been making good faith efforts. So I'm attributing it to that, coupled with our districts also. There's also been an explosion of grow your own, our alternative prep programs. You see we have 9. There's been a few that have come about, like Prince George's has one, Baltimore City has a few. So if you wanted me to really go behind the 22.3 and give you like a breakdown on where they came from, I would be willing to bet a lot of the I'd be willing to bet, because you've seen this data, the alternative preps are significantly more diverse in terms of candidate pool than that. So it's the explosion of alternative prep that can be done in partnership with higher ed or like a TFA, Teach for America, and I attribute it to an increase in those type of programs. And then our 4-year institutions also making better efforts as well. And of course, Maryland has HBCUs as well that is contributing to that number.
I have a question from Ms. Halley. We're getting her online. How are our institutions of higher ed responding to the proposed changes?
They've been involved the whole way through. They sit on the board with our 2 leaders, chairs over there. They sit on PISTAB, and they promulgated their representatives to this current version. So, you know, there was a lot of commentary when we did the initial posting around the time when I started. That's where they came in and said the 180, the 180, the 180, and then some of the ones they summarized. But right now they're there. They're supportive of where they're at, because ultimately they sit on PISTAB with the teachers, and so what you have here is up to this level. And then there was a lot of other, AIB did like a listening session that had all the higher eds in there. I think it was the largest Zoom ever that Kelly has ever been in, maybe not. But basically, I mean, there is support and such there. I imagine there'll be some fire when we get to the world of when we're beginning to hold people more accountable on it, just like anything. No, I know there will be fire when that moment comes. And so, but that's let's hope we don't have to ever get there. Yeah.
Dr. Green.
I was just curious, when you said that you had a number of comments that came in initially, approximately how many did you?
155. Okay. Spread across both. The majority,
ed prep and the licensure.
both regulations, so all 8 chapters. There were 155 comments. I believe there were around 90 some for the educator preparation, and then
Oh, you mean the actual printed out?
Oh, the full regs, but it's already, we have it here. I bolded it, like she said, gender.
There's more, but some of it is in the
But there's
presentation.
more, like if you look up the soft copy of your regs in your computer and do
I've
control.
got the one that came out years ago when we first started talking about this.
No. The current version that we gave with board docs, if you do control find gender, you will see it in multiple places.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Slide 26.
Woo.
You just dodged the bullet.
Yeah,
Plenty more opportunities before this is over.
You're going to miss me when I'm gone. What is it, 26? Thank you.
Yep. Okay, should we continue on to ed now?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
I have
Bartlett.
a comment. So on slide 12, it says paving the way for a diverse teacher workforce. And I was wondering, sometimes it's best for me to understand data if there's like a visual. I was wondering if it would be possible to have a visual roadmap on how the programs will be instituted and a visual roadmap on how a candidate would proceed through those programs.
Yeah, we could do something like that. We could do like a deep dive.
Well, it's not a deep dive. You just take the information you have on like what the program needs to have from the start to the beginning, how the candidate would go into that program, and how the candidate would proceed through that program.
Got it. But you would want to know, like, if I applied to X prep program in Towson, what that all entails, right?
Right.
Yeah, got it.
And another comment is the deficit we have with regards to growing our own teachers and the deficit with regards to teacher availability, making it more stringent to become a teacher is curious to me. And so it's a challenge, and that challenge, I think, is going to make the blueprint implementation harder because it's becoming harder to be a teacher in Maryland.
Yep, I think we found a way to introduce a very innovative pathway called the in-district program pathway that Kelly will talk about in the next chapter. PSTAB was really supportive of that. It's a version of a Grow Your Own. Maryland Leads supercharged several Grow Your Owns. The Educator Shortage Act coming, stand by. I think I have been loud about I want a permanent fund to do Grow Your Owns all the time. And the governor said 15 million Educator Shortage Act. The details are not out yet, but I think it's gonna be in there. Like that's my prediction. Yeah. Yes. Well, I can. Ask the chair.
Can I weigh in on that? I think another way to think about that and look at that is that teaching is not easy. And if you don't have high-level prep, then when you do get into the classroom, here it is a profession, much like law, much like anything else that has its standards that you have to keep up with, like medicine and those sorts of things. So I think that if you look at it in the right way, instead of saying we're making it harder for teachers to get in, I would say that we are giving them the tools that they need to succeed and elevating it as a profession rather than just something you might do. You know what I mean? I think it takes away the idea of those who, and I hate this saying, those who can do and those who can't teach. And it's a baloney saying, but people do it all the time. But this takes that away, doesn't it? Because it's you have to be able to do. And so I just look at it in a little different way. Because I don't believe in making things harder. It's not just about jumping through hoops. Teaching's hard. And if you go in without the skills, you're going to leave. So we may as well make sure people come in with the skills, they can succeed, and we elevate. This is another way to elevate teachers.
Dr. Green?
I'm on page 26, slide 26. One of the statements that would be an excellent place to put more about gender would be when it says differentiate instruction with consideration for cultural, linguistic, and academic diversity. Many of our teachers don't know how to differentiate instruction for our boys. I had the privilege of doing a workshop for an elementary school a week ago. And many of those teachers, when I talked to them about how to teach boys and how boys learn and how you need to differentiate instruction, to them, a staff of about 35 teachers, it was all new to them. And when our teachers come into the classroom, in fact, a couple of teachers came up to me afterwards and said, had they known that when they first became teachers, you know, it would have made it a lot easier for them. And that's what's happening to teachers, especially when you look at the numbers of white female teachers, you know, coming in to a classroom, not just of black boys, but boys of all colors. And these poor women, many times, some of them cannot handle the diametrically opposed of culture and gender, white female, black male. And what's happening is that you get the discipline issues, and for many of our teachers, that discipline classroom management problems, that's one of the key things that says, I'm out of here, I can't handle it. And so I think it's key that teachers are taught, and they come into, and I guess that's a higher ed thing, that it's not being taught in undergrads. I know I wasn't. I don't know if Rachel and some of the other teachers here, I know I was never taught in undergrad school that boys learn differently than girls, and how you have to differentiate instruction to help. Not all boys, of course, but I'm thinking in generalities. And that's, again, why so many of our boys are doing so poorly, you know, and especially in reading and in math, because they have teachers who don't know how to differentiate instruction for the male learner.
I hadn't done one in a while.
Drive
I'm still
carefully.
putting off some Texas weight,
Stay
but I
away.
am good. I just got to put off some Texas weight, but I'll be good.
Stay out of the way of trains
Yeah.
and planes and boats. And
I'll be good. I will
Alright.
take a bus boat one day, do the island school, but outside of that, I'm good.
All right, all right. I understand, yeah, because I don't understand, because this process started since I've been on board about 3-4 years ago, and going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. I purposely kept all my notes over those years, but you're right. I wouldn't want it to go back through, because this needs to go forward. This
Got it.
does.
I appreciate it. It's on the tape. I just told you I will do you right. It's on the tape.
All
So,
right.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, if there are no other comments, we can move to the next.
Ed licensure?
Yeah.
All right. Kelly?
Okay. So I think we should start by talking about the recommended phases of promulgation. As Dr. Green just mentioned, we have been promulgating this, what I'll call phase one, for a few years now. It has always been MSDE's recommendation that we approach the educator licensure regulations in phases, because it's 7 chapters. So phase one really focuses on restructuring the chapters in the subtitle, the general provisions that apply to all certificates, the transition from the word certification to licensure, and certificate to license, to really distinguish the difference between a state license and a national board certificate from the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards, given that it's now really required to move up that career ladder in the blueprint for Maryland's future. Additionally, we've taken this opportunity for phase one to dig into the teacher licensure requirements. So the initial requirements for teachers, the initial licensure requirements for our professional and technical education teachers, or CTE teachers, if you will, as well as the renewal requirements for all professional licenses. So those are the big changes. Oh, and also the disciplinary action chapter has been heavily revised. So those are the changes that I'll review today. It was always our intention, once these regulations are adopted, to immediately begin work on what we'd refer to as phase two, and that really is a systematic review of each of the specialist and administrator areas, because each one has their own licensure requirements. The Professional Standards Board and I actually went through every single specialist and administrator regulation last month, just to get an idea of when they were last revised, and we had specialists that hadn't been revised since the 90s, all the way up to areas that were revised as recently as 2018. So it really runs the gamut, and that will take time, and work groups for each individual area of certification, made up of experts, and we certainly wouldn't want to come back to you with 7 chapters of regulation. In phase 2 and beyond, we would come one regulation at a time. So in a nutshell, that's how we're looking at these educator licensure regulations. So we'll start with the types of licenses to get a master's degree after 10 years in order to earn that advanced credential. And that is not the case here. So again, as you can see, we have an advanced professional license, and the requirements for that license are almost identical to the current advanced professional credential. However, it is not mandatory that individuals move up to that credential. Given the blueprint heavily emphasizes national board certification, we recognize that teachers may want to go that route instead, given that state licensure is that bottom tier of the career ladder. So for professional licenses, we have the temporary professional license, and this license was designed specifically for individuals that we recruit from out of state, who either went through a program out of state that led to licensure where it was physically located, or they already have a license from another state, and we've recruited them, as we do 50% of the time. With the blueprint, those individuals starting in 2025 would be required to submit passing scores on the PPAT or the EdTPA. We recognize that there's a big difference between that candidate and the individual that is employed and put on a conditional license that has zero preparation and zero background in education. So we wanted to make sure that that was distinguished when we issue that license. The temporary professional license is a 2-year license. It is not renewable. So again, it's the sole purpose of this license is so that they can take that assessment, that nationally recognized portfolio assessment, while they are teaching on that temporary professional license. Once that individual either takes that EdTPA or PPAT assessment, or if they are employed with one of our local education agencies, they may instead submit an effective evaluation as an assessment of teaching ability. And then they can graduate to what's called the initial professional license. And that is the first professional license in the series. Again, an individual could choose to just stay on the initial professional and renew that every 5 years. In order to get that professional license, that initial professional license, you have to meet one of the licensure pathways, which we'll go over in just a minute. If you have met one of the licensure pathways and you complete a Maryland induction program, or can provide a verification of 3 years of effective teaching experience, you are eligible to move up to the professional license. From there, if one wants to, if they either achieve national board certification or complete a master's degree or a program of study of 30 credits, all of those things align to the career ladder, level 2 of the career ladder and the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, they are eligible for what's called an advanced professional license. And those are the professional licenses that we're recommending. All of those professional licenses have a 5-year validity period. In the 2022 legislative session, a bill was passed establishing a Montessori certificate. What you're going to see appropriate for that assignment. The law does allow appropriate for that assignment. The law does allow the State Board of Education to establish assessment requirements to go along with this particular credential, and since it is passed in 2022, in July 2022, we have required the individuals take the teaching, reading, elementary praxis assessment, as well as provide the credentials that you see here to earn the Montessori professional certificate. I don't think we've issued one yet. I could be wrong, but I don't believe we've had the opportunity to issue this license yet. And then we have a few non-professional licenses. The adjunct license, we did not change any of the requirements here. This was something that that first went into regulation, I think, in 2018 or 2019. It's still fairly new. This credential is really geared toward an individual who is an expert in their trade, and they are not interested in becoming a teacher, but they are interested in maybe serving on a part-time basis to come in and teach a course or two. Gives LEAs some flexibility in recruiting those individuals that they didn't have previously. So there are very specific requirements in order to earn this credential. It is based on the assignment. So let's say that Anne Arundel County Public Schools hires someone from Northrop Grumman to come in and teach a class, and they ask for this license. That license is for that assignment. So if that individual then ends up going to Montgomery County to teach a course, they would work to get a completely different credential for Montgomery County. It's very much based on the local assignment. And they do have to come to the table with the eligibility criteria that you see here. Opposite of that is the individual that does want to make teaching their profession, and most likely is some type of career changer because they already have at least a bachelor's degree, and they're interested in pursuing teaching. A local education agency can hire someone and put them on what's called a conditional license. And in these regs, that conditional license is delineated into 2 different types of conditional licenses, and this is new. The first, for all areas of teaching, with the exception of special education, is a 5-year validity period. It's non-renewable. And the purpose of this credential is it's issued and the individual then pursues a pathway to licensure. Now, for our individuals that are hired to provide special education, the credential will have a 3-year validity period because the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act states that special educators must hold full state certification, or they can enroll in an alternative preparation pathway if that pathway meets certain eligibility criteria, which all of our pathways that we're going to go through would meet that criteria. But the individual is not allowed to teach more than 3 years before earning that full state credential. So that's why you're going to see now that there are 2 different validity periods, one for the special education, which is 3 years, to the pathways. So now we've seen the type of licenses that we issue. How do you get there? How do you get to that initial professional license? And there are multiple ways that we've carved out in these regulations to do so. The first being a Maryland approved program. So everything we talked about in the last section, that's this right here. That's one pathway. So I'm not going to get into this because we've talked at length about that. What I will add, just to kind of follow up with Ms. McCusker's question, there are other licensure assessments that these individuals have to pass. It's not just that performance assessment, the EdTPA or the PPAT, beginning in July 1st, 2025. They have to pass a subject assessment, and currently we use the Praxis series. They have to also pass, according to the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, a reading instruction assessment, regardless of grade level, which is new. So currently, we require elementary, early childhood, ESOL, and special educators to pass that reading assessment, but we will have to adopt a second assessment for individuals teaching content areas and specialty areas per the law. Now, one of the ways that MSDE has provided flexibility here is we have identified another alternative means to demonstrate proficiency in teaching reading, and that is an attestation of proficiency through an observation by an MSDE recognized assessor using an MSDE approved tool. So basically a performance assessment. So the individual could take that in lieu of the Praxis teaching reading elementary paper pencil assessment. Next, we have the in-district training program, which Mr. Chaudhary alluded to. And I'm just going to actually take you step by step through this particular pathway, and then we're actually going to look at some candidate profiles of what this may look like, and hopefully that will be helpful. So this pathway is designed for individuals who are employed on that conditional license. So employment is a requirement in order to go down this pathway. Once that individual is hired by an LEA or one of our non-public special education programs or state-operated programs, they can all do this. They are issued that conditional license and assigned to teach, and the local education agency will determine whether the individual is appropriate for this particular pathway. They can enroll in a Maryland approved program. They can enroll in a resident teacher alternative program, or maybe the district looks at this person and says, this is a good candidate for our in-district training program that's already been approved by the MSDE. So what does that look like? There are 4 components of the in-training or the in-district training program. One is a demonstration of content knowledge. And there are a number of ways to do this. First, you could have a degree, a bachelor's degree or higher in a content area or related field. And we anticipate having some type of alignment chart where, okay, if you are enrolling in an in-district program, a district to teach elementary education, and you have a bachelor's degree in history. So you've got plenty of social studies credits. And maybe you have English credits too. So let's say you've got 6 English credits and 6 social studies credits. You only have 3 math. and you only have 3 science. Well, you haven't made up the 24 because you need 4, or excuse me, 6 in each area for that particular, and I'll get there, I'm skipping ahead a little bit. For elementary, you need to demonstrate content in all 4 core areas. But let's say you take the elementary praxis subtests for science and math and pass them. We're not going to make you take the social studies and the English subtests because you have those content credits. So you can use a combination of these content, demonstration and mastery of content, in order to meet this particular part of the program. So that's content. Next, we have completion of a Maryland induction program. And that will be aligned to the induction regulations that are another part of COMAR in a different subtitle. And we do call out that there has to be on-site supervision and coaching, as well as ongoing instructional mentoring throughout the program, and an individual has to have an effective rating at the end of that induction period to could be considered as completing that part. So content, completing induction with an effective rating. Next, we have completion of MSDE-approved sequence of coursework that is grounded in pedagogy. We are requiring that for this component that LEAs align this to the in-task standards as we require from our Maryland Educator preparation programs. This can be done in partnership with a vendor, with a college. It can be done completely in-house, and the coursework is flexible. It doesn't have to necessarily lead to semester hours of credit. It can be online, it can be asynchronous, synchronous, but the district will have to demonstrate that they are providing coursework that aligns to every single NTASC standard through this training program. Passing scores on a reading instruction licensure test, or again, that attestation option. The performance demonstrating proficiency in teaching reading instruction. And then finally, that is only for elementary, early childhood, special ed, and ESOL. That is not a requirement. That reading assessment is not a requirement for secondary and specialty areas in this pathway. And then finally, everyone involved has to attest that that candidate is ready for licensure. So that includes the district training program supervisor or designee, whoever's appropriate at the local level to do that, the school principal where that candidate is placed, and the coursework provider if the coursework is provided by an entity other than the local. Once all 3 of those entities attest that that candidate is prepared for licensure, then we would issue the initial professional license. So here's an example profile. We have Anthony, the career changer. Anthony has a bachelor's degree in biology. He's not happy with his job in the lab, and he is hired by a Maryland LEA and assigned to teach biology at the high school level. Anthony is issued a conditional license in biology and the grade band competency, and we issue the initial professional license in biology. That's profile 1. Profile 2, Fatima, the psychology major. Fatima has a bachelor's degree in psychology, but realizes she has a passion for helping kids with special needs. Fatima is recruited by an LEA and assigned to teach special education in an elementary school. Fatima is issued a conditional special education license with a 3-year validity period. And her LEA and she decide that the in-district training program is a good fit. Fatima begins her induction, being placed with a quality mentor when she is hired. And over the course of 3 years, she completes the balance of content coursework she did not complete as part of her bachelor's program in the areas of English, math, science, and social studies. So in this profile, Fatima is coming to the table with some of the coursework, but not all 24 credits, and she decides she's going to get that content coursework by taking classes. Fatima also completes a sequence of pedagogical coursework delivered virtually by a Maryland community college that has an MOU with the LEA. At the end of the 3-year induction period, Fatima earns an effective evaluation. All in-district partners attest to her competency, and she's issued a professional license in special education 1 through 8. I misspoke at the other candidate profile. This does not lead to an initial professional. It leads to a professional because they are doing the induction period as part of the pathway to licensure. So it boots you right to the professional.
I'd just like to say thank you for this. It meets what I asked for before. It's the roadmap.
Oh, good.
Thanks.
Excellent.
There you go. No, let's keep going.
Okay.
This is that flexible pathway that we just gave birth to that is not limited to just licensure exams. The licensure exams allow you to shortcut the coursework, but if that's what's tripping you up, then take the classes and pass the classes. And then you also have to go through a rigorous induction approach that we will approve. And if your induction does not have high quality mentoring with free release time and everything else, like we're not going to pass out approval to do in district training program like candy. Like you have to actually show that you are going to commit to do all those elements. But it essentially has created this flexible pathway to bring people in and not trip them up with a licensure exam if that's the thing tripping you up. Maybe you're strong in one of them, but the other one you want to do it through coursework. So we'll talk more about it, but I want to get to the other pathways, and I want to give our guests some time to share their thoughts with you too.
All right, next we have the experienced non-public school teacher pathway. This was in the original iteration of the drafted regulations. This allows our teachers who have been successfully teaching in our Maryland approved non-public schools, and these are our private schools that hold a certificate of approval from the Maryland State Board of Education. They've been successfully teaching in one of these schools for 5 years. Then they are able to, with that, pass the reading instruction assessment for those early grades, special ed and ESOL, or the attestation is always an option regardless of pathway. And beginning on July 1st, 2025, present a passing score of heavy lifting. We recognize that they have completed that program. Beginning in July 1st, 2025, they will have to submit passing scores on the EdTPA or PPAD, or provide an effective rating on a year-end evaluation if they're already hired. We have a little bit more flexibility with our out-of-state applicants because the law does not say it has to be a nationally recognized performance-based assessment. It just says it has to be a performance-based assessment of teaching ability. So this is why we are able to use that effective evaluation as a performance assessment for these individuals. The out-of-state license holder, exactly the same, although we're not going to look to see how they were prepared. We're just going to look to see that they already have that professional license, and then the same requirement of that EdTPA, PPAT, or the end-of-year effective evaluation if they are employed. Finally, we have national board certification. It is a direct way into Maryland. As long as there's a comparable Maryland license, we will give you that educator license if you give us your national board certificate. The final pathway is specifically for our professional and technical education and specialized areas of fine arts folks. And what you're going to see in these regulations is that they have their own chapter now. So there, we recognize that not all of the initial requirements should be the same for these teachers. They have a different skill set, and so it is a separate chapter. For this particular chapter, you can also come in, which we call the occupational experience pathway. And if you have 3 years of occupational experience in your area of licensure, so let's say you're a cosmetologist and you're coming in to teach cosmetology in one of our CTE programs, you've got that 3 years of satisfactory experience, or maybe for cosmetology, you would have this. So an industry recognized credential, you have that master cosmetology license that takes a year off of the experience required. And then if you have an associate's or higher degree in that area, that can take off another year. So quite a few ways that you can come in that way. Regardless, you do have to complete 12 credits of professional education coursework, and those courses are planning, delivering, and assessing instruction, classroom management, differentiating instruction, and teaching literacy in the content area. So you would have to take those 4 courses and pair it with that occupational experience. And then we move on to renewal. So everything I just spoke about, that's how you would get that initial professional license in any of those pathways. Once you have that license, now you are responsible for renewing that license by the end of the validity period, which again is 5 years for all of our professional licenses. To do that, you must develop an individualized professional development plan. Now, this plan, if you are employed in a Maryland district, should be done in collaboration with a supervisor or their designee, because that person has to sign off on it. So you would work with that individual at the local level, and you would develop this plan at the issuance of your professional certificate. And by the end of that 5-year validity period, the license holder is required to complete professional development in specific areas. And remember back when I said the public comment said there's too many areas. And there were more areas in the beginning, and this is what we've ended up in this iteration. So it does not quantify the amount of clock hours you have to spend in any of these given areas, but you do have to have professional learning in each. Advisors taking a role in this to determine what are the strengths, advisors taking a role in this to determine what are the strengths and what are the needs, and formulate a plan that is appropriate for that 5-year validity period. It's also important to note that national board certification can always be achieved, I should say, in lieu of this. So if you achieve national board certification, that's an automatic renewal. And how can you earn those, what we call professional development points, which are clock hours? We've significantly expanded the options. So currently, under our current regulations, you have to have traditional semester hours of credit, or what we call continuing professional development courses that are approved through the agency. This expands that to allow CEUs attending of professional conferences or presenting at professional conferences, curriculum development, publication, mentorship, completion of micro-credentials, and then professional development activities that are developed and approved at the local level. For our PTE teachers, they can also use occupational experience as part of their renewal requirements if they continue to work in that field. And then this is also where we have embedded some requirements to ensure that our existing license holders are proficient with teaching reading aligned to the science of reading. So what you see here is beginning in July 2025, existing license holders who are employed in Maryland LEA's non-public special ed programs or our state-operated school programs that require a license in early childhood elementary special ed or ESOL will be required to submit the following at renewal. So again, these are individuals that are assigned in an area that requires one of these licenses, which means they need to know how to teach reading. And so they can demonstrate proficiency by passing the Praxis Teaching Reading Elementary Assessment. They can take coursework or professional learning that's approved by MSDE. They can go through the attestation process that I've already talked about, or they can finish training that is actually provided by the Maryland State Department of Education. So all of these ways are a way to demonstrate proficiency, and once that proficiency is demonstrated, it's noted on the license and you're done. Individuals that are coming in initial pathways under the new regulation will have already met this, unless they add an endorsement. Let's say they're a math teacher, secondary, and they add elementary. Eventually, they would have to go through this if they don't come in the door with it. But so this is how we are ensuring on the back end that our existing license holders are proficient with teaching reading aligned to the science of reading. And I have talked at length about this, so I'm just gonna go past this slide. And finally, we have disciplinary action. The MSDE did take the opportunity to really expand our disciplinary action chapter. We've had a lot of lessons learned. There were processes that we felt needed to be clarified, definitions that needed to be added, and we did expand the causes for disciplinary action to provide more comprehensive authority in order to protect Maryland students.
Would jump to the the next slides are just summary, so why don't you go one more.
Afternoon. Thank you for having us. So excited to be here. Like, I feel like this is our child and we're launching them off to college, and being with the regulations for a couple years now, it's just like, wow, we did all of that. Thank you. I want to publicly thank you, Kelly.
Can I introduce you real quick?
Yes.
Sorry, so I moved and I didn't have a microphone. So we've asked Melita Kitchen, who is the chair of the Professional Standards Board, as well as Darren Hornback, who is the vice chair of the board, to join us today. And so happy that you could come today to support us in this presentation. So with that, I will turn it over. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew who everybody was.
Yes.
Welcome, welcome. We look forward to your comments, and after the comments, we'll open the floor for questions about licensure and questions that would involve PSTAB then as well.
So again, we're super excited. It's very different to see these from a different perspective, sitting in the audience, knowing that we looked at them, had discussions at length, meeting after meeting about these. So it's really exciting to see them from a different perspective, and then look at some of your questions and some of the comments that you had, and know that as a board, we looked at those over months and months. And to speak to someone's concern about higher ed and that they weighed in, they had a lot of questions. There was a lot of pushbacks. I think we explored all of the what ifs when it came to higher ed and some of the things, and knowing that the diversity of the board and what we represent, that Darren and I are classroom teachers, and so we looked at it through that lens. We are experienced, I don't want to say seasoned, but we're experienced classroom teachers, and so we put on that perspective of what life is like as a teacher graduating, coming into the profession. I am actually an import. Coming from another state, and so we took all of those things into consideration as we went through the regulations. Darren, you want to say anything?
Sure. I'll just echo what Melita said. We were talking last night on the phone, and I brought something to show you, because we were talking about the input that we got. And I think one of the things that I've learned as you promulgate regulations and you introduce COMAR, one of the most important things you can do is listen to the stakeholders, because that buy-in is so important when you get ready to launch it, to make it work. And Kelly was fantastic, her and her staff, at literally just producing documents like this. And I can tell you, we sat and read every single comment that came to us. Some people submitted comments that was beyond our purview, but most of them were directly related to the work that we were doing, and we tried so hard to get this right from so many different lenses. So I'm just very proud of the work that our entire board has done. It's been a long process, but I think it'll pay off, because I think we were able to make the document better after the initial publication, and that's what we're bringing to you.
So I wanted to just highlight, and my co-chair Darren, please feel free to jump in case I miss anything, because we had a great conversation last night, and we were really thinking about all the things that we were really proud of and that Kelly highlighted in her presentation, but we wanted you to hear it from us, from PSTAB. But the additional pathways to teacher certification, that's super exciting, that's real. We need more teachers. I'm gonna publicly say I'm a mom of a second grader, and I remember years ago coming onto PSTAB and hearing that there potentially would be a shortage of teachers by 2025, and thinking about what grade my son would be in during eliminating some of the barriers for teaching. So we want to make it easier, but not the easiest thing to become. There's still something commendable and something exciting about being a teacher, and it's not an easy job, and that some people find out that, you know, it's not easy to teach. It's not an easy job. You know, they're just children, but they're not just children. The recruitment of the diversity that we're coming forth of, and we had an amazing meeting with our state superintendent, and so some of those things were important. It is important to have the education population, the educators, to look like the students in the seats. That's really important, and diversity and representation really matters. All the data, and so some of the scenarios that you just saw, that was coming out of, like, people need to feel this. We had to put a face with it. So thank you for that, including that. And that was something that I think made it real to you, to know that this person was a biology, they're scientists, and they just have a love of working with students. And that those are the people that we want in the classrooms. Not everyone gets the call as a high schooler going into college, and sometimes they get that call to teach later in life. And so it's really important that we give them the opportunity to be able to do that. And then the science of reading, super excited. It's very different to see it as a parent, what it means to go through that whole process, but then thinking back on my own background as a teacher and just learning so much over the years. So super excited to see all of this come together. Again, like I said, it feels like we're launching our child off to college. And so just knowing, we were thinking about it, was before the pandemic, right? Yes, yeah. Like 19, 20, I think in terms of school year. So 19, I think it was the 1920 school year, or 18, see? 18, 19 school year. So super excited, and I'll let Darren share. I know he was excited about some things too.
Well, I was, and I think this also just goes beyond the initial things we were talking about, teacher renewal. And one of the things I think that PDPs open up for us is the fact that teachers can finally begin to, if we, I think, institute this correctly, is we'll begin to give credit to them for a lot of the job-embedded professional work that they do, which is some of the highest levels of professional learning that a teacher can experience. And I think PDPs open up that pathway. And we listened a lot on that front, too, how to condense them into the right combinations that'll produce the best things for our students. So I could go on, but I think we've already highlighted a good portion of the things that we're proud of as we come to you.
The remaining slides were just like tell you next steps and then questions, but we can take questions now and then finish off the slides.
Sure. Why don't we take questions now? I just want to, again, I'm pleased with the quality of the product. I'm also especially pleased and gratified with the level of collaboration between the two boards working towards a common goal. So I'm glad to see that we've made it, and that the boards, while we have different perspectives and we may not agree on everything, we've been able to figure out how to advance the ball in a significant way. And I just want to thank everyone that's been involved in that over the years. Nicely done.
I think the easiest way to think about it is it's a battery. It's a battery of assessments, and the EdTPA and PPAT are one portion of that battery. There is a specific reading instruction assessment. It is delineated from that PPAT or EdTPA. We use right now the Praxis Teaching Reading Elementary Assessment. That is the paper pencil option. The option that's being developed in these regulations is more of a performance-based option, where the MSDE will create a tool, and we will recognize specific individuals who are able to assess. And if you are able to demonstrate proficiency in teaching reading on the job using that tool and being observed by an approved assessor, then that is also a way that you can meet the requirements for the reading instruction specifically. Aside from that, there is a subject-based assessment that is a paper pencil assessment. So it is a battery.
I'm not sure if that really answers my question, though. How does the teacher demonstrate? We're spending so much time on the science of reading, and how do we know that a teacher is prepared, who has been prepared to teach that?
So several places. One, they have to attend an ed prep who has courses aligned to the science of reading. You've already seen those regs like that. You can't do business in Maryland if you are not an ed prep aligned to science of reading. We are going to enshrine that pending this vote and adoption in a few months. So that's one. Two, once you're enrolled, you have to take all your courses. If you're elementary, obviously you're going to have the reading courses are going to be heavy there. And you also have to take the EdTPA or the PPAT as part of your teacher internship experience and your coursework. You're still not an official teacher yet. You're an ed prep who has to have courses that align to the science reading. You also got to take this EdTPA test as well while you're still in undergrad. Then when you go become a teacher and you graduate, you have to also pass the reading exam as well that is aligned to the science of reading. So you just took all your courses and you got to pass the reading exam. But what we have done is we have said that some people are tripping up on the standardized test version of it. But so we said is you could knock it out that way, or you just went through, you know, letters training, or your district is like washed in science of reading. We can validate your district to come and watch you in action and validate you that way as well. So
Okay.
multiple spaces. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm just thinking that teachers who don't know how the science of reading can pass that reading instruction test.
Yeah.
It's been done for decades. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask.
Dr. Green, I do want to add there that when this kind of came out with our higher ed, the board members, that they talked about how they could see that being embedded to some of the field placements and the practical placements to make sure that the students had opportunities to really interact and kind of be hands-on with it. So that was something that came up in the discussions about the science and reading, and making sure that it was not just theoretical, but they had the practical knowledge with the science of reading as well. So we did talk about it at length about what would that look like for a pre-service teacher.
That's good, the practical side of it as well. I had also a question. What happens, unless I misunderstood, I remember I taught biology, and back in the day, if you taught biology, they assumed you
Out of area, sorry.
It exists currently, and it has been modified in this version of the regulations. What this version of the regulations states is that LEAs can continue to assign teachers to teach out of area. You can be assigned to teach up to 2 courses out of area, period, at any time. If an LEA finds it necessary to assign a teacher to teach more than 2 courses outside of their area of licensure for more than 1 year, then they have a couple different options. They can either take 2 courses in that content, or they can demonstrate through an LEA evaluation teaching that particular course that they are effective.
Okay, so that still can happen then?
Yes.
Okay. But they wouldn't have to get licensed. They can just show
Correct.
that, you know, okay, I can teach business math. Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Getty, then Ms. McCusker.
In Maryland, we have a lot of military bases, and therefore some of our teachers are spouses following a military career. So when they come to Maryland, how do we remove the barriers for their licensure and not keep them, as their whole career may be traveling all over the world, how do we keep them from always being the base salary and a conditional license and never achieving real professional status?
I can speak to a current law that requires the Maryland State Department of Education, along with other agencies, to expedite any application for a license. And we do that and have for several years. In fact, when we developed our current system, it is designed to recognize military applicants. They self-identify, and those applications are automatically pushed to the front of the queue constantly. So we do have an expedition. We do not have a pathway to licensure specifically carved out for individuals that are associated with the military. They still have to meet the requirements for licensure, but they do get expedited service. And LEAs can hire them on the conditional, but I'm unable to answer the second part of the question.
But if they come in, so one thing that we added is if they come in from out of state and or wherever out of a base that is not here in Maryland, and or they're going to work at, say, Howard County, they will come in on a conditional, but originally we interpreted to mean that they have to take the EdTPA in order to get to professional. But now, within that first year, if you are rated effective, right, on the teacher evaluation system of your district, they can jump to professional at the end of their second year. So that does exist. Say that again?
Then they're gone.
Yeah, but if they're gone, we can't control that. We don't have portability from state to state. So there is, what you're referring to is interstate mobility compact work. And so there is a national movement to have interstate mobility, and saying that if they got it, then you honor it, and they're professional here and they're professional here. I have pushed out into Annapolis to adopt that. It requires a legal, in law, that you have to be a state that is part of the compact. So I have pushed a few people, all the way up to the new governor, that we need to be part of the interstate compact. So when you're saying they're gone, at the end of the day, unless Maryland is part of some kind of compact formally that has now formed with the military and others, I can send you some information. We did it in our workforce development deep dive.
That it was the fastest time they had experienced in terms of getting their certification from another state to get their licensure, I should say, from here, especially coming from other states like Texas, from California, from Hawaii, coming from overseas at Department of Defense schools, that when they were stationed here, that short time, that it was a very quick turnaround process for them.
There you go. I did not pay her to say that.
You did not.
Thank you. So when I look at the new renewal requirements, is there going to be a very clear walk across for teachers who are currently in the middle of their renewal? Like, these new requirements take effect in 2025. I'm a teacher who's currently, and I don't mean me personally, but like, say I'm a teacher who's currently in the midst of their renewal. And let's say I come due for my renewal in 2025. I'm currently under the old system, so I may have already taken my 6 credits. But then when the year that I'm due to come up, I've got these new requirements to meet. And do teachers need to start planning for this now? Or is there going to be some sort of walk across for them? What if I am due in 2025 and right now I've been developing curriculum in the summer. I did it this past summer, but it's not part of the renewal requirements. I can't use those points until 2025, so I don't have any paperwork. Like, how do we make sure that teachers get to walk across without a complete panic? Because the work that they've been doing that has been sufficient under the old requirements is no longer good, because not only do I need 90 points, but those 90 points need to be spread across these 4 or 5 different areas and have to touch on these areas. But 90 points is also 6 credits, and I already took 6 credits because I was working under the old assumptions. Or I may not have done that, but I've done some of these things, but they didn't count before, but now they're going to count, so how do I get paperwork to make them count now? I think teachers are going to look at this and panic a little bit. I could be wrong, but is there going to be very clear walk across that allow teachers to take some of what they've been doing in this limbo period between the old and the new? Is there a grandfathering system for those that are working in the old system now, and then suddenly in 2025 you got this?
You got all the scenarios out of you. I just want to make sure.
You got any more?
I want to be able to weigh in.
Right.
Now.
As a teacher in the middle of my renewal and I come due in 2026, I'm looking at this going, how do I, and I can't be the only teacher in the state that's going to look at this and go, what do I do?
I don't see that playing out like the way you're describing it. Truly, it has opened up more possibilities of things that they're naturally doing and occurring, both within their district job embedded PD, that they can count towards.
But should they be trying to document it now?
Well, yes, but I would hope that it's not hard things to document.
Bunch of this, but I'm not necessarily keeping track of every professional development thing I'm getting at school and every conference I'm going to.
I don't think many the teachers that sit on the board, I don't think there was any panic. It was just like, well, what if? And so really looking down, like a lot of the items that you can do, it just seems like it opened it up a lot more. There were a lot more choices to kind of choose from. I can't say with certainty that people are starting to track, or if they're thinking about it. Sometimes I think that a lot of educators are so busy with the day-to-day that they may not be thinking about it just yet. And so I think a lot of things that are coming out is 2025, 2025, 2025. And so it's not until this year that I was thinking about recertification, because I'm pretty sure it's 2025. So, I mean, I just started thinking about it now and just looking at the list personally, it was just like, oh, well, you can do all of these things. It didn't feel like I just had to take a course.
But I should be trying to start keeping track of that now, probably, if I'm a teacher in the midst of the renewal process. Is that
Can I jump in?
fair to say? I mean,
Oh, well, I think it's always been the responsibility of the teacher to keep
Yes.
track of their professional learning, of course.
right.
And granted, you're right, with the amount of work that's on the table and so forth, it can kind of get pushed to the back, but almost every teacher understands, once they get to the 5-year renewal period, there's a certain amount of things that they're going to have to start doing. So most of us keep track of how many courses we've taken. Did we write curriculum over summer? How many points do I have, or how many credits do I have now, or, renewal units?
But these things weren't necessarily something you got credit for necessarily
Well, I
from
think the
MSDE
list
previously.
the list that was created, virtually everything that a teacher has done can translate it into points. So
Right.
no one's going to lose anything.
Right.
Now, true, there
There's
might
more
be
options now.
there are
Yeah,
further
I
options,
agree with you.
right.
Yeah, I'm
And
just,
that was one of the things, because I was very concerned about that, because this is a significant change in the way we renew our certificates. And it's going to take a lot of keeping track of data, so it is going to take time to get used to. What I did like is when I started to look at the list, the number of things that teachers traditionally do, that you can't use that. You did that during the day. You can't use that. You were in a book group that did this. And it may have resulted in huge amounts of learning on part of the teacher, but it didn't fit into the narrow box of what we counted when you got ready to renew. This, if a county starts to recognize that, that's why I said if it's implemented correctly, it will open up, I think, a huge amount of opportunity for teachers to count things they've already done in the last few years that they never would have gotten credit before. So I think that's why once we started to look at it and how it translates into this activity is worth this many points, we didn't really panic too much about it. Now, that's one of the things we may get more feedback on once we publish, and we may have to go back and look again. But I'm with Melita. I did not find that much concern about it.
Just really thinking about all the things that you do during the day, or when you're asked to do a presentation or something for your district, or just different things, or sometimes with your team you may decide that you want to read this book and you're implementing it, and so before you wouldn't have gotten credit, so now you can get credit for those things that you already do. Or it may spark an interest into something that you have interest in that you can pursue and get the credit for, because I think before it was a box, and so you may have a very specific interest that you want to pursue, but you may not, because it's like, well, I need for this to count, or I want this to count towards my next licensure. So now there's a little bit more flexibility, and I think that it gives teachers a little bit more autonomy to pick the things that they are interested in or what they need to grow as educators.
okay.
And I think it's good to keep in mind as well, we did not get to the point where we prescribed how many points you needed in a specific area. So you might take a single targeted professional learning experience, and that might count 1 point. Okay, well then you can check that category off.
We have to own that, and someone's in the middle of transition, someone in the middle, you have to keep track of things. So that's not gonna, there's no way to there's no way to future-proof this reg to ease anyone who now has to, you have to ultimately jump into it, right? But we're gonna communicate the heck out of it. We're going to have a ton of FAQs, even if it means it needs to hit 500 FAQs. What if I'm in this? What if I'm in that? What if I'm in that? That stuff Kelly's already used to. It comes through their shop. We now have a new platform where you can also upload things much easier versus a bunch of emails and everything else. So I hear you, but I also know that it's going to be that much more flexible and open, and I can only speak to the accomplished educators in front of you right now, plus that board that we had to convince that this is the way to do this, to bring you to the table. But we will communicate. We will say, here's if you do a book club, here's what you can submit as evidence of that. If you do X, Y, and Z during job embedded PD, here's the 5 things that would count towards it. So as we'll publish guidance around all the things that can count towards everything we can brainstorm and think about, and we'll also engage PSTEB around that. So
Okay.
yeah,
Thank you.
I knew I brought you guys here for a reason.
Let me check with Ms. Howley. Ms. Howley, by chance, do you have any questions or comments?
Yep, I do, except I dropped my phone. I still have you there?
Yep.
Okay, good. First of all, I want to thank you for, oh gee, my phone is flashing now. I want to thank you for this fine work because it's been a long time in coming and I know it was quite difficult. My question really is, we love data, and as we look at teachers who take these alternative pathways, what data are we going to be collecting in order to analyze the effectiveness of these pathway choices?
Well, we'll have a lot of different things. We'll look at retention, we'll look at attrition. Because we're going to have more data now that we're able to also grab from EdPrep, we can actually tag data to people's entire career. We showed you the example of the Colorado dashboard that can literally see Mohammed from enrolling to completing to getting started to whether he's still there for 3 years. So that's one right there. We're able to collect that data just on the retention side and everything else. On the student outcome sides and such, well, we can also run that too in an anonymized way. So we'll plan to do that as well. We'll do a program evaluation of the in-district program. We have a phenomenal research office. I've already told the team that I want to look at things like that as well over time. So, I mean, there's a lot of things we can do. So, I mean, the question is, which one do we want to look at carefully? So alternative pathways exist right now. We're not proposing something that is an experiment. We're proposing something that other people in the country are further ahead of us as well. I mean, just to put it bluntly. And so we're proposing, we have grow your own programs that have exist. We have, there's been a long time alternative prep programs here in the city and other places. So we have a lot of different things we can look at, as well as these new programs that are coming about as well too. Is Matt behind me or something?
Thank you.
Right now, is Matt? Yeah, that's why you looked that way and smiled. Yeah, Matt, you were gonna do a study.
Yes, we wrote the regulations to treat, sorry, I can't see you. We wrote the regulations to treat out-of-country applicants the same way that we would treat out-of-state applicants. So if you come in with a license to teach, however that looks in a different country, because we recognize it looks different in different countries, and you are, at this point in time, you take the EdTPA or the PPAT, or you're hired and you have an effective evaluation, that is absolutely a pathway in.
Okay, thank you. And one comment is that I know when they first got their professional license, it's called initial professional, and then advanced to professional, then advanced. Why we want that initial? Is there any history behind that?
There is. We originally, sorry.
Yeah, I was just like,
we originally drafted the regulations with just the initial and the professional. And we got a lot of feedback, and this is back before we even put it out for public comment, a tremendous amount of feedback from our teacher community and our teacher union that they really wanted that advanced credential, that people held that sacred if they had already earned it, and the thought of going from an advanced professional certificate to a professional license bothered a lot of people. So we ended up putting it back into the regulations and stating you don't have to advance, but we are going to make it an option. The other part is you can come in and avoid that initial professional license if you already have 3 years of experience. So you may come into Maryland and never have the initial professional. You may jump right to the advanced professional, depending on what your credentials are when you enter Maryland. So it really does depend. You do not have to do them 1, 2, 3.
I see. Thank you so much. I was just thinking in a person who graduated, worked so hard, get their license. First, I want to get a professional license instead of initial. Maybe like, want to think twice. Yeah, and then advance from there. I totally agree with the career ladder and professionalism. Yeah, have some differential or some credential behind the names that is a proper recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. This was excellent.
Can we just wrap up the presentation?
Please.
And then, so Kelly, just the next steps right quick.
So again, because there is a sister board that's involved here, they have already granted permission to publish both sets of these regulations for public comment. If this board takes that same action today, again, they will go to the Maryland Register. We will receive another round of public comment, and then we will have to come back to both boards and request adoption. If any substantive changes are made when we bring those regulations back, then we would start the process over again, and we would repeat this process. So that's where we are today. And of course, we want you to check out our Teach Maryland website that we're very proud of, and our social media campaign where we are really recruiting Teach Maryland.
That's it. We've just revamped our, we're putting more resources into the Teach Maryland campaign, formerly known as Teach in Maryland, but Teach Maryland. And then you've seen some of the upping our game when it comes to how we do marketing and social media. And so this is just a little taste of that. So if you don't have any questions, I know we have a whole section to talk about adopting regs and such, but I'm just feeling it in the air right now. Can we adopt these regs right now? If you, can you consider adopting them?
I don't know. I guess we can.
Sorry, permission to publish. Permission to publish. Sorry, I always forget I always mix them up. Yeah.
So
Can I
we
get
have
permission to publish?
The floor
Can I
is
get an
open
amen?
now for a motion to publish regulation Commodore 13A 1201 through 07 Educator Licensure Permission, and Commodore 13A 0706 Programs for Professionally Licensed Personnel. So the floor is now open for a motion to publish those. So we have Dr. Green proposed, seconded by Dr. Getty. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Did you have a question?
I just have a couple comments.
Yes, please.
Just been
Yeah.
listening. This really goes back even further than 2016. I can remember coming here as a member of MABE, a local LEA. We struggled. We really worked through it. Everybody was there. We had our ups and downs, but and we all watched the blueprint being discussed for years and coming along, and I just really feel that the blueprint finally took away a lot of the things that were keeping us not talking to each other, but at each other for the different groups, because a lot of it was money. Blueprint brought the money, saved a lot of those issues. And I just have to compliment MSDE, the AIB, LEAs, Higher Ed, MSEA, Pitt Staff, all the stakeholders, because you have really worked hard. There have been probably no less than 7 or 8 versions of trying to accomplish this. And I'm just so proud to be part of this board when we're at the point we're in agreement with all the stakeholders. And I just cannot thank you so much. In the presentation, when I was looking at it prior to the meeting, and I told the superintendent how impressed I was with that. So this is the standard for all future regulations on how we will be briefed. And but it was a lot of heavy lift, and I just want to acknowledge all the work that the stakeholders, especially the people that have been in the room talking to each other instead of at each other for all these years. And so I will be happy to vote for this regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing no further discussion on the motion, we'd like to now take a vote. All in favor, very much for coming in. Let's take a 5-minute break and then come back. Excellent. is for the special ed, push that to February.
You have my concurrence.
I know that's also a topic that's very close to Dr. Millie McCarthy's heart. She can't be here, so we just push it till February.
Okay, that's totally fine. So we'll jump to, because we have several different presentations related to the data release. So this, we definitely, the report card is. We also had to make some one-time policy shifts with US Ed giving us the flexibility to do it because of how last year played out with data, and it was going to throw off report cards. So you'll know about that. We'll talk specifically related to how we measure growth and chronic absenteeism. And so with that, and then of course there'll be some nerdy things in between that I want you to think about, just because I can't help myself. And so I promise it will be good. And with that, we will have Chandra Hazlett, our wonderful assistant state superintendent, and Matt. Matt recently got promoted to run our research office. He's the director. He was groomed by Dara. He was under Dara for a bit, and so we all liked Dara. So Matt is pretty much continuing that on, and he's been great. And you've gotten to know him through the strategic plan work as well, too. All right, with that, we'll go.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. So we'll go ahead to the next slide. So I'll start with English language arts results. These are our state level results. The first slide is a bit of a recap from what we presented in December, in that this is state level results. This is more official in that we actually have state IDs. We're able to look at student groups, and we're actually able to look at their specific grades and confirm that. So basically what you see for English language arts is that our students have returned to pre-pandemic levels of proficiency. Over to the right, you can see ELA grades 3 through 8 combined. We're nearly identical at 44%. ELA 10, we're at 53%. So that is good news. And then when you look across each of the grades, you see that similar rebounding effect. The next slide actually drills into that student group information. So if we look at state level student group information, what you see is that all student groups across the board are the same or actually slightly improved from that 2018-2019 comparison. So that is also good news. Black African Americans, you can actually see, have improved to 31% in 2022. They were 28% pre-pandemic. Students with disabilities also saw a noteworthy improvement. Looking at LEAs, there is variability across the LEAs. You see a low of 21% of proficiency in the grade 3 through 8 tests to a high of 64% in proficiency percentage. English 10, similar to the grade assessments. All student groups saw that rebounding. Black African Americans and Hispanics saw a noteworthy improvement in comparison to pre-pandemic levels. English 10 by LEA, there is a variety across the LEAs. You see a low of 32% to a high of 75% in the proficiency across the state. So that's English language arts. Now I'm going to turn to the math results. So what we see on this first slide, again, a recap from what we presented at the state level results in December. Students have not returned to pre-pandemic performance when comparing to that 2018-2019, 27% across all test takers, 7% across all test takers in Algebra 1. So the next slide looks at the student groups, and across the board, all student groups were impacted with learning loss during the pandemic. You can see 2019 is the blue over to the right, and you can see the gray marks over to the left, which is 2022, and you can see they're all lower than what they were pre-pandemic. LEAs by LEA, the grade 3 through 8 tests. There is variability across the state. They varied from a low of 7% to a high of 38% in regards to the proficiency percentage on those grade 3 through 8 tests. Turning our attention to Algebra 1. So this is by student group again. This is all students that took the Algebra 1 test. They were all impacted by that pandemic. We did see improvement, again, just reminding folks, but we still are not at that pre-pandemic, which is reflected here across the board. Black African American students in 2019 were 11%. We are now at 5% in the 21-22 school year. Algebra 1 tests by LEA, variability again. LEAs vary from a low of less than 5% to a high of 32% in the proficiency percentage. You can see geographically on the maps here, as well as a ranking by the LEAs over to the right. So that was a very quick tour of the public reporting. I think the message is pretty clear that ELA, we've seen a significant rebounding effect, but for math, we still have a lot of work to do. I want to go over the next section, is that targeted reporting that we are rolling out as part of assessment results. We have reports that are developed for both families, students, educators, LEA staff, and decision makers. Really to look at remediating and accelerating that learning loss. We will continue, obviously, to enhance this reporting as the spring 23 assessment results, but this is a preview of where we are going with our assessment results and the reporting. So the first slide is a mock-up view of an individual student report. This is an example of math. All students and families receive this report. This is an example of a grade 4 math ISR. This is provided to every student and family, and it has important information. And just stepping you through a couple of key items on the left side of it, you see the performance level, the score that they earned. You also can see a comparison to the percentage of students in their schools and LEA in the state, so that they can get kind of a context of where they compare to their peers. Over to the right, you see some additional information on how a student performed on subscores. And in this case, this is math, so we're looking at content modeling and reasoning, so they can get a sense of how they're performing on those content areas. And then at the bottom, there is some information on what performing in each of those performance levels means and how they may be able to improve their scores. The next slide is some mock-ups of a school evidence statement analysis report. This report in general provides educators with information on the performance of students on specific questions tied to content. School LEA state comparisons are provided, and there's all the way to the far right, that orange triangle. The students in that school did not perform as well on that particular item in comparison to the LEA and the state. So you can actually drill into school level data in regards to how your students are doing on the items. Those items are, of course, then aligned to content standards, which is that far right report where you can look at, for this example, you have geometry, expressions, and equations, and so you can see how your students are actually performing on the items and the standards. The next mock-up is for content standards roster. This is, again, an example of math. This takes it a step further in regards to providing student-level information on how the student is doing on the content standards. So, Mr. Beat, I think here, the first level there, that's a student. And you can get, for example, that first column is number and quantity. That student got 21% of the questions, or 21% of the points correct in comparison to the state of 10. So they can see how the student is doing on the standards as in comparison to the state.
Just 1 second, Sonja.
Sure.
Just, if you're online, if you could mute your device, some background noise. If you're online, mute your device. Okay, thank you.
The next two slides, actually, just taking it a bit higher here, this provides some demographic performance level summary data. This particular example has in colors the 4 performance levels of the assessment. And you can see by the Maryland state, the local education agency, and the school, and then you have each of the student groups, how the performance of the students in those groupings performed by the performance levels. You can drill into this report and get student level information. So instead of the student group information, you can drill into it at the student level. I have student A listed at the bottom there. And if you go over to the right, you get some additional information in regards to how students are doing on those content groupings. So the reading, the writing, and then drilling into that for like reading, you have reading informational, reading literacy, vocabulary. So those are those sub-content areas that are reflected on the ISR. So you can drill into how students are doing at the state, local education, school level, and then even further into this for each particular student. So the next report mock-up is actually a pretty fun one. This is an item analysis report. This allows educators to really drill into student level data and individual test questions. So over to the left, student A is actually J, C, Q, Q. This is a mock-up, but you would see a listing of students down to the left. And what you see here is that for that first one, this is an English 10 test. They earned a 788, which puts them in the distinguished learner. And you'll see a little red circle there. You can drill into that particular student, and what you can then see is each item on the assessment, which content area or domain it's tied to or aligned to, reading informational text, what standard, content standard that is aligned to, how many points that were possible, how many they earned, and when those test items are available, you'd be able to see that test item right there. So this is an example of a report that we are rolling out by the end of this week. I think is the 27th is when it's planned to roll out. And we will continue to enhance and provide these tools to educators to make sure that this information is available to use, to really drill into at the student level and remediate and accelerate their learning. All right, so this is a case study of how some of these reports can be used. 9.4% were in that performance level right below proficiency. ELA grade 8, it's a similar story. 43% were proficient, which I presented earlier. 40% of those students are right below proficiency at performance level 2. So drilling into that a little bit more. So we have 4 performance levels on the assessment. There's a scale score associated with the test, which goes from 650 to 850. That proficiency cut of 3.4, performance level 3.4, is at 750. So if we look at just students that are right below that cut point, say 10 points or right below at 740 to 750, we can start to look at those students that are really just on the cusp of earning proficiency. And then by looking at the previous reports, we can start to drill into how we can get those to proficiency. So just to go through the slide that I have here, so those improvements in a single sub-content area, such as reading literacy or expressions, may bring these students up to proficient. We wanted to drill into that and see, is it just 1 or 2 questions that could have brought them up to proficiency? For math, grade 5, that first row, we had 16% of the students that were within that 10 scale points of proficient. ELA 8, which is the middle row, we had 17% of that students that were just below that 750 cut point. So let's take a look at, these are the 2 reports that I presented earlier that you can kind of look at. The one on the left is that school level evidence statement report, where you can look at this at the school level where the content standards are not being met at the school level. The one on the right is where you can identify your students that might be 750, 740, 745, and drill into questions and contents and standards that that particular student may be missing. And if we just got them to get those right, they may be proficient. So the next 2 slides are examples. So these are real examples of students that are on the cusp of proficiency within that 10 points. So here's student A, scored in performance level 2. They earned a scale score of 746, right below that 750. If you look at question 2, which has a maximum point value of 1, so this is a 1-point question. It's highlighted in yellow to your right. It was answered incorrectly. That question 2, just so that we can make sure that we're teaching and educating that student, is aligned to a number operations fractions evidence statements, so we can work on that content standard. And if they come back and they answer question 2 correctly, they would have scored a 753, which is proficient at performance level 3. So that is one example of how close some of these students are to earning proficiency. So here's an example with ELA. So student B scored in performance level 2 with a scale score of 745 on the ELA grade 8 test. they answered that question 2 incorrectly. It has a maximum point value of 2. So this is one that is worth more points than just 1 point question. Constructed response, for example, they might have had to write something. That question 2 is a test item aligned to reading, literary, key ideas and details. If they had answered it even partially correct, earning 1 point, they would have earned a 756 and been a proficient learner. So some of these questions, they're worth 1 point or 2 points, and they have different difficulty levels. But by drilling into the data, we can actually start to look at the students where if we had just worked on that.
As you saw today, and what most states have done is compare students in one grade and their performance to students in the same grade in the following year. So for example, we saw how grade 3 performed in ELA last year versus how grade 3 performed this year. And while this is informative, it doesn't compare the same students over time. And we know from research that the pandemic affected grade levels differently. So elementary students suffered more or disproportionately compared to high school students. So instead, what we can do is track the performance of the same students over time. What this does is answer the question, how are students that stay in Maryland doing over several grade levels? And what it also does is controls for this question of student mobility both in and out of the state. So first, similar analysis was done across 21 states, so looking from school year 2017 to 2022. And they compared the changes for this same group of students in both math and ELA. So you see the graph on the right shows the purple bars indicate the loss in percent of students meeting the standards in math, and the blue shows the losses, and in some cases gains, for ELA. And overall, they found that the gains or the losses in math were much larger than any losses in ELA, on the order of 3 to 4 times bigger in math than ELA. So we ran a similar analysis in Maryland, and what did we see? So first for ELA, we tracked students from starting in grade 3 in 3 different cohorts. So you'll see the top line in the table shows students that we expect to graduate in 2026. So they were in grade 3, moving up to grade 8 in 2022. We have that 1 year ELA 6 missing. That's the pandemic year where there was no testing in 2020. You'll see that for each of the 3 cohorts, they actually saw an increase in proficiency rate on the order of 4 to 5 percentage points. And that's from their 3rd grade year to 2022. So this reflects what Sonja presented in terms of ELA returning to pre-pandemic, but it also shows actually building upon pre-pandemic proficiency levels. However, when we look at math, we have a very much different story, and it does line up with what we saw nationally. So math, we see decreases in order of about 25 percentage points from 3rd grade into 6th grade as well as 8th grade. And if you look closely, you'll see that for the first cohort, it's not only that they're decreasing because of the pandemic, but we saw proficiency declining prior to the pandemic. So it's a mixture of things here going on. But so it's also in elementary school as well as middle school. We see these decreases in math proficiency.
And this, returning to the last slide, we are promoting the newsletter from the Division of Assessment, Accountability, and Performance Reportings. And so as a reminder, here's how you can sign up and make sure that you get the most recent and best news every month.
So, I know you have questions, but we have a lot of work to do in math. We have a lot of work to do, period. Even within these numbers, there's the achievement gap that has widened, that we still have not closed or narrowed, even brought less than 10 points ever in the state. So there's that work. We had to dig into the data to see how far off are we? Like, what are they struggling with? What strand? So I said, what kinds of reports do we publish? Like, they better be good and they better be easy tools to grab, right? So we're going to keep making those better over time. But she just gave you an example. there is the gloom story of math, but there are so many kids who are close as well to hit that proficiency bar too, right? They're on the cusp of it. So, you know, and we don't look at that. Like, we don't look at, we just go, oh, so many kids are not proficient. When so many kids are also close to being proficient. And other states also count proficiency differently too. When we start comparing things, right? In Mississippi, 70-some percentage of third graders are proficient in reading. They're like, well, it's because they're kicking our butt in reading, but they have 5 performance levels and they count level 3, 4, and 5 as proficient. And level 3 meets approaching expectation. So I can play that game too if we want, and shoot the number up as well. So it also matters in how you want to count proficiency and such. In Texas, we have 4 levels. We have does not meet, approaches, meets, advance. And approaches, meets, and advance is considered passing in Texas, right? Here, it's just the top 2 levels, and our 3rd level is not. But that level 2, right? And that's fine. I'm okay with the way. I'm not interested in playing games with numbers, because we're doing a disservice to our kids. But it is not as gloomy as we think it is when we look at our level 2 kids. What percentage of kids? We have to get our level 1 kids up. We have to narrow the gap, no doubt. But there are many kids who are close, right? And we absolutely have to get better at isolating their needs, targeting their needs, and getting them there. But I just want to make sure that story never gets told, right? We don't tell the story of growth. We don't tell the story of people moving from 5 to 10, 15, etc. We just look at raw proficiency, which tends to track with affluence, wealth, and inequities. So, but the on-the-cusp students, when I saw those numbers, I was like, oh my gosh, there's a lot of kids that are very close. 1 question, some of them, right? 2 questions. I showed you a bunch of kids that are less than 10 questions, some questions that are worth more, right? It would like add another 15 percentage points to our proficiency bar, right? And if I wanted to play the games of other states in terms of how they count proficiency, it would look different as well, right? The headline would look different. We're not going to do that, but ultimately we need to be able to get our kids where they're at. But it's not absolutely math, like it was a haymaker punch to all of us, and we need to get better. But it is not like we're there, like we can get, we have so many kids who are there, and we can get them to that proficiency bar, and they're not as far away as we think are and our schools are failing, our teachers are like, it is not as gloomy as you think it is, and that's very important. But the headlines won't capture that because people don't write with that level of nuance. But we also need to give credit to our schools with how much they are moving, right, with a student population that is majority, minority, and concentrated poverty increasing as well. So I just want to, that's my rant for today when it comes to the achievement data. And then
let's in Maryland do the right thing. Let's focus on the right thing, and then we'll let the scores be what they are. And I think they'll track in that direction as well.
The last thing I didn't mention is, you know, at one point we're going to have to relook at our accountability system as the AIB looks at what measures that they want to define as success of the blueprint. One of the things that we should be looking at, that more and more great thinkers on this are thinking about, is cohort. That's why I wanted to show you cohort data. We don't give credit for cohort, like, right? Like if you're training your teachers right now on the science of reading, right, like the next cohort's going to get a better experience than the previous cohort while you're trying to intervene in that cohort. We should find ways to give credit for improving cohorts. That way you can also push systems and challenge systems to not just think of that one kid in 3rd grade versus the other kid, but think about that 3rd grader who's going to maybe, if at that 8th grade mark, get them to proficiency. And if you can do that, we want to reward you for that, right? And that's a group of teachers who had a hand in making that happen. We don't design accountability systems that way. I think we have a chance to think about that. And so when that opening happens, it's something I'm going to push for us to think about, just as a heads up.
Sounds good. Let me first go online. Dr. Millie McCarthy, have any comments or questions?
No, I am just thoroughly enjoying this presentation, and I thoroughly enjoyed your rant, Mr. Chaudhary, because I do think,
Speech.
I always love a good rant.
All right.
I always think that when we have these assessments and we can dig into the data to drive instruction, that's what's going to help us learn how to make kids, or how to help kids do better, and how to help teachers do better. So I do appreciate this presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Hallie, are you still there? I know she had to step away. Okay. Now we'll go here in the room. Ms. McCusker?
Thank you, and I'm going to do my little rant. That as we look at on the cusp and we look at these data and we say, oh, if this student had just gotten this one thing right, we could have moved him to proficient. We've got to get this one kid to do this one thing right. It's not about getting that kid to do that one thing right. That one thing represents a standard, a measure of a skill, something that child needs to be able to do in order to build on the skill and do the next level in that mathematics skill. So as Clarence had said, keeping our eye on the ball of teaching the standards, teaching the skills, not teaching how to put that one answer on the test to bump your score up, and to make sure that it's not about making the test better, but it's making sure that kids own the skills that they need to succeed at the next level. We're not teaching to a test.
Ms. Morrow, then Senator Bates.
So one question, and hopefully this has a quick answer, but with regards to the Algebra 1 and the English 10 tests, where are we in regards to those being graduation requirements? I know with the change in test, with the timing, with blueprint implementation, I feel like that's gotten kind of muddled in the middle with the end of course assessments.
So we're going to be pulling that from the EOC, or we're going to be recommending to you to publish that it's going to be removed from the EOC requirement, the ELA in math.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand, so somebody who took Algebra 1 but did not pass that assessment and is already moved on to the next course does not have to go back and take that, again for
Absolutely
graduation
correct.
requirement at this point.
That is
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bates.
Thank you. Math, I kept looking at the math scores and going, this is really terrible, but math actually builds from one year to the next. So in a sense, if you didn't get it because of whatever, it's hard to have it build on. So I'm just trying to justify the low numbers, but I can imagine it's based on the building of one year on the others.
Absolutely, particularly in math. I mean, there is vertical alignment of all the standards. Our content folks know it the best, but we assess the standards in each grade, and yes, they build on each other from one grade to the next. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Just two things. Appreciate what you're doing. One of the things that we should continue to try to do is make sure that the report card is something that parents can understand quickly and easily. Because where we want to go with the reform over time is that parents will have the information to come to the local boards and ask them, what are you doing? Parents will have the information to come to us, come to the governor, go to the legislature, and ask, what are you doing? So making that easier for them, and, with the schools, like when you buy online, you go online to buy something, you want to buy a pencil, then just down below that pencil, they show you related products. So just like as you look at your school and your school's performance, if there's just an easy way that you can look at other similarly situated schools that are doing dramatically better. The other thing to think about, and I know this is not right now, and I don't have what data to suggest, I'm coming to a belief that one of the things that should be on our state board website and the local board LEA's websites prominently on the front page is a scorecard. How are we doing? And we're going to spend $3 billion in additional taxpayer money. Somebody should be able to quickly and easily figure out how we're doing. And if we're not doing well, the data are apparent right there on the score. So we figure out what information we want to report, but I think putting it on the front page of all of our websites. So, because I've gone out and looked at some of the websites, and some of the boards have information, some don't, but more than likely it's maybe 2 or 3 clicks away. Again, give the parents, the taxpayers.
Want to make sure they have the right tools. That's why I'm a huge fan of giving credit for moving cohorts to proficiency. We don't do that. You know, a teacher takes a student from being far behind to right below proficiency, and then the other teacher and then a group of teachers bring them, like, and then you reward that. We don't do that. And we should find a way to do that because it takes a village, right? And then on the tools, on the publishing side, absolutely. I mean, right now, you know, this report card, I've already told the team I don't like the way it reads, and I want it to be more accessible, right? I want it to, and I don't mean accessibility more in terms of the other accessibility. I mean in terms of being able to see, like, here's how Muhammad's doing, here's how he's doing on these skills, here are resources and things you can do at home, and ask your LEA for this, right? Like, I want it to be more actionable and empowering for parents. We're not there yet. Other states have moved on to be able to do that, where parents can have an identifier. They log into a dashboard and they can get a really friendly, user-friendly student report that connects them to resources. Did you know Maryland has X, Y, and Z tutoring? Sign your kids up. Like, it's a very, like, it gets parents to get more involved in their child's. We don't do that. Sharonda knows that is where I want to go, and so they're working on it. Yeah, but right now I gotta publish the tools that I have.
That's fine.
While figuring. But one thing, even our like names of beginning learners, developing learners, professional, we got there through a set of focus groups with parents. So like that's all new. But I hear you on the just. Being able to, but to me it means nothing if it's like Muhammad's really struggling with this concept. Here's what you can do at home to help. Here's what you should ask your school system to give Muhammad, because you have a right to that that support as a public taxpayer. That's where I want to get to with that report card for parents. Just so you know.
Giving people for some of the people, we're looking at chronically underperforming schools. So they've always performed that way. I'm not sure anything can be done about it, but as we move in this direction, giving people the art of the possible so that they can begin to, if they've never seen it work well in a particular school, you're sort of almost resigned to that. But if we can start to put information into the hands of parents and others that say, it doesn't have to be this way.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There's a way forward. We can work this thing.
Yep.
I think that's incredibly powerful.
Yep.
But we're not going to be there overnight. But
absolutely. But we do have to be there with urgency, right?
Yeah,
and so otherwise a $3.4 billion investment annually is not justified. And on the last piece, I'll just share about, the being able to look at on the CUP student, it's not about answering that question, it's about mastering that standard. And that standard is most likely not most likely, it will spiral to the next grade. So the teacher who gets Muhammad, there's a reason why that question's worth up to like 3, 4, 5 points. It's a power standard. So it's not like, well, I didn't have Muhammad in 5th grade, so why am I looking? No. If he's really good at all of this stuff, he struggled here, it kept him from getting to proficiency, you should focus on that standard, not necessarily re-simulating that question, because we're not going to put the same question on the test either, because that's a bad test, but it's about mastering that standard at the end of the day. So I just want people to know that report exists, and it's a very powerful tool that we should not be sleeping on. More data now, accountability, other stuff that has nothing to do with our MCAP, but deals with enrollment, AP tests, and other things. That's what the next part of it is. So I'll pass it back.
There's requirements in regards to admission. Under state law, all individuals aged 5 years or older and until 21 shall be admitted free of charge. Each child shall attend a public school in the county where the child lives. MSDE actually collects data 3 times a year, September 30th. And then once in early spring to align to assessments, and another one at the end of the year. I do want to just acknowledge that the September 30th deadline is established in state law. So the next slide is a trend, 10-year trend, that just shows where we are today in comparison to prior years. The 10-year overall trend is we're up 3%. I did highlight that 3-year trend, which is pre-pandemic, which we have continued to be below that at negative 2%. But we are slowly creeping back up. I did also want to provide information here on non-public school enrollment and homeschooling trends, just as a counter trend for public school enrollment. So for the non-public school enrollment, you see in blue 128,000 students. It's slightly above last year. And we also see an increase in homeschooling of a couple thousand students. We have 5-year trend by grade band. So basically what you see here is elementary, middle are both down. High school is up in regards to the percentage of change over 5 years. Kindergarten is down slightly, and pre-kindergarten has stayed pretty consistent. Enrollment by county, these are enrollment counts by county. This reflects that our 5 largest districts remain the same. Montgomery, Prince George's, Baltimore County, Anne Arundel, Baltimore City are where the majority of our students are enrolled. The enrollment 5-year change by LEA, this just demonstrates the changing population of students across the state. And you can see overall in 5 years, we have had that 0.8% decrease in 5 years. But you can look to see what that decrease or increase is by county. Maryland enrollment 5-year trend by race ethnicity. What you will see is that our white students overall are down over time from a 36% down to 32 or 33%. And you see our Hispanic Latino are increasing. We were at 18% in 2019 and we're now at 22%. The other two are fairly consistent. Enrollment trend economically disadvantaged. So this shows a 4-year trend in regards to economically disadvantaged, and you should notice the peak in 2023. I also want to highlight that this is as of 9/30. Students continue to be added to the economically disadvantaged category as they are identified through the academic year. I want to point out that the reason why this is increasing is because we have included Medicaid data into the determination for eligibility. The next slide provides some additional information on those specifically. So the way our economically disadvantaged student group is defined is basically, it is all students that are eligible for free meal benefits, and they are identified through direct certification. Direct certification is an electronic data matching process. Certifies students as eligible for the meal benefits using participant data from other programs in the state. It eliminates that need for our school meal application or the household form. Definitely reduces the burden for districts. Any child belonging to a household that participate in SNAP, TANF, or Medicaid, as we now can be included in that, or children who are migrant, homeless, or in foster care or Head Start are categorically eligible to receive free meals at school. So with the addition of Medicaid, we have seen an increase in our students being identified as economically disadvantaged. A little background on the right-hand side, the Maryland's Blueprint for Maryland's Future required Medicaid as a matching element for that direct certification. So MSDE started that process and in the 21-22 school year. And so attendance refers to a student's presence or absence in an instructional program approved by the state. So we have a definition in COMAR. Attendance means that a student is present at school on a regular school day and includes participation in school-sponsored activities. There is compulsory attendance 5 years or older and under 18 shall attend public school regularly for the entire school year. Each local school system must develop that attendance policy, which includes a record of daily attendance. MSDE collects the attendance data 3 times a year, early fall, early spring, into school year. So Maryland attendance rate 10-year trend data. So the Maryland's attendance rate has decreased by 2.4 percentage points from its pre-pandemic rate of 93.5%. Overall, for 10 years, it's decreased by 3.3 percentage points. I did want to point out that even from 2017 to 2020 or 2019, it had already started slipping from the 2013 94.4% rate. Looking at attendance rate by grade band, the blue, for example, is the elementary schools. We do see that we have higher attendance rate in elementary, but it has declined over time. In 2019, it was 94.8%. Looking to the far right, in 2022, our elementary schools had an attendance rate of 92.2. You see a similar pattern with middle and high school with about a 2 percentage point change across each of the grade bands. So attendance rate by LEA for school year 21-22, there is variability. We have 13 LEAs that had an attendance rate higher than the state of that 91.1%, and you can see those over to the right. And then the next slide is the Maryland attendance rate change by LEA. So this looks at the change over time. Declines were seen in all 24 LEAs, some having a greater decline in attendance rate than others, as you can see on the right and on the map. Attendance rate change by race ethnicity. All race ethnicity groups had attendance rates that decreased in 21-22 as compared to 18-19. Black African American student groups had the greatest decline of a negative 3.1%. Looking further at student groups, the attendance rate decreased by 2.3 percentage points for all students, and you can look at the other student groups, economically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, and even male students had a greater decline than the all-student group. All right, so that was...
Are you guys okay if I jump to the report card? It would be a perfect segue because of the attendance connection, and I know some board members have to leave early, so I just want to get the report card with you because there's 2 policy changes we're making at the department level, and I wanted to make sure all board members heard that, if that's okay.
Yes, but one thing I want to do first, we have a couple of board members that have to leave at 4. I just wanted to, Dr. Green, you wanted to make just a very abbreviated, or can you? Okay, I wasn't sure whether you had to walk out at 4. Okay, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I
Go ahead,
want them
please.
to get the report card at least because I want them to see what we're doing with attendance. So you just have to switch slides, presentations. But the AP and the SAT, ACT data are here, and happy to talk about that as much as you like. But I want to. The report card is very important because as Sharonda gets set up, we had to make an adjustment on how we count chronic absenteeism, because it was ugly last year in terms of it shooting up. Like it was a return to normal. Normally you do from one year to the next, but that's if both of your tests are similar. So we had to go we had to look back to 2019 and trying to figure out a way to do growth. And fortunately, there's a way to do it. We're not the only ones in that boat. And so we'll talk about how we ended up leveraging our fall tests to include growth in that because ultimately, we wanted to give more credit for growth this year around because everyone's starting for so low, and we wanted to give points for more ability to grow people rather than just looking at a more complicated measure. So go ahead and start.
Thank you. So accountability. So I'm going to do the first part of the couple of slides, really talk about a high-level overview. Before that, I turn it back over to our research director to explain the fun, geeky stuff. But the ESSA requirements, the Every Student Succeeds Act signed into law in 2015. Every state was required to have a plan on their accountability system. Those of you who were here, we did a tremendous amount of outreach and developed an accountability system that measured at the time relevant, actionable aspects of school performance, and that still is our goal for our accountability system today. The state plan was approved in early 2018. and the first Maryland school report card was released later that year. And so the important piece that I want to highlight here is that we have 2 years of report card data, 2017-18, 2018-19, and due to the pandemic and a pause in accountability granted to us from the U.S. Department of Education, we have not released it since 2018-19 school year. So Mr. Chardy already indicated that we've worked with US Ed to get some flexibility in the accountability system this year. We were approved for an addendum in December, just this past December, for certain requirements in the Every Student Succeeds Act, which I'm going to highlight here in this presentation. The addendum, I just want to point out, was a streamlined process provided by the US Department of Ed for states to request temporary, non-binding changes that are approved as a state plan, as a accountability system. So these were, the intention was for these to be one-year changes. And the rationale was primarily due to missing and data limitations from that 1920 and 2021 school year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We are not alone in having challenges with our data from those 2 years. It is not a formal amendment to our state plan, so we will need to go through an amendment process in the future for changes that we want to make in the future. Some of the things that are highlighted in the addendum are one-year adjustments for interim targets, accountability calculations, including the growth measure, the timeline for identification of comprehensive and targeted school improvement, known as CSI and TSI schools. So the next section, primarily due to the pause in the accountability, I want to do just a really quick overview of the framework, just to kind of level set. So the accountability system, we had 3 primary considerations. One is that we needed to make sure that everything differentiates schools. So you may hear us refer to that later. We need to make sure that the measures are actionable and that the measures should be statewide and they need to be valid and reliable. So looking at our high schools, what you will see is that bold bar across the top, 65% are considered academic measures. That yellow are referred to as school quality student success measures. It is out of 100 percentage points, right? So it's out of 100%, so we can actually translate that into 100 points. In that middle section, you'll see the indicators for high school, academic achievement, graduation rate, English language proficiency, readiness for post-secondary success, and that's school quality student success, SQSS, and below those are measures. I want to point out a couple of measures that we're going to be talking about later. The first one is that readiness for post-secondary success. We have a notice that it is 15% of the entire accountability system. Looking at elementary and middle schools, some slight differences I want to point out. We still have the same breakdown as far as 65-35%. There are indicators. For elementary and middle schools, there's only 4 indicators: academic achievement, academic progress, English language proficiencies, and then the school quality student success. And they each have measures below those with some minor differences from the high school. The next one, I wanted to point out the academic progress. The academic progress is that growth in English language arts and mathematics. We, in our accountability system, indicated a student growth percentile, which is a challenge to use with our current data that we have available. So Matt will be diving into what we are doing to work around that. The next one, I just wanted to highlight that similar to high school, elementary, middle school also has that chronic absenteeism in that SQSS. And so the discussion around chronic absenteeism impacts all schools, elementary, middle, and high school. So that's a quick tour of the accountability system framework. We will come back with some additional information around that when we actually do report out on the results. The other piece that I wanted to highlight is that one aspect of the accountability system that is really important is looking at closing those achievement gaps. Required by US Ed is those interim and long-term targets that are really geared towards closing the achievement gap by ensuring that students performing lowest have to improve at greater rates. What US Ed has provided us is the flexibility to push those targets out for 2 years. which we have accepted their flexibility. What that means here is that this is an example school. Year 1, 2017-18, the school had 50% had a target of 50% in regards to the percent of students meeting their target. Year 2, they needed to increase by 2%. 19-20, we didn't release a report card. 2021, we didn't release a report card. If we had made no changes to our accountability system, we would expect our students to have a 6 percentage point increase in achievement. US Ed has allowed us the flexibility to push that target out 2 years, so that students are expected to meet 2% growth from the last time reported our school report card. Just want to highlight that there are several targets depending on the grade span. We have ELA proficiency targets, mathematics targets, 4-year adjusted cohort rate targets, 5-year adjusted cohort rate targets, and we also have an English language proficiency indicator where we're tracking the percentage of students on track for English language proficiency. Each of these targets have targets for every single student group that is in that school. All right, so comprehensive school improvement schools, CSI, and targeted school improvement school, TSI schools. So one of the outcomes of the accountability system is to identify schools in need of support and improvement. So Maryland was approved for waivers from assessment and accountability requirements in 1920. In 2021 due to the COVID-19 waivers, due to COVID-19. Because of these waivers and as part of the process for getting these waivers, we needed to provide assurances to the US Ed that we would be identifying CSI and TSI schools in the 22-23 school year based on data from school year 21-22 accountability system. So that is what we are expected to do. So that's why we're 18-19. The first cohort to schools of schools may be eligible to exit as well in the 22-23 school years. So there's 2 types of CSI schools. One is the lowest performing. So this is the lowest performing Title I schools, the bottom 5% of schools. We are required to identify them at least every 3 years. There is the opportunity to exit if they are no longer in the bottom 5% of Title I schools. And we were able to change the requirement to meet 2 years of target to only meeting 1 year of targets. And so schools that meet that criteria will be eligible to exit. We will also be identifying new schools, their second cohort, using that 21-22 data, which is that second identification column on the right. The other one is the low graduation rate. So all public schools, regardless of if they're Title I schools or not, if they have a graduation rate of 67% or lower, they will be identified as a CSI low graduation rate school. They also have ability to exit by no longer exceeding that 67.7%. So TSI schools. So TSI schools, we also identified the first cohort in 2018-19. One of the things I also want to highlight is we are required to basically take it to the next level for schools that do not exit. So if they are a Title I school that do continue as a as a TSI school or are unable to exit, there is a requirement for them to become what's called a chronically low performing student group. And so I'll just step you through a couple of these columns here. So the low performing student group, TSI school, that is a school where one or more student group in the school is performing the same or worse than the lowest performing 5% of Title I schools. So if you have a cut point of we have 5% of our schools for CSI. If they are performing as low as those schools, even one student group in that school, then they are identified as a TSI school. So they can still exit if that student group is no longer performing as low as that bottom 5% of Title I schools. If they do not exit and they are a Title I school, then that's when they become chronically low performing and they would continue with additional support. So I know that was a very quick summary, and I'm happy to take a deeper dive at the next month. So the report card, school report card, this will be released. This is what it looked like, and we can go into this next month in regards to what each of the items are. There's a 5-page summary report that's provided for every school and the results. And we will be releasing that data in February. That is the timeline for when we will release it. With that, I'm going to turn it over to our research office to highlight the accountability system, the chronic absenteeism, and the growth data.
Okay. Chronic absenteeism. As the superintendent mentioned, we saw across the nation an increase in chronic absenteeism in the 21-22 school year. It's likely due to not only COVID cases, but the quarantining rules put forth by the CDC. So for example, in the period before the pandemic, about 16% of students across the country were chronically absent. We saw in the 22 school year, it was about a third, so it doubled. Now, what do we mean by chronically absent? So regardless of the reason for the student being absent, percentage point or higher at middle and high school as well. We see consistent increases by race and ethnicity. So in 2022, we saw higher chronic absenteeism for white students, Asian, Black, and Hispanic students. Similarly, we saw increases for other student groups economically disadvantaged, as well as not economically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, students without disabilities, English learners, and both male and female students. Also, by LEA, we saw chronic absenteeism increased in every LEA across the state. Chronic absenteeism was as low as 21% and as high as 58% by LEA. The increases by LEA range from 5 percentage points all the way up to 29 percentage point increases from 2019 to 2022. Now, what does this have to do with our accountability system? So schools get 15 points out of 100 possible for their accountability score from chronic absenteeism. The table below shows how we assign points to schools. So if they have less than 60% of students that are not chronically absent, they get the minimum number of points being 1. They can get up to 15 points if 4% or less of their students are chronically absent. So it's kind of reverse. We're awarding points for not being chronically absent. So when we compare by school level the chronic absenteeism rates in 2019 against 2022, you can see on the left and the right the distribution of schools looks different. Okay? The peak has moved from around 10 up to 20, the mid-20s. So school, it's not just statewide, it's a lot, at the school level, we're seeing higher chronic absenteeism, and that's where the accountability system awards the points. So how does this translate to points for chronic absenteeism? On the left, we see the 2019 is the distribution of schools by their points. So in 2019, for example, the first bar all the way to the left, about 200 schools received the minimum number of points that they could receive for accountability. If we were to stick with the same point allocation system, the figure on the right shows in 2022 we would add over 450 schools receiving the minimum number of points. That's about a third of schools across the state. And one reason that this is problematic is a principle of accountability is that the system should differentiate between schools. When we have a third of our schools receiving the same amount of points, it should raise some flags. So what we are doing is proposing a one-year adjustment. We are shifting the point system so that the distribution in 2022 that schools receive points mirrors the distribution in 2019. And the way we do that is we tested different point systems. Remember in the few slides earlier, the lower limit for receiving points was 60%. We're going to lower that to 44% just for this year, and the upper limit would be lowered from 96% to 92%. The second accountability one-year adjustment was around student growth. So to give you some background, as mentioned earlier, we used at both elementary and middle school levels, schools get awarded points based on a student growth percentile in elementary, in ELA and math. The first The first is using the SDGP but skipping a year, so using 2019 as the baseline against growth into 2022. While this maintains the methodology, the limitation is that we would only be able to track one cohort of students within a grade level, and that's important because the school should only be responsible for the growth of students within that school, not when they moved into middle school. The second option is using a value table. Basically is measuring whether students move from proficient to not proficient, or not proficient to proficient, or stayed within proficiency. This is very easy to understand. However, it doesn't provide a lot of differentiation between students. And the third option is similar to the second one, but instead of using just proficiency, we look at their performance level. So this allows more differentiation between students as well as schools, which is important in accountability. But it's still pretty easy to understand. So I'll show you an example. Below, we don't have the values in, that's the next slide, but you can see we basically look at for each student, what level did they score at in 2021, what level did they score at in 2022, and based on those two values, they receive some points. We have three basic principles for this. The first is if students score in the same level each year, they will get the minimum amount of points, which is 1. If the students move to a lower level, they will get no points. And then more points are awarded for more growth. So I'll show you an example of this. In fact, this is what we are going to use. Students that moved from levels 3, say, in 2021 to level 1, they're showing negative growth, so we're awarding 0 points. Students that remain in the same level from 2021 to 2022 receive 1 point. And then students that moved up 1 level receive 2 points. Students that moved up 2 levels receive 3 points. And for students that move from level 1 to level 4 receive the maximum 4 points. These tables show on the left ELA, on the right math, where the data statewide fell out. And you'll notice that primarily in 2021, most students, a majority of students, scored in level 1. Now, how will this be calculated? So we talked about for student level, and then at the school level, and by subject and grade, we'll average these student points. It will be converted to a percentile in terms of the school's distribution against all schools in the state by that subject and grade level. And then we'll return to the lookup table you saw in one of the initial slides in terms of awarding them points. The last thing I'll mention is another principle of accountability, especially for growth, is for a growth measure to be valid, it shouldn't be related strongly to either how the student did in the prior year or in the current year. So we simulated the data and ran this test, and we found it wasn't strongly related to their prior achievement. In fact, it was very similar to the correlations we saw prior to the pandemic in our first 2 years of the accountability system.
All right, do you have any questions about the one? We ultimately landed on that method 3, which is similar to method 2, but it's uses the fall assessment, but that's the best we got right now because that's the test we gave. And regardless whether you cut it with a fall assessment or a full assessment, the baselines were ugly, so everyone's on the road back. The question is, who's growing kids faster, who's getting kids back? That's what we want to reward, right? And so that's what we have essentially designed. Any questions about the one-time policy shifts?
Any questions, comments?
Okay.
Ms. Chang?
Yeah, thank you for the data. And again, I love numbers. I was looking at the slide number 32. Compare the 2 years of chronic absenteeism. And on the right side, the shape is more bell shape. So I was kind of looking at the mean probably is like a state level in the 30 percentile of absenteeism, right?
I believe yes, it was 31% statewide.
Right, so the middle, the peak is right around there.
She's asking
So
about
I'm
the
just
mean.
wondering what's the standard deviation in terms of, what make the shape more bell shape, means like more evenly distributed to all schools. So with that being said, there got to be some factors impacting all schools, disregard wherever you are, or your socioeconomic level, your poverty, your student composition. Maybe think there's something similar drives this higher chronic absenteeism in F1 school year 2022. Do we have something that we can look
Yeah, so
more
I think we
into?
saw in the previous slides that higher chronic absenteeism rates, we kind of went through those quickly, but for economically disadvantaged students
Yes,
and other
like
student
across
groups.
the board. Yeah, disregard ethnic groups, male, female. Yes. So is it because that is the time that we massive open up the school, but because of the positive or something?
Oh,
like
you're
with the
asking
health-
why? Why was
Yeah,
everyone?
why
why was
causing
the
that-
rate? It's
the
because
shape
because
change?
everyone was quarantining and it was also being done in all sorts of ways as well too. And so Prince George's was doing it one way, Montgomery County was doing it that way. Garrett was quarantining. That's a homogenous population, right? And so at the end of the day, everyone was impacted by it because everyone was accountable to the MDH guidance that said you need to quarantine and then stay home. And then as soon as you send someone home, you're kind of adding to potentially creating
Correct.
scenarios of chronic absenteeism. And then their ability to log in and whether or not they're logging in was disrupted for just kids across the board, regardless of race, class, non-economic disadvantage, etc. I mean, it was one of those things. Pandemic is one of those things that hit everyone, right? In test scores, in absenteeism, etc. And then add the traditional inequities that you may have had at home, right? On your home life, that also exacerbated it as well. But I mean, that's the why ultimately. I mean, I can't really go at other than it was one of those moments in history where everyone was touched by it, right? And it wasn't why do we have report cards only in 2019, not during the pandemic year? So we'll do something similar. So when people download the 2022 report cards, they can be like, by the way, growth was calculated this way, and chronic absenteeism, we had to come up with a one-time rule for it. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wilcox.
Thank you for all this data. It's really helpful to see it all, and we really appreciate it. One question is about, maybe looking like you're massaging the data, and is there a way to remove the COVID, absentees or the excused absentees out and leave in the unexcused absences? Or is there some way to do that so you could really say the COVID-related cases are coming out and we're leaving in the others, just to adjust for the COVID situation? Is there a way to cleanly do that? Because I think that would be, I think, a better approach than what you a more transparent approach than or easier to understand approach if there's a way to do it.
There's not a way to do that because when you're quarantining people who are within certain feet and around, and that's not data. We don't collect data on who was quarantined. That's not systematically collected by name. If 5 people were quarantined here, we don't get back that it was General Sumter, Chin Chin, and Lori. We just know kids were quarantined, and so to remove kids, you need actual names and such.
But the schools have that because if they're testing, many of the schools are testing, and they know who tested positive, and they know who's being sent home to quarantine.
It was done in 24 different ways.
Okay, so there's no way to do that
Yeah, it was
systematically
done.
for
No,
the state.
because it was done. We didn't mandate how to exactly quarantine, right? MDH said quarantine folks, and then what the threshold was of 3 feet, 5 feet, and you remember we were changing feet at a certain point,
Yeah.
and then we said if you were masked, you wouldn't quarantine. It was all over the place.
Yeah, the chronic absentee issue is a hot button issue, and I just didn't know if there's a way to present it in a way that is, I don't know, I guess it made more sense, but it doesn't sound like it because the data's not there to really support what I'm suggesting.
It's not clean, objective data. You can only work with the greatest objective data we have. And our methodology is not off than what everyone else is doing in the country around this. So, but I get what you're getting at. That would only be perfect if I had a perfect database on who was actually quarantined. Yep.
Dr. Getty?
I need something positive to hang on to about chronic absenteeism.
Yep.
So tell me, because I almost feel like the pandemic is teaching children to stay home because there's no question as to, oh yeah, you're quarantining again and again and again. But that's just my opinion. So when you travel around the state and you talk to people and superintendents, can you give us some positive examples of addressing the issue, strategies, resources used? What is being done to combat this issue?
Yeah, so we had done a deep dive a while ago on absenteeism, and we brought Attendance Works, and we talked a lot about strategies there. You know, ultimately, you have to do whatever it takes to go and actually go help parents teach their basically something you can work on at home with a skill. They go do it with you at your home, right? Like, so, you know, I can tell you in the districts that I was at, that was like 90% high poverty, it took door knocking. It took like bringing everyone and basically operation go back and find all of our students who have been absent for this long, and let's go find them. Sometimes it was they're not even there anymore, and sometimes it was they are there, they're just waiting for someone to say, we need you to come back. So ultimately, the best strategy is intentionally going and telling them that we want you back in school, you need to come back in school. You know, we can put in all kinds of sanctions and stuff, which we do have, right? You can report out parents and do all those kinds of things. But the chronic absenteeism issue ultimately deals with systems that are going to go out of their way to go find that student, go knock on their door and say, come back. Other systems have done other things, like I've seen schools, they send like a note, like they mail something at home or do a call, or they send counselors, and that nudge helps, right? Or they send a text, hey, I noticed that you're getting close to, you've been absent for this long, why not come back? But ultimately, nothing beats showing up. It's just the resources to do that are constrained across systems. But I can tell you, because I was in a state that tied our funding to absenteeism, average daily attendance in Texas. So we hit the streets. we hit the streets because our entire funding methodology was tied to it. And so I know Senator Bates has some opinions about that one. And so so the motivation was there because we're not getting dollars, and we would literally run this many % decrease in chronic absenteeism meant this many more $1 million. If you want to talk about motivation, that was our motivation. We don't have that, right? And so that's what I've seen. At the intimate level, at the school level, people who go out of their way to go show up at the door, ultimately. But as a system level, like you see, our absenteeism, our attendance rates has also been going down. So clearly there's something else going on about just people saying like, oh, it's okay if I miss days, right? And so we have some issues there to work out. Yep.
Ms. Morrow?
Can I make one comment about that? 'Cause you made a comment that we're teaching people not to come to school. We still have COVID, and one of the things, though, that our schools are emphasizing is if you're symptomatic, stay home. So whereas kids who might have come with sniffles or whatever complaints they had on a day, parents who are able are probably keeping those questionable symptoms home more than they might have before. Because some school, if you show up and you tell the teacher you've got a runny nose, you may get sent to the nurse and get called to come pick up your kid anyways. So there is still that hypersensitivity to symptoms of COVID and any other illness, I think, that is being treated differently probably than we saw pre-pandemic. So I don't know when that will level off, and hopefully those are excused absences. People are still, sending in their notes and making up work.
I will pick a handful of schools who are just doing amazing work around that and bring them in as like a spotlight and a case study, so we can all better learn from them. And as our teacher of the year said, as the principal said, you put a spotlight on great things happening, and then we can think about what the policy implications are there. Yeah.
So sort of have a consensus that we're fine with the one-time adjustment, sort of getting that, okay. One thing I would just add related to the earlier part of the presentation, the CSI, TSI schools.
Those are your low-performing schools by definition.
Low-performing schools. Yeah. Just a thought. Change the narrative from low-performing schools to students. Low-performing schools allows me to be defensive about what I'm willing to tolerate. To the extent that we can, change the narrative to harming children, because that's what's happening. And the impact of these low-performing schools on children immediately, but also for a lifetime. I think if we can begin to perhaps change the narrative from schools to students, we might be able to get more traction in terms of what we may ultimately be able to do to break that cycle. Just a thought.
Okay. Any other questions?
I think we are concluded. Nicely done.
All right.
Dr. Green, you wanted to say something before you ran out? I know you had to leave.
Yes, as part of the committee reports, the board committee reports. It wasn't specifically about your presentation. Thank you for the data. I just want to, first of all, highlight the group that I've been privileged to work with. That's the Achieving Academic Equity and Excellence for Black Boys. The work continues, and they've been doing well, led by the council chairman, Dr. Darrell Howard from Montgomery County Schools, and other advisory council members. We were funded, and we're now working with 14 schools in 8 different districts. We're having this Thursday one of our, what we call our speaker series, and we'll be highlighting Dr. Leonard Sachs, a medical physician and also a PhD, who will talk about boy-girl learning differences and how to help our boys who seem to be adrift. I asked Mr. Hands to send all of our board members an Eventbrite invitation. So please, it'll be from 4:30 to 6 tomorrow, Thursday on Zoom. So if you can. And also we invite teachers from all over the state to tune in to hear. Even though we're targeting those 14 schools, we really want to benefit all of our schools and the students in our schools. As you saw in the presentation that we just finished, especially in regards to language arts, our boys of all colors far behind our girls. 38% were our boys, 51% are girls in English language arts. Graduation rates, our boys, 74%, our girls, 81%. You know, I like our girls to be doing great. You know, I used to be a little girl. Yes, I like our girls to be doing great. But this is not a zero-sum game. Our boys can be doing great as well. So Dr. Sachs will be talking how we as educators can help our boys. And then in February, we have another speaker, Dr. David Miller, who talks about training for youth development and mentoring. Our speaker series are usually the 3rd Thursday of the month. We adjusted it somewhat this month. And then lastly, in April 20th, we are Hope Note as well. We're working with Dr. Lawson, who's trying to find us a location. We're looking at several, and we're trying to find the best one for us. And Mr. Chodri, I have to thank you for your support. Mr. Chodri knows that up until this point, we've been working with a cadre of volunteers who are working their paying jobs and then volunteering their time to the advisory council. But Mr. Chodri told me in October of 2022.
What time of day was that?
It was 2:35 p.m. that in January, that's this month, that he would be putting someone, well, posting a position, a coordinator position, contract coordinator position, who can coordinate this program. Mr. Chodri is a man of his word. I like that. So it is now January 24th. I know that Dr. Lawson is working hard to make that happen, Mr. Chodri, because I know you are a man of your word. So we are looking forward to that person coming in and giving some relief, because Mr. Chodri expects results. He wants to see a proof of concept. President Crawford, we cannot get results and a proof of concept when we have volunteers just giving whatever time they can. We need someone who's dedicated to the program, achieving academic equity and excellence for Black boys. So I invite my colleagues to tune into the speaker series. I thank you all for your support. Special, again, thanks to Dr. Lawson. Dr. Lawson, who's wearing about 15 hats. She is working with us to make things happen. Thank you so much, Dr. Lawson, Mr. Chodri, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Green. I know you have to get on the road here shortly. We have some other Comar matters too?
Yes, a few Comar items.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and talk through them. And I should have my team here as well to talk through them if need be. So we already took care of to be able to publish our regs for teacher prep and licensure. We can go ahead and move to I don't see our transportation director. Is he here? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, there he is. Sorry. It was the tan suit. All right, come on down, Gabe. So I'll let him give you a quick summary of what we're doing with the transportation regs, and then we can take action. And then I'll have Chandra come in and explain the graduation requirement regs, and then I'll talk about the child care waiver, and we should be good. So Gabe, why don't you just give the 1-minute version?
Sure. Good afternoon, President Crawford, Vice President Dr. Getty, and Mr. Chodri, members of the board. The regulation before you today was last revised February of 2022. That was before the board based upon a previous law that was passed that required the MSDE to make regulations for alternative school vehicles. We did that, and we added in a regulation for alternative school vehicle driver, Regulation 9. At that time, my office, we didn't catch cross-reference numbers that also needed to be changed. So this regulation comes back before you because of that issue. A lot of the cross-reference numbers will be corrected, as well as some citations to Maryland law that need to be updated as well. When my office went through this regulation, we also found that there was a section dealing with drug and alcohol testing that was inconsistent with federal regulation.
0607, student transportation. Ms. Morrow?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Morrow, seconded by Senator Bates. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open to take a vote. Let's have a vote. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Dr. Millie McCarthy, I think I heard you say
Yes.
aye.
Aye.
Correct. Those opposed? Abstentions? Mr. Schoen?
The motion carries, but is Jean Helmy on?
She had to leave early.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to call up Chandra to just give you the quick high-level overview. In the transmittal, we have more detailed description on what we are doing with these regs. These regs were supposed to go live this past school year. The work to engage LEAs was supposed to happen prior to my arrival, and then it just never did in a quality way. So I had told the team to push it back, and we came to you for that permission to not allow it to become active this school year. So we spent all of this school year, and we still are, but to basically engage the heck out of school systems. Chandra and Dr. Collins have been, and so now everyone knows it's coming, and so they are prepared for it to go live this coming next school year. So what does it do ultimately? I'll have her explain.
So good evening now. So I know the memo has a lot more information. We originally brought this to the board for permission to publish. It was published. It came back with quite a few comments. We then came back at the request of the LEAs to waive it for the year in June, which the board did approve. And now we are back again with permission to publish. The key changes to the grad regs is to basically to remove the requirement to pass algebra, English, science, and government. So that requirement to pass, we are removing from the grad regs. The
requirement to pass in order to
graduate.
Wait, say the rest of it.
In order to graduate.
Yeah, not like you don't have to pass a test.
Sorry.
Okay.
Moving from this one board presentation to
For
another.
the public record.
For the public record, we are removing that requirement to pass in order to meet the requirements for graduation. There is going to continue the requirement to take the assessment, at least in high school. The other piece that has been removed from the grad regs is the language around bridge. Now that the requirement to pass the assessment to meet graduation requirements, there's no longer the option or the need for the bridge option for students that are unable to pass the assessment to graduate. Some other things, the other key piece that is being added is I know we are bringing in the requirement to include the EOC, the end of course assessment, which meets 20% of the requirement. Sorry.
Grade.
The grade. So what is being added is the EOC concept, which a student is required to take the assessment, which will be included as 20% is now a CCR requirement. Students have to take that assessment in order to meet the CCR requirements. So the EOC requirement for students is only required for government and science for that graduation requirement. The other piece is that we are rolling it in. So it does go in effect for the 23-24 school year. It will be in effect for incoming 9th grade students in the 23-24 school year. And then it will phase in for the following year. It will be in effect for the 9th and 10th grade. So we are rolling it in for incoming 9th grade students for the 23-24 school year. Will be required to have the EOC test in government and science count for 20% of that student's grade for that course. Questions?
Thank you. The floor is now open for questions. Ms. Marc?
Okay, so just to clarify, like current freshmen are class of 2026. If they take government next year, will the government test be 20% of their grade?
No, they are only required to take the assessment. If they are a 10th grade student in the 23-24 school year, they're only required to take the assessment.
Think of your 8th graders today.
Okay, so class of 2027 would be the ones where it starts.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Getty?
Can you tell me a little bit about the 20%? How did that 20% come to be the number?
So that was determined by a task force that was put in place in 2018. So that predates me a little bit, but I know it's common in other states as well that they use the 20% criteria. It does enable 80% of the course grade to rely on that teacher instruction.
Seeing no other questions of clarification, the floor is now open for a motion to publish. It's Comar 13A 0302,
said publish, right?
graduation requirements
He
for
said
public
publish.
high schools
Did he say
in
publish?
Maryland.
Okay.
Goodness.
To shield.
Getting late, getting
I
very
move
late.
we-
Forgive me.
Chip the shell.
I move we grant permission to publish the amendments to the subject resolution.
Second, Ms. Morrow. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for vote. We'll now take a vote. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
We hear Dr. Millie McCarthy and aye.
Aye. Yes.
Great. No, so I think we're unanimous there, I believe. Yes. Okay, good. Okay. We now move to the third item, the child
Yeah.
care subsidy program.
Yep, I can do that one, but I do have my team here in case you try to stump me or something. So, child care scholarship program was a very hot topic last.
You may want to just mute your device. Thank you. Okay.
Last legislative session, and one of the things that passed is making it easier families to access immediately and then validate on the within the 30 days whether or not it's true, right, as they gather their paperwork. So that is exactly what presumptive eligibility is doing for our child care scholarship program. That law said it is going to go live in July 1 of 23 and beyond, but we want to get it right, so we want to do a pilot. We already did the report. There was an assembly report that was due to partner with a research organization to see what would it take for Maryland to do this right. So we submitted that report, but one of the things we want to make sure is all of our systems and platforms, and also because there's also a cost associated with it, because there are families who might turn out that they're not eligible and you eat the costs. Like, it's not gonna, the way the law is written is not go become the tax man and collect from them, just eat the cost. They just won't be eligible. So we have to figure out what that amount, but it most likely is that, what's that pot needed for MSD to be able to eat costs for families who end up not being eligible. But we want to run a pilot. So we're going to run a pilot. We're not decided yet exactly where we want to do it. It's going to be where most of the families are dependent on this scholarship program. And so we want to run the pilot this spring, but in order to do the pilot, I have to request a waiver from specific provisions of the existing COMAR that says you have to fill out all this stuff and have it in hand. So I need your permission to basically waive those aspects of the regulation so the team can run the pilot this spring to prepare for the law that we have to implement July 1 and 23 and beyond. Council, did I get that right? Okay.
So we have, the floor is now open for clarification questions from Superintendent. Seeing no clarification questions, the floor is now open for a motion to request, on the requested for waiver, permission to
grant the waiver,
requesting permission to waive the regulation, and that is COMAR 13A 140603-0507 and 010 and 12.
13.
Child care subsidy program. That's General Sumter has motion, second by Ms. Morrow. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Opposed? Abstained? Mr. Schoen? Motion passed?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All righty. At this time, I'm going to seek a motion to adjourn to executive session. Pursuant to Section 3-305B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 3 appeals, 3 draft orders. The floor is now open for a motion to adjourn. Senator Bates, and seconded by Dr. Getty. Hearing no discussion, the floor is now open for a vote. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Welcome back, members of the public. We're now into the state board member committee reports. We had one report from Dr. Green before she had to leave. Are there any other committee reports that we need to make? Mr. DeShiel?
Thank you. Just briefly, I wanted to report to you the State Board and the State Department continue to meet and work on development of the metrics for Phase 2 of the strategic plan. We have been grateful for the state superintendent's participation in those discussions, and we have now made available to the entire board those metrics, and I know you've had an opportunity to look at them, and some of you have provided feedback. Thank you to those who have provided feedback on those metrics. There's still another couple of opportunities to meet with staff to seek clarification on any of the metrics that you've had an opportunity to look at. So I think all of that's been outlined to you in email correspondence. So if you still would like to participate and seek clarification, or if you have questions about the metrics, hope you'll take advantage of those additional 2 opportunities for further clarification. The only other thing I'd like to mention is many of you have attended the gallery walks on our strategic plan in different parts of the state. Most recently, I think we've had those opportunities in Hartford and Montgomery counties. So thank you to all of you who have participated, and I know a number of the board members have participated, and thank you for doing that. As our representatives, I know the local boards who have participated appreciate the chance to see you, talk to you, ask questions, and just recognize the importance of our presence with them so they can feel invested and connected to the strategic plan and all the details that have been set forth to this point about our strategic plan. So just a word of thanks to all of you. We have, I think, one more opportunity, I think, will be on the Eastern Shore. That's the only area that has not yet been scheduled, but I know those details are being worked out, and probably our executive director will be getting word out to you about that opportunity before too much longer. So thank you, Mr. Hands, for your coordination in all of those details, and thank you to the board for your participation. It's appreciated. Thank you.
Miriam Thomas.
I just wanted to let everyone know that the top 5 candidates for the next student member have been chosen. In the next couple of weeks, they'll be going through town halls with the Maryland
material, understand the material. I've been fascinated. I just stand behind the local representatives and just listen to the conversation. So it's eye-opening to a lot of them as they look at the data. So thank you for that. Yes.
I think it's also good for them to see us.
Absolutely.
The single word, face to face, and to know that we really do care about what they're doing. So it's been interesting.
We're probably going to get 3 invitations for a small group discussion with local boards coming out of the most recent one in Montgomery County. I think we've gotten 1 so far from Prince George's where they'd like to meet with us, and we may get a couple more. So I think it's being well received by the local officials. Again, thank you, everyone. And we're going to now move to future agenda items. So very, very pleased with Mr. Hand's arrival. One of the things he's helping us do is to track all of the future board agenda items to make sure that we get those items on the agenda, we go back to the person that requested, but to sort of make sure that nothing slips through the cracks. So if you have, we picked up a couple of items from our calls, but if anyone has any additional agenda items, this would be a great opportunity, bless you,
Bless you.
to voice them, and Mr. Hands will help us track that and make sure that everyone is addressed, all of these items are addressed appropriately. Okay. Very good. You know how to reach us, so feel free to reach out if something comes to mind. Mr. Schoen, our opinions?
Thank you, President Crawford. We have 3 opinions to announce and 3 orders. In SE versus Baltimore County Board of Education, this was a county residency case. This is opinion number 01. The State Board affirmed the decision of the local board. In SA and OS versus Anne Arundel County Board of Education, this was an early kindergarten admission. This is opinion number 02. The State Board affirmed the decision of the local board. And in MBEF, College and Career Academies, Inc. versus Montgomery County Board of Education, this was Montgomery County Board denied a charter school application. This is opinion number 03. The State Board reversed the decision of the local board and directs the local board to conditionally approve the charter application consistent with the board's decision. There are 3 draft orders signed by President Crawford dismissing 3 matters. One is Stephanie Brown versus Carroll County Board of Education. The reason was untimeliness. This is Order 2301. The second is SE versus Baltimore County Board of Education. That issue you determined was moot. That's Order 23-02. And the third is Sherry Fraser versus Prince George's County Board of Education. Ms. Fraser failed to exhaust her administrative remedies. That is Order 23-03. That's all that we have today for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schoen. Everyone.
Chip,